Chapter 1. The Demon King's Return. I am the king of slaughter. I am the bloodthirsty butcher. I am the embodiment of brutality. In the decade of darkness that followed the apocalypse, I was once betrayed by friends and family, stabbed in the back by brothers, my face trampled into the filth of the gutter, my dignity shattered into pieces, leaving behind only a heart consumed by vengeance. At last, I ascended to the highest throne amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Ultimately, I have returned. Do not stray from the repository of my thoughts. Let us embark on this first chapter with fervor charged forth. Stadium. A heart brimming with excitement. Hands trembling. Yang Feng stood in line for 2 hours, clutching a cup of Trini milk tea, searching near the basketball court. A flawless silhouette captured his gaze, cascading. Silky hair flowed down to the seat, embodying tranquility and innocence as she sat there, untouched by the passage of time. That was none other than the goddess Yang Feng longed for Shenmengyao. Hey, autumn is upon us. Though a bit clitch, this shall be my first cup of milk tea for the season. Yang Feng awkwardly scratched his head, feeling somewhat constrained as he uttered clumsy pickup lines that could make anyone cringe. Thank you, Yang Feng. Shenmengyao offered a gentle yet polite smile, her gaze slightly evasive, her delicate fingers brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. This small gesture left Yang Feng momentarily stunned. I'll message you later. Shenmengyao gently waved her phone, subtly indicating for Yang Feng to leave for the time being, her beautiful eyes inadvertently glancing at a man on the basketball court, drenched in sweat. All right, we'll talk again tonight. Yang Feng's heart swelled with excitement. He had secured a chance to converse with his goddess, an exhilarating victory that made the 2-hour wait seem trivial. 20 hours would have been worth it. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he turned to leave. Yet, Yang Feng felt a pang of reluctance, a desire to return and express more concern. Then, a shocking scene unfolded before him. Shenmengyao delicately lifted her milk tea and, when no one was watching, discarded it into the trash bin. Heartbroken, Yang Feng's heart constricted suddenly, an indescribable sting twisting within him. A whistle blew. During the halftime break, a muscular man exuding an aura of masculinity strode towards Shenmengyao. That was Cheng Zijia, the wealthy heir from the basketball team. Shenmengyao promptly retrieved a towel she had prepared, tenderly offering it to the man, meticulously wiping the sweat from his brow. Cheng Zijia, unreserved, pulled Shenmengyao into an embrace, his sweaty body soaking her clothes, while she merely blushed and continued to dab at his perspiration. Why? Why were they so intimate? When had they met? Could it be that the goddess Shenmengyao harbored feelings for someone else? I saw everything just now. That guy brought you milk tea, didn't he? Ha. Cheng Zijia seemed to catch a glimpse of Yang Feng's gaze, and, while releasing Shenmengyao, tossed the basketball in his direction. Thud! A loud impact resonated as the basketball struck Yang Feng squarely in the face. Blood gushed from his nose, and his body fell backward, the back of his head crashing onto the concrete floor. The world spun. Darkness enveloped him. An overwhelming dizziness, accompanied by indescribable illusions, radiated a spectrum of colors. Like a revolving lantern, countless dark and bloody images flashed through his mind, an influx of memories from the future surging into his consciousness. The tearing pain, alongside a torrent of memories, gradually clarified the scenes. I have returned. Yang Feng opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within them, the innocence of moments past vanishing entirely. Is this the stadium? Have I returned to a time before the apocalypse? Yang Feng pondered aloud, the metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. He wiped his nose, realizing he bore injuries. Indeed, the former version of himself had been somewhat timid, somewhat naive, often bullied. After the apocalypse, having endured countless betrayals, humiliations, and frenzied battles, he had carved a bloody path through thorns. You are Yang Feng, aren't you? Cheng Zijia approached slowly, flanked by several companions who had been playing basketball, showing no remorse for having bloodied Yang Feng's nose. Shenmengyao has many suitors, but your sycophantic behavior is rather off-putting. Consider this a lesson. Stay away from Shenmengyao from now on, understood? Cheng Zijia crouched down, gripping Yang Feng's collar with a contemptuous glare as if regarding refuse. Shin Mingyao stood to the side, her cheeks slightly flushed with concern, yet ultimately biting her lip and turning her face away. Oh! Yang Feng let out a cold chuckle, his gaze sharpening. The memories felt distant. Somewhat blurred, he realized he had once pursued a goddess who, it appeared, did not stand by his side. What are you laughing at? Cheng Zijie was taken aback by Yang Feng's cold laughter, a surge of anger rising within him as he raised his fist to teach Yang Feng a lesson. At that moment, Yang Feng's peripheral vision caught sight of a discarded skewer nearby without a second thought. He seized it in his palm and aimed it swiftly. Ruthless, venomous, decisive. With a soft sound, the bamboo skewer pierced through Cheng Zijie's throat, entering from one side and emerging from the other. Don't move. I haven't pierced your artery, but if you fidget, it could be fatal. Yang Feng's lips curled upward into a devilish smile, his eyes glimmering with a sharp, icy light, resembling a serpent observing its prey. Cheng Zijie clutched his throat, terror rendering him momentarily forgetful of the pain and stifling his screams. In disbelief, incredulous, Cheng Zijie's eyes brimmed with fear as he locked onto Yang Feng's gaze, which felt like a frigid blade, too terrifying to meet heat in. Such a pity. The disaster hasn't struck, yet it would be inconvenient to kill you. Otherwise, having been injured, I would have torn you apart. Yang Feng's face leaned closer to Cheng Zijie's, the smile twisting grotesquely, appearing almost demonic as it stretched to his ears. Ah! Yaya! The surrounding crowd finally reacted, some screaming loudly. Shin Mingyao, too, covered her mouth in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the once submissive Yang Feng could commit such a terrifying act. A burly man beside Cheng Zijie, seemingly agile, was the first to react. He raised his fist, ready to strike. In that instant, Yang Feng caught the movement. Though his physical prowess was lacking, countless battles had honed his combat skills to a fine edge. Quick and nimble, Yang Feng executed a peculiar sidestep, evading the punch, and with both hands he grabbed the other man's arm. With a firm grip, he seized 2 fingers in his grasp. Crack! Yang Feng's eyes hardened as he exerted force, twisting his hands outward with a savage intensity, the sound of breaking bone faintly audible as the thick fingers contorted irregularly. Ah! The man howled like a slaughtered pig, the excruciating pain robbing him of his combat ability. His face paled, beads of sweat breaking out as he knelt, wailing in agony. So feeble, just 2 broken fingers, and he was already howling in distress. In Yang Feng's icy gaze, a flicker of disdain and scorn shone through as he surveyed the crowd. I advise you not to intervene next time. It won't be just 2 fingers. With those words, the onlookers instinctively averted their eyes, stepping back, unwilling to involve themselves any further. Yang Feng, Shin Mingyao, crossed her arms, her eyes filled with complex emotions, disbelief mingled with shock, as she stepped forward, wishing to say something to him. Slap! Yang Feng struck her face with the back of his hand. The imprint of 5 crimson fingers immediately appeared on Shun Mingyu's cheek, glaringly visible. Who do you think you are? Yang Feng loomed over her, continuing to regard her with disdainful eyes to him. The concept of a goddess was now obsolete. A romantic game? Such childishness. Chapter 2. Regrettably, you have missed the chance to survive. Shin Mingyao collapsed to the ground. 5 vivid finger marks stood out starkly. Her once serene and gentle demeanor had become utterly disheveled. Covering her face, Shin Mingyu's pupils trembled in disbelief, unable to fathom that the suitor who had longed for her could inflict such a brutal blow. Your gaze is quite remarkable. I find great pleasure in your expression of shock and helplessness, akin to a rabbit cornered. Yang Feng seized Shin Mingyu's chin, his smile turning increasingly sinister. Yet the affection once evident in his eyes had vanished entirely. A plaything. In his grasp, Shin Mingyao was no longer the goddess of his dreams, but rather a wounded prey cornered and helpless, to be toyed with at his whim. Thus, the tides of power had shifted. The status of the 2 individuals has undergone a complete transformation. The once subservient admirer has now become a terrifying specter that sends shivers down the spines of goddesses. Send your useless boyfriend to the hospital. The events that will unfold next are bound to be exceedingly entertaining. I sincerely hope to see you both alive once more for my amusement. Yang Feng released Shun Minjio's face, and as he contemplated the impending cataclysm that would unleash a horde of twisted, mutated monstrosities to shred civilization and order, he found the expressions of fear on these individuals to be utterly captivating, truly amusing. Having said this, Yang Feng turned and departed, gradually vanishing from the sight of the onlookers, who, in their stunned state, eventually realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly dialed for emergency services. However, transporting to the hospital, inquiring about the situation, and initiating an investigation would require a modicum of time. In a few short hours, they would be unable to concern themselves with Yang Feng. The entire city would descend into chaos. The police lines would be overwhelmed, and looting would become rampant. The signs of an impending apocalypse are not to be trifled with. Is it really less than a day? Yang Feng strolled along a secluded path, retrieving his phone to check the time. With the onset of the apocalypse, calamities ravaging the land, the collapse of civilization, and the degradation of humanity, a mere day remained until the dawn of a dark era. It felt far too rushed. If only he had a bit more time, he could gather resources, purchase weapons, stockpile supplies, and construct an impenetrable refuge. Stockpiling resources and acquiring weapons both require capital. Yang Feng's gaze flickered as he opened a certain messaging app and a financial platform to check his account balance. The sight was utterly disheartening. He was merely an ordinary individual, having just crossed into the four-digit realm, which would scarcely sustain him until the end of the month. Yang Feng then opened a loan application and was met with a tightening sensation in his chest. He was already deeply in debt, with a credit score that rendered him incapable of borrowing another cent. Was I so subservient before the apocalypse? Yang Feng's heart was as solid as a rock, unyielding as steel, and mercilessly ruthless, yet he had not always been this way. In a bid to please the so-called goddess, he had resorted to various loans, even going so far as to borrow funds to fulfill her occasional whims. I should have just choked her. Yang Feng nearly crushed his phone in frustration, reflecting on how foolish he had been before the apocalypse. Exhaling a heavy sigh, he felt a chill in his eyes. I have no property. I have no car. Without collateral, not even heartless secondhand broker could lend me money. Such was the harsh reality. This is the most genuine circumstance. Yang Feng was not a privileged heir. He was just an ordinary person who could not afford to squander wealth or hoard vast supplies. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Do. The phone rang, and the voice of his uncle came from the other end. Yang Feng, what brings you to call your uncle? How have you been lately? Listening to the insincere pleasantries, Yang Feng cut to the chase. Uncle, I need some money. Money? The mere mention of the word rendered his uncle momentarily speechless. After a few seconds of hesitation, his uncle replied in a pained tone, Yang Feng, your cousin just bought a new house and hasn't even renovated it, yet we're a bit strapped ourselves. Yang Feng's gaze grew colder, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. When my parents passed away in that car accident, all their inheritance was taken by your relatives. I need this money now, it is mine. Yang Feng's voice sharpened, showing no regard for his uncle's feelings, emphasizing that this money rightfully belonged to him. It turned out that Yang Feng's parents had died in a car accident years ago, and due to age constraints, the inheritance had been entrusted to several relatives, who ultimately divided it amongst themselves. The once timid Yang Feng had never broached the subject, and naturally, his relatives were pleased to let it fade into obscurity, feigning ignorance. Yang Feng, how can you speak like that? His uncle, now sounding like a different person, chastised, do we not provide you with money for school meals, clothing, and even your university expenses? Your cousin's house and wedding are of utmost importance. What could possibly be more pressing than that? The money will come to you in due time, but not right now. Yang Feng's pupils glinted with cold light as he silently absorbed these words, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Such a pity. Your family has just lost the last opportunity to survive. Yang Feng ended the call and immediately dialed another number. Third uncle, a portion of my parents' inheritance is with you, and I wish to retrieve it now. His third uncle was momentarily taken aback, then replied through the phone, You're all grown up, now you should know better than to speak to your elders like that. You ingrate. As the conversation concluded, it ended on a bitter note. The warmth of human relationships is fleeting. Greed knows no balance. Yang Feng hung up the phone indifferently. In truth, he was not surprised by his relatives' reactions. They were merely pests crawling in the eye of money. With the apocalypse looming, darker, more ruthless, and more unforgiving events would unfold, far more horrific than the present. He could only hope they would not come to beg him for assistance. What a shame. I had initially intended to offer a warning about the impending apocalypse, but it seems far more amusing to let them perish tragically. A cruel smile crept across Yang Feng's lips, stretching almost to his ears. Since I cannot hoard resources myself, let others do the hoarding for me. He opened the community group chat. Within the apartment complex's property group, there were over 1,000 members. Yang Feng joined using a secondary account and began flooding the chat with messages. At midnight tonight, anomalous creatures will invade. Disaster is about to strike. All homeowners, please stockpile supplies. At midnight tonight, anomalous creatures will invade. Disaster is about to strike. All homeowners, please stockpile supplies. At midnight tonight, anomalous creatures will invade. Disaster is about to strike. All homeowners, please stockpile supplies. Neighbors hoard grain, I hoard neighbors. The homeowners group quickly erupted in chaos, and his secondary account was promptly expelled. Is he insane? What anomalous creatures invading? What disaster looming? How did a lunatic get into the homeowners group? However, in 3 hours, everyone would change their minds. The horrific and absurd events began to materialize as foretold in the messages. At midnight, as the clock struck 12, an eerie presence descended, and the world underwent a peculiar transformation. Willow trees lost their branches, which crumbled and withered, replaced by thick, dark tresses that swayed in the wind. Tentacles writhed, resembling the pure white arms of an infant, emerging from the earth and reaching skyward. Tumors, distorted growths expanded, festering on the walls of buildings, in thickets and shrubbery, along the edges of asphalt roads, and on the trunks of trees. A disaster was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 3. The Dark Golden Artifact. The Ghost Mass Catastrophe Eruption Countdown. 24 hours. The city has descended into madness, with grotesque flesh tumors manifesting throughout its expanse. What is that? A mass of filthy organic matter crawls along the side of a building, resembling a slug, leaving behind a repulsive trail of slimy residue, and on the gnarled limbs of an ancient tree, an abundance of spherical organic forms clusters. Akin to a multitude of sinister eyes, gazing down with a chilling stare. Ugh! The crowd erupts into anxious screams, many feeling a wave of nausea, violently expelling their late-night snacks. A spine-tingling dread envelopes the air. It feels as though Pandora's box has been unleashed, and an unspeakably terrifying force is gradually influencing the fabric of reality. Disaster has struck. Gather supplies quickly. Disaster has struck. Gather supplies quickly. Yang Feng retrieves his phone. Dispatching a message in the WeChat group, the chaos outside, the fleeing masses, and the eerie creatures are undeniable truths. Setting his phone down, a slight smile graces Yang Feng's lips, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The distortion of the spirit. My opportunity has arrived. After enduring a decade of a dark apocalypse, with the sacrifices of countless lives as the cost, he has gradually unveiled the ultimate cause of the mutations. All things possess a spirit. Every thread of consciousness, every fleeting thought, every essence of the mind leaves an imprint on the world. Every death, every withered tree, every hunted animal also leaves behind its filth. Little by little, these remnants accumulate. Grains of sand coalesce into mountains. Whether negative or positive, thoughts have amassed an overwhelming amount of energy, and the earth can no longer bear the burden. The river of life is choked with impurities. It has erupted. The deformed and twisted spirit surges forth like a volcanic eruption. This is the deluge that brings about the end of the world. This is the cataclysmic meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs. This is the earth cleansing itself, taking a refreshing plunge into cool waters. I must find the most suitable supernatural ability. Yang Feng searches diligently, scrutinizing the writhing organic matter and the viscous, filthy cysts, which harbor even greater energy, capable of birthing twisted and deformed monstrosities. Yangfeng knows that within some of these tumors lie countless abilities coveted by evolutionaries, special organs that can significantly enhance human strength. Suddenly, a pool of viscous green liquid appears in his line of sight, resting near a garbage bin. The energy brewing within is increasingly pure, and a deformed hand is faintly forming within the tumor. Green, of emerald quality, far from meeting my standards. Yangfeng averts his gaze, continuing his quest for higher-grade tumors, moving against the tide of fleeing individuals, determined to uncover the most malevolent and powerful kind. Above a traffic light, a deep blue tumor dangles down, its energy refined to a significant degree, exuding a texture reminiscent of sea-patterned stone. Within it, the outline of a robust, beast-like thigh gradually becomes discernible. Sinews bulging, exuding an aura of strength, blue sea pattern. The quality is decent, but it is of no use to me at present. Yangfeng acknowledges the superior quality of this thigh, but still finds it unsatisfactory. Since he is fortunate enough to return to the time before the apocalypse, he must seek the strongest kind available. Look, what is that? An eye. It resembles an eye. A throng of people congest nearby. Where atop the roof lies a large mass of deep purple tumor material, its interior forming a circular object. It appears to be the eye of some creature, possessing an eerie, deep purple vertical pupil that sends a chilling sensation coursing through one's body upon making eye contact. Profound, sinister. Yangfeng feels a slight tremor in his heart upon witnessing this malevolent vertical pupil. Purple illusion crystal. This quality is exceptionally rare. If a mutant could grow relying on it, it could easily topple an entire army. The memories of slaughter resurface vividly, recalling the terrifying abilities of those mutants that mercilessly annihilated humanity. Even entire legions would fall before them with ease. Green emerald, blue sea pattern, purple illusion crystal, blood body. Cysts of varying purities and qualities will give rise to organs of differing strengths, and the abilities they confer will determine one's future standing. The strong shall reign supreme. Point 1. Must either become prey or become the hunter. Purple illusion grade, a rarity indeed. Blood body, even more so, a treasure of immense scarcity. Yangfeng harbors great ambition. With 24 hours until the apocalypse erupts, if he can acquire a blood body level organ, he will carve a path through the entire apocalypse. Of course, there's a saying, greed leads to downfall. Cysts are perilous. They exist within the host, harboring dangerous and filthy consciousness, vying for territory, tearing apart and devouring flesh, ever poised to seize control of the brain, transforming into grotesque monsters. During the initial evolution, one must tread cautiously, striving to subdue only a single ability. The higher the quality, the better. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly departs from the scene. Yangfeng pulls out his phone. Scrolling through his social media feed, where people Yangfeng extended his arms, memories of the past incessantly surfacing in his mind, yet his consciousness grew increasingly resolute, akin to the unyielding essence of steel and iron. Do you comprehend how many lives I have extinguished? Are you aware of how many of your kind I have torn asunder? The endless slaughter, the boundless carnage, as I cleave through thorns and mountains of corpses. Do you truly think you can erode my very consciousness? One hand covered his face, yet his gaze became more frenzied, while to the point of seeming inhuman. Seize my essence. You are mistaken. It is I who shall claim your power. Yangfeng roared, his murderous intent surging forth like a breached dam, an unstoppable deluge crashing against the remnants of the ghostly visage, obliterating the dark golden artifact with sheer force. Bring it all to me. This was a pure confrontation of wills, and Yangfeng held an absolute advantage, utterly shattering the tainted remnants within the ghostly face. Power. The dark gold, ghostly visage, larval form, the most enigmatic of artifacts, was finally within his grasp. Yangfeng's entire face became enveloped in a profound darkness, his jaw opening at an almost 90-degree angle, revealing a maw full of razor-sharp teeth. There were no eyes, no nostrils, no ears, yet through this visage, he could perceive everything around him with unparalleled clarity. It appeared capable of forming a holographic image that encompassed all, akin to a radar that rendered all concealment futile, vividly manifesting in his mind. Colors, sounds, tastes. These were all mere information. The multifaceted interpretation of information allowed him to sense the scent and shape of a target through the vibrations of sound, to visualize colors and sizes in other words, Yang Feng could hear colors and tastes, see sounds and scents, and savor the fear and consciousness of others. What a delightful sensation. It felt as though he were a deity atop the clouds. Gazing down upon the world from a third-person perspective, was this the ability of the ghostly visage? As apocalyptic calamities erupted, every corner of the world turned into a battlefield, adhering to the law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest. By mastering information and intelligence, he had already achieved a significant victory. Truly, the prowess of the dark gold level was formidable, and the artifact was no less impressive. Even in its larval form, it exuded such strength. The larval form, Yang Feng's memories, forged in a decade of dark apocalypse, revealed that parasitic organs not only differed in purity levels, but could also undergo continuous evolution. Larval form, growth form, mature form, perfect form. By acquiring sufficient energy and meeting the conditions for evolution, one could ascend once more. Some exceedingly perilous creatures could even transcend the boundaries of the perfect form. With a mere thought, the black, ghostly visage gradually receded from his face. A unique, ghostly mark now adorned his forehead, restoring his countenance to its normal state, indistinguishable from that of a human. In truth, he had transformed into an evolved being, endowed with the most powerful artifact. His time drawing near, Yang Feng retrieved his phone. Only an hour remained until the clock struck midnight, heralding the onset of the apocalypse. Though his conquest of the ghostly visage seemed brief, the clash of wills against the remnants had persisted for over 10 hours. Fortunately, the entire city's police force was engaged in maintaining order. Otherwise, his prior injury to Cheng Zijie could have led to further complications. Social media was ablaze as Yang Feng scrolled through his friends' posts. He noticed that as time passed, people no longer reacted with the initial panic. Instead, they began to study the organic entities. Many gathered around the writhing organic matter, snapping photos and even posing for pictures. Some elderly individuals brandished brooms and sticks, launching the creatures into the air, while others wielded kitchen knives to slice off substantial portions for examination. This was, after all, a flesh fungus. Consuming it could prolong life. Hey friends, take a look at this translucent piece of meat. There's even a pig's trotter inside. If we get 30,000 likes, I'll live stream this for you. Not only on social media, but various platforms were equally absurd. Some bold individuals had already begun to take action, even planning to live stream their cooking or, even more audaciously, prepare sashimi. They seem to have no regard for their lives, in an age where entertainment reigns supreme. Gaining traffic and attention and earning quick money seemed to eclipse their very existence. Your uploaded video has been deleted. Citizens, for your health, please refrain from contacting unknown organic matter. Experts have indicated that most excessive videos have been deleted by the platforms. Warnings broadcasted and text messages inundated users. Yet in the face of the unprecedented global anomaly, the fabric of civilized order was showing signs of fatigue. Indeed, the property management group's response was equally vigorous. Having received advance notice, everyone had stockpiled ample supplies. Yang Feng opened the apartment's property management group chat. Due to his prior warnings, everyone was promptly informed. Before most could react, the neighbors of the entire building surged from their homes. Completely depleting the nearby 24-hour supermarket, I bought 5 bags of rice, 10 packs of ham, and 3 boxes of instant noodles. Look at the photo I posted. Thankfully, someone reminded me I got 200 pounds of flour and this box of rural eggs. What a pity, I was too late. By the time I arrived, there were hardly any supplies left, and I managed to snag only 5 boxes of self-heating pots. Yang Feng observed the lively exchanges in the group with satisfaction. While his neighbors hoarded food, he hoarded neighbors that he logged into his alternate account, discreetly joined the group, and began disseminating further information. Monsters will appear tonight. Quickly lock the doors below and set up obstacles in the corridors. The message sparked a frenzy. Monsters appearing? Lock the doors? Who is spouting nonsense? Who is going mad? What nonsense? Kick them out. Oh, isn't this the person who previously gave us advance warning? Thank you. If it weren't for your message, I wouldn't have secured 10 boxes of instant noodles. So, it's true that monsters will appear tonight. Better to believe than not believe. Hurry and lock the doors. Everyone help out. Yangfeng watched the messages in the group. By conventional logic, no one would believe such insane proclamations. Yet now, things were different. Having experienced the invasion of abnormal creatures and the prior advance notice, some individuals felt compelled to believe and immediately took action. Indeed, establishing defensive measures in advance, in the early stages of the apocalypse, they should manage to endure. He hoped they would prove useful. Yangfeng casually discarded his phone, revealing a cruel smile, then turned to gaze out the window. The apocalypse is upon us. Chapter 5. The Sea of Life, the Sands of Spirit, has arrived. The apocalypse has come. At the stroke of midnight, it was as if a muted chime resonated across the city. A radiant aurora streaked across the sky, its colorful, glass-like hues cascading down, as if reflecting an infinitely extending galaxy, a mesmerizing sight that captivated all. Mom, look quickly. The aurora, just like on TV. A pure-hearted little girl pointed at the shimmering aurora on the horizon. Jumping with excitement, drawing her family's attention, Yangfeng squinted at the breathtaking scene, his emotions a tumultuous blend. The Sea of Life. This was the manifestation of the Sea of Life. Every blade of grass, every flower and tree possessed spirit. Whether human, plant, or creature, upon death, all would return to the original place. The Sea of Life was omnipresent, belonging to another realm. The memories of all living beings would be cleansed within the Sea of Life. Akin to the legendary elixir of Meng Pe, shedding all impurities, the pure spirit, having undergone the purification of the Sea of Life, would once again descend, transforming into flowers, grasses, birds, beasts, soil-dwelling insects, or even children in incubators. So much sand and gravel remained, far too much to cleanse. Entertainment, desire, wealth, power, pain, struggle, helplessness, collapse, extinction. All these myriad thoughts and emotions had left a residue that tainted the entire Sea of Life, pushing the entire ecosystem to the brink of collapse. Tilted, the tainted sands could only be returned to the realm of reality. The endless streams of light in the sky resembled a shattered silver vessel, pouring down countless shimmering grains like a rain of light upon the earth. Beautiful, so beautiful, golden grains adorned the galaxy. The light rain, so sacred, accompanied by a gentle breeze, softly descended upon the people. How comforting! Is this a miracle? Quick, let us drink deeply. Perhaps it can dispel ailments and prolong our lives. Beneath the light rain, people accepted the grains cascading from the Sea of Life, waves of comfort washing over them, warming their hearts and refreshing their spirits. Yet these were not genuine raindrops. The luminous particles permeated the skin, burrowing into their bodies, gradually dissolving. The sands of spirit. These are the remnants of filth, the manifestations of resentment, the embodiment of desire, elements so vile that even the Sea of Life could not process them. Veins bulged and ruptured, causing the bodies of countless individuals to undergo grotesque distortions. The pure essence within them became tainted, leading to a frenzied mutation of their physical forms. Their eyes, laced with crimson threads, reflected insatiable desires, while their mouths were filled with jagged teeth. Dark, sharp nails enveloped their fingers, extending like lethal blades as a chorus of inhuman growls erupted from many throats, resonating with a chilling intensity. Torrents of light rained down. A multitude of vile intrusions ensued, clouding the consciousness of the infected until they were utterly transformed into monsters. Terrifying roars echoed as these abominations lunged at the surrounding populace, seeking to devour fresh energy. Yet, even more horrific was the sight of grotesque tumors sprouting forth, alongside translucent organic matter adorned with bizarre and deformed substances. Under the nourishing cascade of light, they grew with alarming fervor. Monsters emerged from these tumors, unleashing even more fearsome and spine-chilling howls. Hell unfolded below, painting a scene reminiscent of infernal torment. It was impossible to articulate the tragic tableau. One could only witness the monsters pursuing the innocent, their anguished screams filling the air. Under the cleansing rain of light, the entire world seemed to be engulfed in fiery devastation. Not only the mutated humans, but also plants and animals underwent peculiar transformations. Flames scorched the earth, signaling a cataclysmic cleansing of the apocalypse, a final reckoning of residual impurities, a tidal wave of mutation affecting trillions of lives. As the light rain fell softly, Yang Feng stood by the window, his cold eyes glimmering, a smile of excitement playing at the corners of his mouth. With a mere thought, the mark upon his forehead began to unfurl. The inky hue enveloped his entire cheek, replacing his eyes, nose, and ears with a mirror-like darkness. Only an exaggerated mouth remained, stretching grotesquely from one ear to the other. He opened the window, baring his cavernous maw, a slimy tongue extending to savor the light rain cascading from the eaves. Delicious, truly delectable. The essence of the residue contained the lingering consciousness of impurities, be it an obsession with wealth, a thirst for power, or a twisted, frenzied passion. These are the most exquisite seasonings. Such negative emotions would empower me further. The dark, golden, rare-grade mask could devour these impurities, making the dreaded essence a source of nourishment for me. Yang Feng felt immense satisfaction. The mask had once again surprised him greatly. As for the essence of mutation, some individuals with unwavering willpower could endure the initial transformations, thereby acquiring immense strength and evolving into what many yearn to become. However, evolution is stratified by strength. To attain greater power, one must deepen the extent of their mutation. In other words, the mightier the evolution, the more one must relinquish their humanity, embracing peculiar distortions that could ultimately lead to becoming a monster. This is an unsolvable dilemma in the dark decade of the apocalypse. People initially craved power, only to end up fearing it, terrified of the day they might succumb to becoming a grotesque aberration. Yet the mask showed no fear. It could feast upon the essence of impurities. Perhaps this is the true strength of the dark golden grade artifact. Hunting, slaying, no time to delay. I must hunt, seize more essence, and become the strongest before anyone notices. Yang Feng's slippery tongue licked his obsidian-like, mirror-smooth cheek as he turned to leave the room, preparing to descend the stairs. Insanity. Outside the apartment, monsters lurked, and even more terrifying aberrations awaited. Yang Feng was determined to embark on a brutal hunt on the very first day of this apocalypse. No moment could be wasted. No time squandered. Strengthen, strengthen, strengthen. I will make all those who betrayed me, bullied me, or insulted me in my past life suffer the most tragic fate, torn apart in the most merciless manner. Reaching the second floor of the apartment, Yang Feng opened the window. He beheld several corpses below, pursuing hapless humans in frantic flight, their faces grotesquely contorted. He stepped onto the air conditioning unit and leapt down. Chapter 6. The relentless battle machine in the alley. The corpses wailed, their jagged teeth mismatched, brownish-yellow slime oozing from the gaps. The creature, its features grotesquely distorted, glared with bloodshot eyes, searching for prey. With a thud, Yang Feng landed gracefully, his knees slightly bent, his body trembled. A remnant of his humanity instinctively sensing terror, quaking in fear. Oh, is my body afraid? He mused, raising his hand, a grin of exhilaration spreading across his face. The natural instinct of a creature faced with its nemesis, the fledgling bird hiding in its nest. Sensing the soaring eagle above, feels innate dread. The spider hatching from its mother-esque body, lacking guidance from kin, instinctively weaves webs to ensnare its prey. This is the essence of biological instinct. The moment you behold your nemesis, the instinct buried deep within awakens, commanding you to flee. Flee. How utterly mundane. I shall dance upon the razor's edge, twirling between life and death, that I crave the exhilarating thrill of slaughter, as fear coursed through every cell of his body. It swiftly transformed into exhilaration, igniting a surge of power within him. The mask, multidimensional information parsing. Yang Feng laughed maniacally, spreading his arms wide. His fingertips sensed the subtle vibrations of the air, translating the sounds into a holographic display of information. The sounds vibrated, the shadows flickered, and every scent molecule pulsated with life. 7 corpses loitered in the alley, every detail crystallizing in his mind. They were coming, approaching from an oblique angle behind him, their twisted faces and blood-red claws poised to strike. Even without turning, Yang Feng could perceive every detail through the multidimensional information transmitted by the mask. Wrists, elbow joints, the sinews beneath his armpits, ankles, knee joints, the tendons of his thighs, neck, spine, the vulnerable point at the back of his head. And his temples. Suddenly, he crouched low, evading the black claws with flawless precision. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed as the corpse's arm fell uselessly, its shoulder joint dislocated. Years of relentless combat in this apocalyptic realm had honed his skills into a deadly art. Even with his physical enhancements not at their peak, he had become a perfect killing machine. In the next instant, he snapped the corpse's neck, causing its body to collapse limply to the ground. Effortlessly dispatched, I'm beginning to feel like my body is heating up. There can be no mistakes, no injuries. Every detail must be executed perfectly. Yang Feng's seemingly obsidian, mirror-smooth cheek revealed a frenzied fervor. Every cell within him screamed in exhilaration. The sensation of dancing on the edge of a blade was exquisite. More. Let me feel more. Yang Feng faced multiple corpses, the sounds of battle drawing in even more monsters that rushed towards him. The waltz of death unfolded as Yang Feng danced through the fray. His movements were uncanny, each evasion a graceful sidestep from lethal blows. His counterattacks were swift and merciless, targeting the most vulnerable points of his foes, often delivering fatal strikes in a single blow point one by one. The corpses fell, some with broken necks, others with crushed temples, and still others with severed arms, as he trampled down on their spines with brutal force. Yang Feng breathed heavily. The air in his lungs felt as if it were igniting. His heart raced as if a sedentary recluse had suddenly embarked on a marathon. This all my body can handle. A smirk curled upon his lips, his exaggerated mouth parting to reveal a gap as his sticky tongue licked the sweat from his face. The human body is truly marvelous. I shall continue to push my limits, to squeeze out every ounce of potential. Yang Feng did not cease his assault. Instead, he relentlessly engaged the surrounding corpses, extracting the remaining potential within him. Before long, the alley lay strewn with the remnants of corpses. Yang Feng's mask, with its gaping maw, gasped for breath, his entire being radiating an overwhelming sense of fatigue, his skin glistening with a fine layer of sweat. Exhilarating. The fierce battle was truly exhilarating, before exhaustion could fully take hold. I had managed to eliminate over 40 decaying corpses, their toppled forms nearly filling the narrow alley as the moment of harvest arrived. Seizing the opportunity, while no other monsters approached, I withdrew the meticulously prepared bone-picking knife. With a swift motion, I pierced the vital point at the nape of a corpse, extracting a moist flesh tumor that resembled a pulsating heart, still warm to the touch. This tumor, known as a corpse tumor, has a chance of forming in monsters upon their demise. It is a conglomerate of spiritual essence and gravel, gathering in the most crucial areas of the host's body after death, typically manifesting at the back of the neck. For an ordinary corpse, the probability of such a formation is merely 1 in 10. Following the outbreak of the apocalyptic disaster, the corpse tumors underwent a series of transformations, becoming a form of hard currency capable of enhancing the strength of evolutionists. Before long, I found myself in possession of 8 corpse tumors, a stroke of luck perhaps due to the recent onset of the apocalypse, my gains far exceeding the average, with my strength depleted. It was time to return. I carefully stored the tumors and cast a final glance at the encroaching horde of corpses at the alley's entrance before climbing towards the air conditioning unit on the 2nd floor. Making my way back into the apartment corridor, I released my ghostly visage. The success of my first hunt left a satisfied expression upon my face. I faintly recalled that in my previous life, during the onset of the apocalypse, the cowardly version of myself had not even dared to step outside. The act of slaying my first corpse had occurred a week after the disaster. As I shed tears of humiliation and fear, using a metal rod to crush my first monster amidst despair and impending collapse. This time, however, I was different. I had returned as the king of slaughter, starting with a formidable advantage. Help! Quick! Someone come! Over here, we can't hold them off any longer. We need 2 more people. The cries for help echoed from the safety corridor on the 2nd floor. Though the apartment door was locked, monsters had still managed to breach the barricades, surging forth through the side entrance. Some were desperately calling for aid, while others were being dragged down the stairs by the corpses. A man wielding a kitchen knife rushed forward, striking at the encroaching horror, while others frantically piled heavy appliances to completely block the safety corridor. Yet, the majority were cowering in fear, trembling, and weeping. Scattering to seek refuge in their own apartments that I shrugged, drenched in sweat. I should go take a shower. Chapter 7. What to do first in the apocalypse. An atmosphere of dread pervaded the air. The sounds of wails resonating without end in the safety corridor on the second floor. The shouts and roars of men clashing with monsters filled the space. Heavy hardwood tables, expensive leather sofas, and bookshelves laden with scattered books were all thrust into the hallway. "Save me! I'm still down here! Don't block the way! Let me up! Let me up!" Ah! The safety corridor on the second floor was ultimately blocked tight, yet those men braving the front lines turned back. Their eyes blazing with fury. Betrayal, a knife in the back. While you fend off the monsters, others have sealed the escape route. Amidst the curses and screams, crimson fluid seeped from the furniture's crevices. The voices of the men fell silent, replaced by horrifying sounds of gnawing. What a familiar scene that I couldn't help but lament. The apocalypse had only just begun, and already a dramatic play was unfolding. This was despite my earlier warnings. I had sent messages urging them to lock the apartment doors, barricade the safety corridor, and build defenses. Thankfully, the main door was truly locked. Otherwise, a flood of decaying monsters would have surged in, and those few brash men would have been utterly unable to resist, potentially leading to a massacre of the entire building. My apartment was on the fourth floor, room 405, yet in the corridor, there sat some unfamiliar figures, their faces etched with terror, leaning against the walls as they gasped for breath. Survivors? Were these individuals refugees who had fled from the streets, breaking into the safety corridor? Creak. The door to room 407 opened, revealing a beautiful girl. Her pure eyes sparkled, framed by long, dark hair that hinted at a quiet demeanor. Yet she appeared to be the active type, her figure both slender and vibrant. As human man, I remembered this neighbor, kind-hearted but ill-suited for survival in the apocalypse. "Here, take these clean towels," she said, handing them to the surrounding pitiful refugees. "Please wait a moment, that I will fetch some food for you." She dashed back in her room, returning with instant noodles and preparing hot water for the survivors. The grateful survivors repeatedly expressed their thanks, trembling as they accepted the noodles, nearly bowing in reverence to Su-Man. What a good person! Truly a wonderful person! Yet I shook my head inwardly. As the saying goes, in the apocalypse, the first to die are the self-righteous. Kindness itself is not a flaw, but when those with a savior complex become overly zealous, they may commit extremely foolish acts. Indecisive, unable to discern priorities, and lacking the understanding of sacrifice in their quest to save everyone. They often end up endangering more lives. Yang Foam. "You're back. Did you go downstairs to help?" Su-Man's face lit up upon seeing me, rushing to my side. "There are far too many refugees here. My supplies are limited. Could I ask you to assist them as well?" Her eyes glimmered with a yearning, pure and innocent, shining with hope and goodwill. Creak, did I open the door to my room. "Look, it's utterly bare. I have nothing stocked, not a single resource," that I shrugged, and Su-Man's expression shifted to one of surprise. Didn't you see the messages in the property group? The big shots had warned us to stock up on supplies." She pulled out her phone, showing me a few chat records. I was well aware that those seemingly deranged messages were sent by me using an alternate account, that I didn't see them. Leaning against the door frame, I regarded her with a hint of mockery. "Su-Man, you're truly kind, helping so many people. Why don't you help me too?" Su-Man froze at my words. A trace of bitterness crossed her face, yet she gritted her teeth, turned, and dashed back to her room, emerging with several boxes of self-heating hot pot. "I don't know if you have any dietary restrictions or what flavors you prefer," she said, lowering her head as she presented the boxes. "Thanks, I didn't wait for her to finish," snatching the food and retreating to my room. Bang! The heavy sound of the door closing was the only response to Su-Man, leaving only indifference in its wake. What kind of person is this? So unfeeling. Exactly what a scoundrel. She offers you food, and you respond like this? The surrounding refugees murmured in discontent, unable to bear the sight. quietly discussing their grievances on behalf of Su Man Man. But it's fine, it's fine. Yet Su Man Man merely smiled ruefully. We're all neighbors, helping one another, right? Do you need anything else? Foolish, truly foolish. I returned to my bed, my entire body aflame with soreness. The recent battle had drained every ounce of potential from my body, pushing my muscles to their limits. As the apocalypse unfolded, initially, people retained their sanity, clinging to the fraying threads of civilization. However, as time wore on, resources dwindled, and the twisted, dark aspects of human nature began to emerge. At that point, the crowd of refugees outside would no longer express gratitude. Instead, they would transform into ravenous beasts, mercilessly tearing apart the innocent. Whatever, as long as I'm not targeted, it's fine. But if someone dares to provoke me, my eyes glinted with murderous intent. Let them see what true ferocity looks like. I retrieved the 8 corpse tumors from my pocket. These tumors contained vast amounts of spiritual essence, the kind that fell from the sky like luminescent rain, a collection of spiritual gravel. These corpse tumors could empower individuals, granting them unique abilities. They could also serve as sustenance, feeding existing organs, and when accumulated sufficiently, could lead to further evolution. The ghost face, an immature form, required the consumption of a considerable number of corpse tumors, far exceeding several tiers. After devouring enough, it could undergo a metamorphosis, leading to a fully developed state. Once it broke free from the limitations of its immature form, a comprehensive transformation of abilities awaited. The mark on my forehead unfurled, revealing a smooth, jet-black mirror-like surface that enveloped my cheek, a mouth stretching to my ear, and a sticky tongue extending forth that I swallowed all 8 corpse tumors in one go. The energies contained within rapidly dissolved, and the ghost face consumed them entirely, waves of warmth coursing through my fatigued body, enhancing my fundamental functions. The ghost face not only accumulates energy upon devouring these corpse tumors, it can also provide a slight enhancement to the body. Yang Feng was somewhat astonished. The ghost face not only possessed the ability for multidimensional information analysis, but could also utilize the energy it devoured to fortify a small portion of the physical form. The sensation of muscle soreness gradually faded away, and the pervasive fatigue dissipated. The energy from fat was absorbed in significant quantities, enhancing the body's fundamental functions. In just a few hours, his physical strength had elevated a tier. Although it fell short of surpassing human limits, Yang Feng's physique was now comparable to that of a provincial athlete who had trained for years. At the very least, he would no longer be left gasping for breath after slight exertion. Chapter 8. Are you attempting to morally coerce me? The sound of water cascaded down as Yang Feng enjoyed a warm shower. The sweat and impurities expelled from his body formed a swirling pool of filth at his feet, ultimately flowing down the drain. Most of the spiritual essence was absorbed by the ghost face, while a minuscule amount fortified his physical form. Merely a few hours could replace the results of over a decade of arduous training. One more session, and he could likely rival a national-level athlete and eventually transcend human limits. Yang Feng calculated the extent of his physical enhancement. The hunting operations could not cease, and he must remain at the forefront. The mark burned with intensity as the ghost Yang Feng crouched in the shadows, meticulously observing the situation. It would be exceedingly foolish to recklessly appear on the vast street. First, he needed to clear away the decaying corpses in the small courtyard of the apartment to ensure a safer, living environment. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and a row of shared bicycles lay abandoned. Electric scooters were haphazardly parked near the charging station, and in the vicinity, a multitude of wandering corpses could be faintly seen, lowly moaning and growling. His steps were serpentine. Yang Feng moved with a grace that rivaled that of a cat, leaving not a whisper in his wake that he resembled a predator in the dark. Stealthily closing in on his prey, silently dispatching the corpses near the electric scooters, one after another, without a sound. 1, 2, 3, 27. Yang Feng had swiftly eliminated nearly 30 corpses, and astonishingly, none of the monsters had detected him. Every act of assassination was executed with flawless precision. He exhaled, feeling no discomfort in his lungs. His heart rate remained steady. Counting the dozens of corpses he had dispatched in the alley, the tally was already comparable to the previous day. Yet his body still thrummed with excitement, a lingering sense of unfulfilled desire. Suddenly, a sensation of danger surged through him. Hidden within the darkness lurked some monstrous entity, lying in wait for him to unwittingly walk into its trap. An abomination. It was a unique breed, surpassing ordinary corpses, its body grotesquely distorted a ghoul. Everything lay bare under the scrutiny of multidimensional information analysis. Yang Feng could sense its location. The image gradually sharpened, revealing its sharp fangs and menacing claws in vivid detail. The Sprinter, stage, larva, rarity, green emerald. The Sprinter was a variant evolved from the corpses, its muscles having undergone a significant enhancement, its speed comparable to that of a national-level athlete. Its bone digits had developed into sharp blades, capable of inflicting considerable damage. Yang Feng recalled the data on the Sprinter. This was a relatively low-level variant, still in its larval form, yet it posed a considerable threat to an evolutionist just stepping into the fray. He must not be careless. Yang Feng took a deep breath, his foot pressing down firmly, propelling him forward into the shadows. Swish! A glint of cold light sliced through the darkness. The Sprinter's palm coalesced, contracting into a single bone blade, extending to nearly a meter in length. It transformed into a lethal weapon, narrowly grazing Yang Feng's cheek, even severing a few strands of his hair. Close and perilous. A heart-stopping moment. Crack! Yang Feng seized the Sprinter's arm, both feet planted firmly on the ground, as if rooted like an ancient tree. A surge of power erupted from his thighs, coursing through his spine and enabling him to twist forcefully. With a single strike, he dislocated the Sprinter's arm. Roar! The Sprinter emitted a pained and furious howl, baring its bloodied maw as it lunged at Yang Feng. Roar! Yang Feng also let out a fierce roar, his ghoul visage splitting wider, revealing an even more exaggerated mouth as he attempted to bite back at the Sprinter. Biting? Who can't? Yang Feng's ghoul visage was of dark gold quality, its razor-sharp teeth undoubtedly more formidable than those of the Sprinter. With a crisp tearing sound, foul crimson liquid burst forth. A chunk of flesh was torn away and carelessly flung into the nearby grass, leaving the Sprinter with half a face that was terrified. It was utterly frightened. The Sprinter exhibited a palpable fear, turning to flee. Yet Yang Feng would not grant it that opportunity. He delivered a powerful kick to the back of the Sprinter's knee, causing it to kneel, its entire body losing balance. Crosslock. Yang Feng surged forward, grasping the remaining arm while his thighs clamped around the Sprinter's neck, exerting relentless pressure. Finally, a sound like shattering porcelain echoed. The Sprinter ceased its resistance, lying still on the ground, devoid of life. Hunt successful, essence-infused gravel flowed. Even in its larval form, the green emerald variant contained a multitude of essences, far exceeding that of regular corpses. That a substantial gathering of essences coalesced, ultimately forming a vibrant green corpse lump near the tip of his palm. Yang Feng collected at 0.7 ordinary corpse lumps, 0.1 green emerald corpse lump. This night had proven to be quite fruitful. After cleaning up the scene, Yang Feng continued down the alleyway. Retracing his steps, he climbed up the air conditioning unit and leveraged himself against a nearby pipe, swiftly returning to his room. This time, he did not immediately consume the corpse lumps, but instead pondered deeply. With a decade of experience in the apocalypse, Yang Feng understood well that the more powerful the organ, the greater the essence required for evolution. A green emerald organ might only need a few corpse lumps to achieve its first metamorphosis, that a blue ocean pattern organ would necessitate even more, requiring dozens to undergo its initial evolution. As for the phantom purple and blood bodhi variants, they were virtually bottomless pits that seemed to be unable to sustain the dark gold ghoul visage. Yang Feng realized he faced a dilemma. The ghoul visage devoured corpse lumps like they were candy, showing no signs of metamorphosis. A bottomless pit. A true bottomless pit. Continuing to feed this abyss yielded minimal returns. First, I should cultivate other abilities, enhance my combat strength, and improve my hunting efficiency before gradually nurturing the ghoul visage. Yang Feng made his decision and proceeded to crush the corpse lump obtained from the Sprinter, applying slight pressure with his palm. Essence. The vibrant green essence permeated his skin, seeping into his bones. Chapter 10. Continuous Evolution. The essence, the vivid green essence, infiltrated his skin, penetrating into his very bones. Bone blade. Larva point, one of Yangfeng's hands began to transform as the bone digits visibly proliferated. Sprouting sharp black claws. This all there is. The razor-sharp claws resembled steel blades, considerably harder than those of the corpses, yet they still did not satisfy Yangfeng's needs. You have my pity. Yangfeng took out the remaining 7 lumps, crushing them in his palm, allowing the bone blade to absorb them in great quantities, which immediately initiated a new transformation. Metamorphosis, the bone blade, now sufficiently energized, began a new metamorphosis that no longer resembled mere claws. Instead, it sprouted directly from the center of his finger bones, the blade honed to perfection, akin to polished steel reflecting a metallic sheen. 5 fingers. 5 bone blades. Bone blade, growth staged at a new organ, a new weapon, and it had directly transitioned from larval to a more potent growth phase, though a green emerald organ had diminished in power by the late stages of the apocalypse. It could still serve as a temporary solution in the early stages. The bone blade had formed. However, this new organ exhibited some disobedience, continuing to erode his bones, attempting to burrow deeper into his forearm to expand its space. Organs. These distorted organs formed from essences brought immense power, yet they also carried significant adverse effects that were challenging to manage. Disobedient. They could incessantly corrode your body until you were ultimately transformed into a monster. Do you wish to rebel? Yang Feng's ghoul visage cloaked his face, his slick tongue extending to taste the bone blade, revealing an expression of sheer terror. Little brother, do you think this is your domain? The bone blade immediately ceased its corrosive actions, resembling a rookie soldier encountering a 5-star general, standing at attention and obedience, a terrifying dominance, an overwhelming sense of oppression. The dark gold ghoul visage was enough to compel any organ to submit. Should they defy him, he would consume them. Behave. The bone blade obediently coalesced at his fingertips, 5 slender, sharp daggers poised to strike at any moment, yet capable of retracting back into his finger bones. Exhaling, Yangfeng felt quite pleased that on the second day of the apocalypse, he had acquired yet another new ability, and it had instantly reached the growth stage. This bone blade weapon would facilitate future hunts until he found a suitable replacement. After a brief respite, Yangfeng began to massage his sore muscles and perform some stretching exercises. Sustained high-intensity combat necessitated the ability to self-adjust. Otherwise, his body would inevitably collapse under the strain. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the corridor. Why should I give it to you? Amidst the indistinct sounds, Yangfeng could hear 2 groups confronting each other, with an increasing number of people gathering. The noise escalating. Opening the door, Yangfeng leaned against the doorframe, peering down the corridor that a woman stood at the center, flanked by several burly men, wielding a bloodied iron rod, exuding an aggressive aura. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, her expression revealing a hint of arrogance. Dressed in an elite business suit, her form-fitting skirt accentuating her alluring figure. Bai Ting. Yangfeng recalled that the woman was the property manager of the entire apartment complex. Rumors often circulated among the residents, suggesting that Bai Ting had secured her position as a manager through connections with the developer's owner. A mistress? Concubine? Or perhaps a quid pro quo exchange of power for favors. The scandalous tales surrounding this situation have become a topic of fervent discussion, with people speculating and fantasizing. Observing her alluring demeanor inevitably evokes vivid and tantalizing images, leading one to ponder how Bai Ting might beg for mercy before her boss. Unity is essential. Before aid arrives, we must weather this storm together. I am the property manager and bear the responsibility of gathering supplies and distributing them fairly among all survivors, Bai Ting declared with righteous determination. Her intention was straightforward, to collect the stockpile provisions of the residents under the guise of equitable distribution. These are hard-won supplies I secured from the supermarket. Why should I share them? Indeed, the provisions I have stored are sufficient for my survival for several weeks. Many homeowners had received advance notice and hoarded a substantial amount of supplies, unwilling to share with others. Let us not be so selfish. While you may have stockpiled ample food, many others are going hungry, and numerous children are suffering. Bai Ting played the emotional card, positioning herself on the moral high ground. Can you truly bear to see the heroes downstairs, who are shielding us from monsters, go hungry? The dissenting voices dwindled considerably. Can you bear to witness the refugees starve? Can you bear to let those heroes downstairs, who are standing against the monsters, suffer from hunger? Most people are hypocritical. Few are willing to step forward as villains, cloaking themselves in a veneer of civility. The opposition weakened significantly, yet the majority remained selfish, with no one willing to voluntarily contribute their supplies. I am willing to donate food. A familiar voice called from the direction of room 407. SU Man raised her hand, emerging from a room with some rice, flour, and 2 boxes of instant noodles she had hoarded. Manager Bai Ting is right that we cannot allow those children to go hungry. We must work together. Su Man wiped the sweat from her brow, the sun glinting off her slightly damp hair, enhancing her image of purity and kindness. Was she merely self-deluded? Yang Feng cast a glance at Su Man, his expression revealing a trace of disdain. Innocent, unscathed by the harsh realities of society, or perhaps merely someone who has worn the cloak of virtue for so long that it has become difficult to shed? Good. At least this homeowner understands reason. Rest assured, all collected supplies will be compensated at 3 times the market value. Our Group S chairman, Mr. Mo Jianfeng, will ensure that no homeowner is shortchanged. When aid arrives, each person will receive a compensation package. Bai Ting inadvertently revealed a smirk of triumph as she continued her grandstanding. Mo Jianfeng is indeed a remarkable figure. He is a renowned local tycoon, the mastermind behind the apartment complex and the nearby shopping center, as well as the entire commercial street, all owned by this legendary individual. The prospect of compensation eased the tension on many faces. Bai Ting signaled to her subordinates, and a burly man with a cart, followed by others, began to collect supplies from door to door. Refusing to comply, then you are selfish. You are obstructing our work. You deserve to be dealt with. Several intimidating figures swiftly organized the amassed supplies onto the cart. Even those who were reluctant understood how to cooperate when faced with the imposing figures and their bloodied iron rods. Room 405, where are your supplies? The leading man stood before Yang Feng, blocking his view like a wall. Yang Feng shrugged casually, tossing out 2 remaining self-heating hot pot containers. They're right here. You may search for yourselves. Destitute. The hulking man glanced into the room, which appeared unusually tidy and did not seem like a hiding place for supplies. Kid, you'd best not play tricks if we find out. The leader's fist tightened, cracking ominously, clearly threatening Yang Feng. That's enough. The cart quickly filled, resembling a small mountain of various foods and supplies. Bai Ting wore a satisfied smile, preparing to leave with her subordinates. Wait. Just then, a mocking voice came from room 405. Yang Feng smiled, gesturing toward his room. You've collected everything. Now it's time to distribute AS for me. I'm quite poor. Would it be too much to ask for a larger share? Chapter 11. Sweat pouring, sweat pouring, sweat pouring. Mockery. Yang Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone laced with sarcasm. I'm quite impoverished. Would you mind allocating me a bit more food? His nonchalant demeanor, coupled with a taunting tone, left the gathered crowd momentarily speechless. Bai Ting turned back, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, her expression tinged with confusion, even questioning whether she had misheard, without needing to issue a command. The burly man stepped forward, glaring at Yang Feng with heightened ferocity. Kid, I sensed something was off with you earlier. Consider this a warning. Recognize the situation and refrain from causing trouble. The leader brandished his iron pipe, threateningly pointing it toward Yang Feng's head. Suddenly, a ripping sound pierced the air as Yang Feng's hand seemed to rise, a glimmer of cold light flashing, followed by an even more horrific occurrence. An arm, clutching a steel pipe, spun through the air before crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Clang! The iron rod fell from the man. Jar, I am unable to assist with that. Yang Feng's ghastly visage contorted slightly, as the surrounding decaying corpses evidently bore witness to numerous murders committed. Those that had acquired sufficient energy could undergo a further phase of dormant evolution into aberrant corpses. The initial complete evolution of these cadavers would result in the full restoration of their bodily wounds, while extensive decay would gradually recede, transforming them into aberrant beings. although these aberrant forms had not yet attained the formidable strength of otherworldly entities. Their power and speed had already eclipsed that of an ordinary human. With further advancement, they could metamorphose into true monstrosities. How fortunate for me. With a nimble gait, Yang Feng afforded them no chances, swiftly dispatching each one with his bone blade while they remained ensconced in their slumbering state, effortlessly eliminating over a dozen dormant corpses and securing 3 more corpse tumors from the direction of the kitchen. A series of pitiful whimpers emanated. With a mere thought, Yang Feng's ghastly visage captured multidimensional information, perceiving through the thick door that there were indeed survivors in the kitchen. A single corpse, a woman. Sharing the same room. With a deft motion, he slid the blade along the door seam, deftly disengaging the lock. In an instant, Yang Feng darted into the kitchen, his blade striking true as he severed the head of the corpse while simultaneously covering the woman's mouth to stifle her scream. Chapter 13. The deep steel giant corpse in one fluid motion. The corpse that had emitted the whimpering sound was instantly dispatched by Yang Feng's blade. He swiftly silenced the nearby woman, preventing her from uttering a cry that might summon more monsters. The woman struggled, instinctively yearning to scream, yet no sound escaped her lips. Her eyes widened in shock, swiftly transitioning to panic, followed by a surge of anger and sorrow. Xiao Pang, Xiao Pang. Tears streamed from her eyes as she gazed at the beheaded corpse, sobbing his name, Xiao Pang Ma La Tang. The recently slain corpse belonged to the chef and proprietor, a somewhat endearing, plump young entrepreneur. Yang Feng released his grip on the woman, who immediately rushed to the corpse, weeping in despair. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Xiao Pang's neck, wrists, and thighs were bound with ropes, a precaution to prevent harm to his girlfriend. Understanding dawned upon Yang Feng. The aberrant spiritual corruption posed a contaminative threat to ordinary individuals. The corpse monsters, upon biting or clawing a human, had a high probability of tainting the victim. Once infected, unless one possessed an exceptionally strong will, they would gradually succumb to madness and become a mindless monster over time. Your boyfriend was infected, wasn't he? To protect you, he bound himself, correct? Yang Feng crouched down, examining Xiao Pang's remains, and skillfully made a small incision at the base of the neck, fortuitously retrieving a corpse tumor. The woman glared fiercely at Yang Feng, her fury boiling over. You monster! You killed Xiao Pang! You killed Xiao Pang! She beheld her boyfriend's demise with horror. Though Xiao Pang had transformed into a corpse monster, the reality of his death was unbearable for her, her eyes reflecting a tempest of enraged despair. The woman withdrew a kitchen knife, trembling as she aimed it at Yang Feng, yet she hesitated to strike. Yang Feng's gaze flickered, sensing the precarious tension in the air. The outbreak of apocalyptic disasters. The weight of oppression and fear can indeed drive one to madness. Yang Feng's voice was laced with coldness. But you know full well he had mutated. You would forsake your own life? The woman, teetering on the brink of hysteria, allowed the flames of rage in her eyes to morph into madness. With one final glance at the lifeless Xiao Pang, she steeled herself and charged at Yang Feng with a knife in hand. Clang! The massive butcher's knife descended. The butcher cleaved through a segment of meat, splintering the cutting board beneath into two. Sensing the arrival of an adversary, he gripped the knife's handle tightly. Grr! Grr! The 2-meter-tall butcher emitted a guttural roar, reminiscent of a wild beast. The towering butcher advanced steadily towards Yang Feng, his colossal footsteps resonating with a thunderous impact. The shoes he once wore now rendered useless, leaving only tattered remnants. With a powerful swing, the giant butcher's knife sliced through the air, aiming to cleave Yang Feng in two from above. So swift. The iron-like muscles belied clumsiness. Empowered by terrifying strength, the knife descended with a speed that rendered ordinary individuals incapable of reaction. Excellent! The air reverberated with a thunderous roar, and the glint of blades flashed menacingly. The edge of the colossal butcher's knife was riddled with countless deep gashes, all remnants of cleaving through bone. The palpable tension of battle sharpened Yang Feng's consciousness, heightening his awareness of time, as if it had been significantly enhanced. The sensation of time compressed around him, rendering everything in his surroundings seemingly slower. Yang Feng's pitch-black, mirror-like visage revealed an expression of intense exhilaration as he sensed the imminent danger of the descending blade. Indeed, this feeling was utterly intoxicating. In but a heartbeat, he could be cleaved in two. In the next instant, the butcher's knife could sever him, with death looming perilously close. Though Yang Feng's ghostly face bore no eyes, he felt the thrill of excitement flickering within him, relishing the sensation of teetering on the brink of death. Just a moment more, 0.01 seconds. Just a moment longer. Closer. As the butcher's knife was about to descend upon his ghostly visage, the perception of time nearly shattered, the feeling of impending death reaching its zenith. With a sudden twist of his foot, Yang Feng narrowly evaded the lethal blow at the last moment. A single strand of hair drifted away. Had he delayed by even a fraction longer, his head would surely have been cleaved apart. Intentional. He could have evaded the strike long before, yet he deliberately lingered until the final instant to escape. Deranged, twisted, mad. None of these words could adequately describe Yang Feng's recent frenzied behavior. He had nearly met his demise. How fascinating. Crouching aside, Yang Feng gasped for breath, intoxicated by the thrill of death's proximity, his lips unconsciously stretching into a grin that reached his ears. The butcher would not grant him the luxury of time to savor this. The massive knife swung horizontally, aiming to bisect him with brutal precision. Clang. Yang Feng's bone blade met the butcher's knife, the clash of metal producing a shower of sparks, the tremendous force nearly fracturing his wrist. The disparity in strength was immense. Yang Feng rapidly retreated, his feet pounding against the ground as he channeled the recoil into the earth. Yet still, an ache coursed through his arms, the drop of blood trickled down. His bone blade sustained injury, and his fingers twisted slightly, crimson droplets seeping through the torn gaps, his forearms still numb. What a thrill! This strike was indeed commendable. Yang Feng's face contorted further, relishing the relentless pressure exerted by his opponent. His entire body trembling involuntarily, as if afraid of the butcher before him. Instinctively, this body quaked in terror. Yet that very fear ignited a fierce battle spirit within him, compelling his body to unlock greater potential. This was the only way to survive. Tremble! Fear! Adrenaline surged. My body's potential was unearthed by the dread of death. The sensation of teetering on the edge of mortality, dancing along the blade's edge, was truly exhilarating in the decade of the apocalypse. No one could maintain their sanity. Yang Feng, once a mere waste, had been left behind by countless evolved beings. What right did he have to carve a bloody path and surpass those extraordinary powerhouses? Madness, what drove him was the unrestrained frenzy of infinite slaughter. It was my turn. Yang Feng felt his blood boil. Every cell in his body plunged into a state of frenzy with an uncanny grace. His footsteps danced nimbly, his bone blade shimmering with a sharp glint, evading the butcher's strikes while slicing at the armpit lifted in attack. Resilient, muscles robust, the sensation of the strike felt akin to cleaving through steel. The sinewy fibers of muscle entwined like twisted rebar. This blow merely left a shallow gash on the butcher. Roar! The butcher let out a furious bellow, wielding his knife with increased speed, while his other hand formed a fist, crashing down towards Yang Feng with ferocity. Dodge! The holographic imagery of the butcher's every muscle quivering, each shift in stance, and every angle of attack played vividly in Yang Feng's mind. Ha ha! Come again, come again. Come again! Yang Feng laughed maniacally, moving like a butterfly in flight, deftly avoiding the onslaught of strikes, evading every ferocious blow. Boom! The knife shattered the floor, cracks spreading like a spider's web. The deep blue, iron fist smashed through the wall, exposing the concrete and steel framework. The sheer power of the deep iron giant was evident in the marks of cleaving and impact within the meat shop. Each of the butcher's strikes was lethal. Had there been spectators, none would believe Yang Feng could prevail against such a monstrosity. Yet Yang Feng did not merely evade. Each time he dodged, each narrow escape from attack, each maniacal laugh, he wielded his sharp bone blade, striking the butcher time and again. Sturdy, muscles like rebar. If a single strike merely left a shallow cut, what about 10 or 100? Swoosh! A tearing sound echoed as one of the butcher's arms fell limp, unable to be lifted again. The muscle fibers and ligaments had been completely severed by Yang Feng, rendering one arm useless. Thud! A similar tearing sound followed as one of the butcher's legs buckled. The tendons at the heel severed, along with the ligaments behind the knee and the major muscles at the root of the leg, all entirely cut off. Roar! The butcher's furious howls echoed, one arm and one leg still crawling on the ground, desperate to crush the insignificant human before him. Sigh. I've grown weary of this. Without a threat, there is no enjoyment. Yang Feng exhaled a long breath, the exhilarating battle leaving him profoundly satisfied, but at this juncture, it had devolved into a one-sided slaughter. The outcome was clear. The now powerless deep iron giant could no longer provide him with pleasure. The next course of action was simple. Yang Feng moved behind the butcher, his bone claws severing its brainstem. Dark blood flowed forth, the ethereal essence shimmering with light, the deep blue markings fading, powerful energy retracing itself in a singular direction, ultimately coalescing into a deep blue corpse tumor. A rare blue sea pattern corpse tumor. Perfect for enhancing my physique. Chapter 15. Deep iron fiber apartment. Yang Feng returned to his room. Following the frenzied slaughter, his taut nerves relaxed slightly, waves of soreness inundating him, as if his bones were on the verge of disassembling. The corpse tumor, the deep iron giant's blue sea pattern rare corpse tumor, rested in his palm, shimmering under the light like a sapphire. The internal warped essence glimmering brilliantly. Organs, muscle enhancement. This corpse tumor was a supreme enhancer of muscle. Even in its juvenile form, the muscle fibers could withstand small-caliber firearms, and as its form continuously upgraded, it could nearly achieve perfect invulnerability to blades and bullets. Crack! Yang Feng crushed the corpse tumor, the resplendent deep blue essence enveloping his skin, permeating into his muscles, bringing waves of warmth. Soon, the warmth transformed into excruciating pain. Every muscle in his body erupted with intense, tearing sensations, as if countless worms wriggled beneath his skin or thousands of ants gnawed upon his flesh. Yang Feng's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat dotting his ashen face. It's going berserk. The power unleashed by the blue sea pattern rare corpse tumor surged within his body. It did not merely invade his muscles. It coiled around his bones, tightening its grip, even attempting to envelop his organs, aiming to utterly conquer this body. You little rascal, do you wish to rebel as well? Yang Feng's ghostly visage contorted, revealing a cruel fissure, his expression twisted and frenzied. Dark gold, like the demon king looking down upon the world. It exuded an innate bloodline suppression, an overwhelmingly terrifying dominance. Yang Feng's mouth curled into a sinister grin, a slick tongue protruding, licking his skin, conveying a signal of threat. I'll consume you, tear you apart. I shall chew through all ethereal essence, completely devouring you. The radiant azure essence immediately retreated from its invasive intentions that it obeyed like a well-behaved child, integrating itself into his muscles, fortifying its rightful territory. Powerful, robust, resilient, muscle fibers coalescing like steel rebar, deep iron fibers. Yang Feng acquired a third special organ, his entire musculature undergoing a unique enhancement, the muscle fibers exhibiting a deep blue luminescence concealed beneath his skin. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Yang Feng seized over 10 ordinary corpse tumors once more, devouring them entirely. The visage of the demon face, akin to a dark, mirror-like surface, shimmered with flecks of energy undergoing transformation. A significant portion of this energy was absorbed and converted, while a small fraction was reintegrated into its body, leading to a comprehensive enhancement. Although the extent of this enhancement was modest, it was remarkably stable, concurrently mending old injuries and rendering other organs more obedient. As a national-level top athlete, Yang Feng had previously consumed corpse tumors, elevating his physical prowess to that of a provincial-level athlete. This time, the reinvigorating energy facilitated yet another qualitative metamorphosis, excluding the specialized organs. His overall physical condition had ascended to the level of elite national athletes, nearing the utmost limits attainable by humankind. His respiratory and cardiac functions, bone density, reflex speed, and metabolic rate had all seen immense improvement. Reclining on his bed, Yang Feng succumbed to a deep slumber, his body expending the last vestiges of energy amidst a vigorous evolution In the afternoon, Yang Feng awoke after a sleep of over 10 hours. His body was covered in a layer of black residue, a mixture of sweat and expelled impurities forming large patches of dark scabs. The shower cascaded warm water, offering him a delightful sensation. The sweat and remnants peeled away, and through the bathroom window, he beheld his transformed physique, but he had grown significantly more robust. Originally somewhat slender, his body now displayed a healthy, slightly bulging musculature, a testament to the evolution of his muscle fibers. Very good, Yang Feng nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The dense iron fibers had been tempered by his elder brother's intimidation, preventing excessive growth. Otherwise, he would have morphed into a mass of muscle. This was not merely an aesthetic consideration. Excessively bulky muscles could compress bones, tear skin, and adversely affect the body's flexibility and coordination. This represented a tremendous enhancement. His strength had significantly increased, and his muscle fibers now possessed a degree of resilience sufficient to confront most unforeseen circumstances. Contemplating his combat capabilities, Yang Feng, who stood at the forefront of evolution, felt an inkling of invincibility. Sizzling sounds emanated from the hot oil as several steaks cooked simultaneously. A self-heating hot pot simmered nearby, while a multitude of sausages were sliced and a pot of rib soup was prepared. His appetite had surged. He devoured enough to sustain others for several days. Energy must be replenished through food. After a hearty meal, his previously fatigued and weakened body felt revitalized, brimming with vigor. Delightful. Yang Feng let out a satisfied belch. The thrill of battle, the exhilaration of slaughter, the ecstasy of evolution, and the joy of feasting all intertwined. Knock, knock, that a sound of knocking interrupted him. Yang Feng wiped his mouth and opened the door, revealing a stranger standing outside, visibly flustered and fearful of him. I reside on the 7th floor. That I knocked on your door this morning, but there was no response, so I waited until now. The man spoke, his demeanor awkward and anxious, aware of the rumors surrounding the formidable figure in room 405, who was said to resort to bloodshed over trivial disagreements. Cut to the chase. Yang Feng interrupted impatiently. What do you want? The matter is as follows. Jianfeng wishes to convey an invitation for you to visit the rooftop. The man stammered, his nervousness palpable as he repeatedly emphasized his hesitation to disturb Yang Feng, eager to demonstrate his sincerity and fear of retribution. Jianfeng. Yang Feng mused, recalling the name mentioned by Bai Ting. The property manager, during her last visit to collect supplies, he was the developer of nearby residential complexes, a chairman of a major corporation, known for his extensive business dealings. Such a prominent individual was indeed within the apartment complex. Was he inspecting operations or indulging in the rumored clandestine rendezvous with Miss Bai Ting? How intriguing it was that, amidst the apocalypse, a corporate magnate found himself trapped in an apartment. Yang Feng scoffed, a hint of mockery in his gaze, jesting. Do you think Mo Jianfeng has set up a love nest here, with manager Bai Ting residing nearby? The man momentarily froze, taken aback by the unexpectedly crude jest from the cold and ruthless Yang Feng. I don't know. He quickly shook his head, aware that even if he did, he would remain tight-lipped, adept at feigning ignorance. Crack, crack. Yang Feng twisted his neck, his eyes glimmering with disdain as he continued. Fine. Relay my message to him. If he wants me to do something, he should come down and speak for himself. Chapter 16. Money? Too hard. Dominance. The cataclysm had erupted, yet he still believed himself a corporate overlord. Yang Feng's words were undeniably domineering, disregarding any pretense of respect for the so-called big bosses or chairman. All right, I will go at once. The man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, hastily retreating as if fleeing from the presence of this calamity. Yang Feng dismissed the bothersome fly and shifted his gaze once more, but a striking beauty unexpectedly appeared before him. Su Man, to his astonishment, she, like other refugees, had taken refuge in the corner, huddled and with dimmed eyes. What are you doing here? Yang Feng inquired, curiosity piqued as he stepped closer to Su Man. I was driven out, she responded, shrinking back in fear, stammering with a mix of indignation and sorrow. Room 407. That seemingly pitiful mother and child, along with a few other refugees, had taken residence in her home, It was evident that Su Man was the easiest target for bullying. Ultimately, she was the one shunned and driven from her own abode. Reduced to a homeless wanderer, huddling with others in the shadows, a benevolent soul, Su Man provided clean towels, cooked food, offered hot water, and donated supplies, even allowing unfortunate refugees to stay in her home. And what was the outcome? Her kindness had not been rewarded. Instead, she lost everything, becoming a destitute refugee, scorned by all and labeled a harbinger of misfortune. 3 days. Merely the third day of the apocalypse, fragile humanity had already twisted into a monstrous form, its darker aspects sharpening with the passage of time. Keep it up, Yang Feng smirked, a hint of mockery in his smile as he patted Su Man's shoulder. In these times, being a saint is a thankless endeavor. Su Man understood the sarcasm in his words, biting her lip until crimson droplets formed, defiant. Her eyes sparkled with determination and resilience. Yet ultimately, she could only suppress her tears, turning away in silence. Not long after, commotion erupted in the corridor's safety passage. A man descended the stairs, surrounded by an adoring crowd. Clad in a tailored designer suit, his slightly graying hair meticulously styled, he appeared remarkably youthful for a man in his 50s. His posture upright and commanding. Jianfeng. This man was indeed the chairman of the group, overseeing the development of several local properties. Following closely behind him was property manager Bai Ting, accompanied by several burly men, including the one whose arm Yang Feng had severed. What a grand spectacle! Yang Feng lowered his gaze, a cold smirk escaping his lips. Jianfeng approached slowly. Years of navigating the turbulent waters of commerce had instilled in him a confidence that set him apart from ordinary individuals. A demeanor often mistaken for that of a superior. "Greetings, survivors," he announced, his tone steady and authoritative as he extended a hand in goodwill. Yang Feng glanced down, yet he had no intention of shaking his hand. With a derisive laugh, he turned to retreat into his room. "Come in, you." Bai Ting's eyes flared with indignation, furious at such disrespect directed toward her boss, whom she was accustomed to revering. Yang Feng turned back, his icy gaze slicing through Bai Ting and the hulking man behind her. "Careful with your words." Bai Ting suddenly recalled the terror she had felt when confronting Yang Feng yesterday, the memory of the severed arm still fresh in her mind. "Do not fear that I am here," Jianfeng reassured her, placing a steadying hand on her shoulder, his words imbued with a reassuring weight. Indeed, with the chairman present, Bai Ting felt her trepidation dissipate significantly, her mind racing with anticipation of how her esteemed boss would deal with this impudent young man. Yang Feng's room was in disarray, littered with numerous food packaging strewn haphazardly across the floor, an array of greasy bowls and chopsticks left unwashed, cluttering the table, but he lay back in a chair, gesturing to the others to make themselves comfortable. Yet there was no second seat available, leaving Jianfeng awkwardly standing, like a sycophantic dog eager to please his superior. The man responsible for relaying messages hurriedly fetched a chair from outside, respectfully placing it behind Jianfeng. Jianfeng felt a twinge of displeasure as he sat upon the chair his subordinate had brought. He retrieved a box of cigarettes from his pocket. The custom metal case adorned with a series of elegant English inscriptions, each cigarette a bespoke masterpiece. With a crisp sound, Bai Ting stepped forward, using an exquisite diamond-encrusted lighter to light his cigarette with an intimate gesture. However, Yang Feng merely scoffed coldly, casually picking up an apple, rubbing it briefly before biting into it with abandon. "Speak plainly. Are you here to flaunt, or for some other purpose?" The words nearly choked Jianfeng. Bai Ting was about to retort, but her boss, Jianfeng, gestured for her to hold her tongue. He turned to retrieve a small notebook from his pocket, along with a custom-made golden pen, and began to inscribe something within. "I wish to discuss a business proposition with you," Jianfeng stated, tearing off the top page of the notebook and extending it towards Yang Feng. It was a check, a sum of 10 million. For an ordinary person, 10 million was a staggering figure, an amount one might toil a lifetime to earn. "This is an advance payment. Should you ensure my safety before help arrives, I will provide you with another check. The amount left to your discretion." Jianfeng was not there merely to exact revenge on his subordinates. He sought to buy Yang Feng's allegiance with money. Yang Feng examined the check with great care. 10 million was indeed a substantial sum. This is the first time I have seen such a check, and the first time I have encountered so much money. Like a rustic bumpkin, he held the check up to the sunlight for a closer inspection. Mo Jianfeng chuckled. No matter how formidable an individual may be, they are merely a brave fool. What is individual courage worth against the power of capital? Regrettably, money has lost its value. This piece of paper is scarcely fit for wiping. Yang Feng turned, grasping the ends of the check and effortlessly tearing it in two, simultaneously shredding Mo Jianfeng's pride. In open humiliation. This was a public slap to the face. Chapter 17. It is not tomorrow, nor the future, but the present. Money, prior to the apocalypse, it was indeed a valuable asset. Once disaster struck, however, civil order was utterly dismantled, and money became nothing more than scraps of worthless paper, devoid of any purchasing power. Just 3 days had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and many still clung to unrealistic fantasies about the future, believing that money could still be utilized as before, that civilization would surely be restored, and order reinstated. The money in their hands would once again hold value, allowing them to purchase freely as they once did. Such wishful thinking was present in varying degrees among everyone, and Mo Jianfeng exploited this mindset to paint grand illusions for others. I will give you 10 million, and in the future, a house that I will grant you the shops on that commercial street. You could be your own boss. That popular bar will soon be yours. Once help arrives, we can sign the paperwork. Mo Jianfeng's continual promises persuaded many robust individuals to follow him, to pledge their loyalty. Yet Yang Feng understood deeply that in a world stripped of civil order, the currency of yesteryear had become utterly obsolete. Perhaps a new monetary system would emerge in due time, but it would no longer be the flimsy paper held by the wealthy. It would be the corpses that could evolve and strengthen. Spare me your delusions. Open your eyes and observe your surroundings. The streets, the alleys, the supermarkets, the banks, all are overrun with monsters. Yang Feng smirked wickedly. Do you truly believe that these flimsy pieces of paper, harder than toilet paper, can procure goods from the hands of the undead? Yang Feng tore the check asunder, publicly slapping Mo Jianfeng's face once again, demolishing the illusions he had constructed. Anxiety rippled through the crowd. If everyone believed that the money Mo Jianfeng possessed had become worthless, who would still be willing to serve him? With his core interests threatened, Mo Jianfeng erupted in anger, slamming his palm heavily on the table. His demeanor shifted from refined to menacing as he bared his teeth in a threatening grin. There are over 30 men in this building willing to serve me. All resources are under my control. I know you are formidable, but how many can you take on alone? Having failed to entice with promises, Mo Jianfeng resorted to intimidation, his voice darkening. It is not too late to join us. A born leader, he commanded respect, and Bai Ting, along with the surrounding burly security, regarded him with admiration. Most individuals would struggle to withstand such coercive tactics and ultimately capitulate. You threaten me? Yang Feng's response exceeded everyone's expectations. He retracted his playful demeanor, his expression turning cold. His gaze glinted. Jianfeng's face turned ashen, clearly startled by the terrifying scene before him, despite having navigated the tumultuous waters of the business world for many years. Encountering every conceivable storm, he had never before encountered a monster like Yang Feng. Clatter, clatter. The surrounding bodyguards dropped their weapons one by one, hastily retreating in fear. What a joke! While money holds significance, life is singular. With steel rods crushed to mere discs, charging forward would surely lead to a shattered skull. The first to flee was the burly man who had lost an arm. He had already tasted Yang Feng's terror and had no desire to experience it a second time. Even Bai Ting, the ever-loyal general manager, cowered in the corner, her mouth covered, overwhelmed with panic. Don't force my hand. Mo Jianfeng bellowed, his eyes flashing with menace as he revealed his second trump card, a gun. Suddenly, he drew a handgun, aiming it at Yang Feng. Chapter 18. The Fortunate Failure at a Gun. In Huagua, firearms are prohibited. Mo Jianfeng, the chairman of the board, truly had connections that spanned the heavens to procure such a weapon. Stay back. Mo Jianfeng trembled as he gripped the gun. Yet, the presence of the firearm emboldened him slightly, revealing a hint of ruthlessness on his face. "I do not wish to take a life. Do not compel me to pull the trigger." Mo Jianfeng's expression grew grotesque, his previously calm demeanor now marred by trembling pupils that swayed like the earth in an earthquake. He lacked the courage to squeeze the trigger. "I see now. You lack the fortitude to pull the trigger." Yang Feng halted, displaying not a shred of fear in the face of the gun's muzzle. Rather, a more exhilarated smile spread across his face. Brimming with mockery, "You exert such effort to acquire a handgun, yet you fear killing. You possess not even this modicum of courage that turns out you are merely a coward, blessed by luck, stumbling upon success. Yet at your core, you remain a failure." Yang Feng appeared mad, yet he had long since perceived everything, able to see through the essence of a person. Courage. This is an essential trait of the successful. Mo Jianfeng, who seemed so accomplished, running a vast enterprise with everyone bowing and scraping before him, was in reality merely fortunate. He had not encountered significant failure or setbacks, merely a coward who continuously succeeded. When faced with true peril, he hesitated and faltered, sinking into despair. "Pull the trigger." Yang Feng beckoned with a finger, his face contorted with excitement and malice, shouting so fiercely that Mo Jianfeng nearly dropped the gun. "What? Yang Feng actually urges me to shoot. A madman, an absolute madman." Mo Jianfeng shivered, nearly discarding the firearm in his fright. "Shoot. Let me witness your resolve. Let's see if I perish from your bullet or if I reduce you to a pulp." In that moment, Yang Feng reveled in the thrill, akin to a crazed gambler savoring the rush. Interesting to wager one's life and find it amusing. Mo Jianfeng was truly rendered speechless. He had never encountered such madness. In a fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Power, wealth, and loyal subordinates could not save him. In this life-and-death game of madness, he felt like an ant, entirely at the mercy of the man before him. "Do not force me, do not force me, do not force me." Mo Jianfeng trembled, despite being the one with the gun. He retreated until his back pressed against the wall. There was no escape, no retreat. "Coward, weakling, a failure. You still dare not pull the trigger?" Yang Feng, under the gun's aim, was the true master of the situation, approaching Mo Jianfeng with a menacing and exhilarated grin. "Then I shall advance and crush your skull like a watermelon." Desperation that Mo Jianfeng had reached the point where he had to fire. Fearfully, he shut his eyes, pointing the gun at Yang Feng and randomly pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The shots rang out, sparks flying as spent cartridges clattered to the ground, releasing puffs of smoke. Only when the magazine was empty did Mo Jianfeng dare to open his eyes, but what he beheld next plunged him into the depths of despair. He had not fallen. Yang Feng had taken a dozen bullets, yet remained standing. He extended his arms, entirely shielding his face, the bullets piercing his skin, leaving tiny holes from which crimson liquid flowed. Yet beneath his skin was a layer of deep blue muscle. Strong fibers deflecting the bullets. Deep iron fibers. This was a unique muscular organ, robust enough to withstand small-caliber bullets. How could this be? Mo Jianfeng was utterly shocked, his pupils constricting as he struggled to believe the scene before him. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets, unable to breach the muscle, fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound that shattered Mo Jianfeng's psychological defenses. His confidence was obliterated in that instant. His dignity was annihilated in that moment. Fear gripped him like a suffocating hand around his heart, forcing this failed success to abandon his lofty position and kneel in submission. "Spare me. I beg you, spare me. I am willing to give you all my money. All my resources," he cried, tears streaming down his face, mingling with snot, his once proud demeanor utterly shattered. Mo Jianfeng sought desperately for a lifeline. Glancing at his mistress, he quickly added, "I will give you Bai Ting." Upon hearing this, Bai Ting's face drained of color. Was this truly the chairman she had revered? The same man who orchestrated the tides of commerce, brimming with confidence and pride? Ah, what a satisfaction! Every time I witness you so-called elites groveling and weeping, it fills me with immense satisfaction. Yang Feng's eyes glinted with deeper mockery. Having utterly dismantled the psychological defenses of a powerful figure, the exhilaration surged through his mind to its limits. "However, I must admit, I preferred your previous defiance. Yang Feng approached Mo Jianfeng, gripping his neck with one hand, lifting him slowly. Bored now, it had lost its intrigue. With a slight exertion, there was a sound akin to shattering porcelain. And the once mighty tycoon simply slumped, lifeless, cast aside like refuse, his face still etched with the pleading of a beggar. Such madness! All present regarded Yang Feng with profound fear. What was most terrifying was not his incredible strength, but rather his complete, unhinged madness. No one could fathom his intentions, nor predict how insane his next action would be. Yet this madness was not mere impulsiveness. It was all meticulously orchestrated. Those cold, sharp eyes penetrated the most vulnerable part of the human heart. Having already seen through you! Bang, bang, bang! Bai Ting trembled without a moment's hesitation. She immediately knelt, bowing her head. Do not kill me. I beg you, do not kill me. I will do anything. She was genuinely terrified, tears cascading down her cheeks. Pooling on the floor, the remaining bodyguards, having discarded their weapons and unable to escape, hastily knelt as well, trembling in fear, dreading that they might be the next to perish. Yang Feng, however, merely smiled. Do not be afraid. I am not a sadist who revels in killing. Chapter 19. The Big Stick and the Carrot. Oh, spare me. I acted solely under Mo Jianfeng's orders. Collecting resources was his idea. If you are displeased, I shall return the food to the people. Bai Ting pleaded, weeping profusely, shifting all blame onto the deceased Mo Jianfeng. From a position of superiority, Yang Feng stood, observing the woman at his feet, continually bowing. This woman, in her 30s, exuded the allure of mature femininity, yet beneath that exterior lay a venomous heart. She was sycophantic towards her superiors while treating subordinates as mere refuse, employing every means to exploit them. Such a woman deserved death, yet she was also of use. Did I instruct you to return the resources? Yang Feng's voice startled Bai Ting, causing her to hesitate and raise her head, her mind calculating. Are you implying? Bai Ting's eyes brightened as she grasped Yang Feng's intent. I understand. These resources are yours. The entire apartment building, with nearly all residents, had received the news in advance, stockpiling an abundance of food and supplies. After collecting these provisions, Bai Ting had nearly filled several rooms. If distributed judiciously, it would suffice to sustain the apartment for an extended period. If everyone endured a little hardship together, surviving for a few months would be entirely feasible. Boss Yang Feng, I shall heed your every command from now on. Whatever you wish for me to do, I shall do. Bai Ting climbed the social ladder, shifting forward on her knees, almost crawling at Yang Feng's feet, wishing to kiss his shoes. Yang Feng's gaze was piercing. His original plan was for the neighbors to hoard grain while he hoarded the neighbors. This somewhat tedious step was completed by Bai Ting and Mo Jianfeng's group, saving him the trouble and allowing him to conserve more time for hunting. Management is a troublesome affair. I have no desire to oversee the trivialities within the apartment. Hence, I shall leave it to you. Yang Feng's tone was frigid, and upon hearing this, Bai Ting's face lit up with joy, bowing repeatedly before him, her body rubbing against his pant leg like a dog. Thank you, Boss Yang Feng. You lot. Why don't you express your gratitude to the boss as well? Bai Ting, having regained power, immediately began to wield it, summoning all the bodyguards to pledge their loyalty to Yang Feng. Thank you, Boss Yang Feng. Thank you, Boss Yang Feng. The surrounding bodyguards displayed sycophantic smiles, swiftly transforming from Mo Jianfeng's protectors to loyal servants of Yang Feng, at the very least, ensuring their survival in this dire situation. It was a poignant reminder of the reality of the apocalypse, where the strong are revered and the victors reign supreme. Should one possess absolute power, mere moments can turn enemies into eager subordinates. Well, Yang Feng nodded, relieved to have alleviated much of his burden. What is the current status of food distribution? He resumed his seat, contemplating the next course of action. The residents had just surrendered their supplies. To avoid inciting public outrage, each individual would receive 2 to 3 bags of instant noodles, along with either a sausage or a marinated egg. Bai Ting hastily responded. This quantity of provisions might barely satiate those with modest appetites. Yet in the resource-scarce world of the apocalypse, it could be deemed a charitable act. Should we increase the supply, Bai Ting timidly raised her head, stealing glances at Yang Feng as she attempted to gauge his thoughts. Too much. Yang Feng's eyes were icy, yet the smile at the corner of his mouth bore a cruel edge. Demon. Bai Ting clenched her fists, wondering if Yang Feng intended to further reduce the supplies. We can cut back on one sausage. Residents can receive 2 bags of instant noodles daily, or 1 bag paired with an equivalent amount of other food. Bai Ting spoke hesitantly, glancing at Yang Feng again. Sensing his continued dissatisfaction. Still too much. Yang Feng's smile appeared even more savage to the onlookers. Bai Ting trembled. Yang Feng's methods were more ruthless than the most exploitative capitalist, exhibiting a reckless disregard akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Only 1 bag of instant noodles per day? They can't possibly survive on so little. Bai Ting raised her head, almost certain that the apartment's residents would inevitably rise in rebellion, just after surrendering a vast stockpile of supplies. They were now being allotted a mere bag of instant noodles each day, a quantity that would barely sustain even a DOG. 1 bag of instant noodles insufficient. Yang Feng scoffed, recalling some painful memories. The most brutal of encampments where the food supply was completely severed, leaving a sea of corpses, let alone a single bag of instant noodles. Even roots stained with dirt were considered a delicacy, leading to the grim necessity of boiling the deceased for sustenance. Bending down, Yang Feng picked up a handgun from the floor, the very one belonging to Mo Jianfeng. He turned around and seized Bai Ting by her hair, forcing her to meet his gaze. This is a gun.It's yours now. You know how to use it, don't you? With his other hand, he placed the gun into Bai Ting's grasp, his smile transforming into something more sinister, akin to a fiend from the depths of hell. Demon. He is a true demon. I will do as you say. Bai Ting clutched the gun, her eyes filled with despair. After announcing this news, she would stand against all the residents. Of course, those who obey you will receive more food. Feel free to gather more manpower as per Mo Jianfeng's orders, and firmly control the entire apartment, a stick and a carrot. Yang Feng was well versed in this tactic. After the stick, a little sweetness was essential. Upon hearing this, Bai Ting's eyes sparkled, realizing that with these words, she and her bodyguard subordinates will be able to eat their fill. Finally, Yang Feng grasped Bai Ting's cheeks and turned her face towards Mo Jianfeng's lifeless body, which served as a chilling warning. Remember this. My words must be followed without question. Yang Feng refrained from uttering the word otherwise, for the consequences were already evident. Disobedience led only to death, I understand. I understand. I am but your dog, the most obedient of dogs. Bai Ting nodded fervently, resembling a chick pecking at grains. And then, like a dog, she wagged her tail in a plea before Yang Feng. Soon, Bai Ting and several bodyguards dragged Mo Jianfeng's corpse from the room. Not long after their departure, an enraging announcement echoed throughout the building. Starting today, food distribution would be reduced to a single bag of instant noodles. Fury erupted among the residents, who were so incensed that they could hardly contain their anger, ready to brandish kitchen knives and demand an explanation from Bai Ting. Within half an hour, the entire apartment was in an uproar as homeowners gathered en masse. Heading towards the floor where Bai Ting was located, Chapter 20. Alien invasion anger surged like a tide, righteous indignation ablaze. Every household received the news. Residents are to receive only 1 bag of instant noodles daily. Why should this be so? I donated 2 bags of rice, 3 bags of flour, and 5 boxes of instant noodles, and now I'm allotted just 1 bag daily? Damn it, do they think I'm easy to bully? Those in the apartment who had remained silent and compliant finally erupted. Some rushed out with kitchen knives, their eyes ablaze with fury. Families banded together, wielding pots and pans as weapons, joining the ranks of the rebellion. The more people gathered, the bolder they became. The more individuals present, the more opportunities to exploit the chaos. The 3rd floor roared, the 4th floor ignited, the 5th floor surged, the 6th floor erupted. The emergency stairwell was packed with various individuals clamoring to ascend and confront Bai Ting. The more people there are, the more courage they possess. Though they may have hidden like turtles in their homes, oppression breeds resistance. Yang Feng leaned against the doorframe, observing the farcical commotion in the corridor with an expectant smile. He wondered if Bai Ting and her group could withstand it. On the 19th floor, the stockpiling area brimmed with food and resources resembling small mountains. More than 30 robust men stood guard near the emergency staircase, brandishing clubs and blades, nervously confronting the residents. Everyone, please remain calm. Allow me to explain slowly. We have reduced the distribution of supplies for specific reasons, Bai Ting shouted into a small megaphone, striving to maintain order, though the tense atmosphere had already drenched her forehead in sweat. To hell with your reasons. I want my supplies and food back right now. I refuse to donate any longer. Return my provisions. Many stormed out of the corridor, brandishing various weapons, shoving and jostling, claiming a significant portion of the passageway. There were too many people. While Bai Ting's subordinates numbered around 30, the residents combined totaled several 100.2 fists cannot combat a sea of hands. Though the bodyguard were physically strong, they could hardly take on 10 opponents each. Ting Jia, we're struggling to hold our ground. There are too many. What should we do? A burly bodyguard whispered from the back, fear gripping their hearts as they worried that if the crowd surged forward, they would be left to face the consequences. The anticipated reinforcements had yet to arrive, and we must conserve every grain of food and distribute according to need, Bai Ting shouted loudly, yet her words lacked any persuasive power. Damn it, this shameless woman just wants to hoard our supplies. Brothers, let us charge. We have the numbers. A rousing cheer erupted from the emergency stairwell, igniting a fervor among the masses to push forward. There was no turning back. Bai Ting felt overwhelmed. She drew the gun from her bag, aiming it at the crowd. A gun. She has a gun. Panic rippled through the throngs, especially among the refugees at the forefront, who began to retreat, fearing they might be the first to be shot. Don't retreat. She only has one gun. Can she truly take us all on? Amidst the chaos, an absurd scene unfolded as those at the front recoiled in an attempt to evade the gunfire, while those behind pushed forward with fervor, secure in the belief that the bullets could not reach them. After all, if death were to come, it would be the unfortunate souls at the forefront who would meet their demise first. The clatter of weapons fell to the ground, producing a sharp sound as many stumbled in the tumult. The initial fervor of the crowd diminished by half, and a palpable tension filled the air. A few exchanged glances, steeling themselves to intimidate once more. The gun was loaded, the safety off, and the magazine replenished. Although Bai Ting had never fired a weapon before, she had seen her fair share of action films and knew how to squeeze the trigger. With a resounding bang, she raised her hand and fired a shot into the ceiling. The sound echoed through the corridor, causing fragments of debris to rain down, startling everyone into instinctive retreat. This was no mere bluff. Real bullets were at play. I shall reiterate, resources will be allocated according to need, so I urge you not to incite unrest. Otherwise, the bullets show no mercy. Bai Ting redirected her aim towards the refugees. Those in her sights, recognizing the threat, promptly discarded their weapons and frantically sought cover. As the two factions bickered, a greater peril stealthily approached. Outside the apartment, the cacophony drew a swarm of monsters, while the rotting corpses could not penetrate the premises. Certain aberrations lurking in the shadows were alerted to the apartment's presence. The blaring horns, the tumult, and that final gunshot all signified an abundance of food within the building in the dim corners. Several grotesque creatures stirred, their misshapen bodies inching towards the apartment walls. The crawling beasts, classified as stage, growth, rarity, green emerald, were the result of a mutation from a large canine species, possessing immense muscular strength that even tore through their own skin. Notably, these creatures excelled at climbing, swiftly maneuvering along the building's exterior in search of concealed prey. A beast, nearly 2 meters in height, followed the den, its massive claws sinking into the outer wall, relentlessly scaling upward. 5 of these monsters encircled the side of the apartment building, their shadows occasionally passing by the windows, forming a dark veil. Meanwhile, Yang Feng awaited the unfolding drama, yet suddenly sensed an unusual threat. His keen instincts detected a rustling sound from outside the wall, rapidly escalating. The confrontation between Bai Ting and the refugees had reached a fever pitch, neither side willing to yield, each hesitant to strike first and risk becoming the target. Then an earth-shattering crash resounded as a glass window outside the emergency exit shattered. A colossal shadow loomed, and a muscular arm with deadly claws pierced through someone's body. Amidst the chaos, screams erupted as the unfortunate soul was violently pulled outside, followed by the horrific sound of tearing flesh, crimson liquid cascading like rain. What is happening? Panic ensued in the safety corridor. This was merely the beginning. The monsters, having tasted blood, launched their assault, shattering windows on different floors. With anguished cries filling the air. Monsters, the creatures have breached the premises. Chapter 21. Tigers amongst sheep, the crawling beasts, towering over 2 meters, smashed through the glass, leaving exaggerated cracks in the walls. The structure began to crumble, revealing the reinforced concrete beneath as the colossal beasts squeezed their way inside. This was truly a case of tigers among sheep. Their razor-sharp claws, exceeding 50 centimeters, slashed through the crowd without hesitation. With each swipe, blood sprayed and dismembered body parts littered the corridor. The stench of gore overwhelming. Slimy organic matter flowed, mingling with vibrant, grotesque remnants, causing many to slip and fall. Monsters! Monsters! The scene unfolded like a hellscape as the crawling beasts continued their pursuit of humanity. Their gaping maws feasting on flesh, the horrific sounds of chewing echoing in the air. The refugees, akin to ants on a hot skillet, flailed in confusion, shoving one another in their desperate escape, helplessly witnessing their kin being torn apart. Some were rendered catatonic by the gruesome spectacle, trembling and paralyzed on the ground, unable to control their bodies. A few astute individuals dashed towards the corridor, seeking refuge in the various rooms, attempting to barricade themselves against the onslaught. The crawling beasts roared in frenzied delight. Within mere minutes, the corridor became a canvas of crimson that a figure emerged amidst the chaos. While others fled, he surged forward, seemingly unafraid of the lurking horrors, advancing deliberately towards them. Yang Feng wore a twisted, malevolent grin, tinged with excitement, instinctively licking his lips. The dark, smooth visage of his mask enveloped his face, projecting a holographic image within his mind, transforming all information into a multidimensional state. Excellent point. 5 aberrations. This saves me the trouble of hunting tonight. In Yang Feng's eyes, the crawling beast became his quarry, a fortuitous opportunity, and a massive crawling beast sensed his approach, turning slowly to crouch, assuming a menacing posture. It could discern that its opponent was unlike the usual prey. With a deafening roar, the beast lunged forward, its 3 razor-sharp claws poised to cleave Yang Feng in two with a flash of cold light. The sound of metal clashing reverberated. Sparks flew as a colossal claw was hurled into the air, crashing down with a thunderous thud. Filthy ichor splattered as one of the beast's forelimbs was severed at the root. Bone blades, stage, growth. Yang Feng's fingers, tipped with slender yet sharp bone blades, had executed the strike that dismembered the crawling beast's limb. You have claws. I have bone blades. The creature howled in agony, its tone drastically different now. Yang Feng, well versed in the intricacies of the apocalypse, understood it was calling for reinforcements. Indeed, the aberrations were not mindless beasts devoid of awareness. Having undergone a peculiar mutation, they possessed a rudimentary intellect, capable of cooperative hunting akin to a wolf pack. Yang Feng recalled the details on the crawling beasts. Had the canine genes activated? These creatures, social in nature and endowed with the essence of their ancestral lineage, instinctively recalled the hunting tactics of wolves, all etched into their DNA. Crack. The walls echoed with the sound of shattering as another crawling beast clung to the ceiling, swiftly descending like a giant gecko to assist its kin. Not only that, but from higher floors of the emergency exit, the rapid patter of additional crawling beasts was audible, the third one racing towards the scene with utmost urgency. The hunt. Yang Feng's smile widened with exhilaration. The more formidable the challenge, the greater the potential unleashed within him. I'll deal with you first. Yang Feng charged forward, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the injured crawling beast. However, the creature hanging from the ceiling lunged to protect its wounded companion, leaping towards Yang Feng. Their coordination was surprisingly seamless. Then I'll take you down first. Yang Feng observed the massive shadow descending, shifting his stance abruptly, retracting his bone blades, preparing to meet the attack with sheer strength. With muscles taut as steel cables, he unleashed an unparalleled force, the sound of crackling resonating through the air. With a shoulder throw, Yang Feng adjusted his angle, channeling all his strength into a twisting motion. His hands like vice grips, locking onto the crawling beast's forelimbs. With a twist of his waist and a thrust of his hips, he hurled the beast forward with tremendous force. The sound of destruction echoed through the corridor. The enormous reptilian creature, towering over 2 meters in length, was unexpectedly thrown to the ground by Yang Feng with a powerful shoulder throw. The edges of the staircase shattered instantaneously, splintering into fragments, while the half-section of the steps became riddled with a myriad of cracks, revealing the concrete structure within. This single blow was sufficient to demonstrate the immense strength possessed by Yang Feng, as well as the exquisite finesse of his combat techniques. Strength, courage, patience, and skill, combined with an overwhelming ferocity, rendered the creature dazed and disoriented. Faintly, the sound of shattering porcelain could be heard as the staircase's edges crumbled, and it was evident that the creature had also suffered numerous broken bones. Die. Yang Feng cackled maniacally, delivering a vicious punch to the incapacitated reptilian beast, striking its temple with force. Bone blades protruded. 5 slender and sharp bone shards pierced through one side of its temple and emerged from the massive cranium on the opposite side, instantly claiming its life. Here it comes again that a multidimensional analysis of information enveloped another reptilian creature, the one with a severed forelimb, taking advantage of its companion's demise, ruthlessly launched an attack. As it swung its claws, it opened its gaping maw, ready to bite Yang Feng, its sharp teeth densely packed and closing in rapidly a gap. This was a moment of opportunity for Yang Chapter 23, the humanoid monster, as the door creaked open. Yang Feng's silhouette gradually materialized before the crowd. Bai Ting, her hands trembling uncontrollably around her firearm, found herself rendered speechless by the man who stood before her. Yang Feng strolled casually into the corridor. As though completely unfazed by the situation, he even turned back, scraping the soles of his shoes against the doorframe to wipe off the viscous mud, as if he had just emerged from a rain-soaked mire. This seemingly mundane action caused some onlookers to retch on the spot. Ugh! Ugh! What appeared to be mud was, in fact, the soles of his shoes smeared with thick, crimson viscera mixed with shattered organic matter, creating a grotesque semblance of filth. Close the door, Yang Feng. There are monsters outside. Quickly shut the door. Bai Ting's stomach churned, yet her instinct for survival eclipsed her fear. It seemed that sealing the corridor's door, thereby cutting off the route to safety, was the only way to quell the collective despair. There's no need for that. Yang Feng's eyes glinted with a hint of mockery as he shrugged. Those monsters have already fled, and the few that remained have been eliminated. Fled? Eliminated? His words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, as if he were recounting a trivial task. What? Bai Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. It was inconceivable that the monstrous being she had witnessed, massive enough to obscure an entire window and towering over 2 meters, could simply vanish from a distance. The grotesque creatures appeared only slightly smaller than a car. Even if they barreled through, the surviving refugees would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Moreover, a mere swipe of their claws could tear a person to shreds, and their cavernous jaws could sever a torso in an instant, swallowing a whole. The feeble attempts of humans wielding sticks and blades would amount to nothing more than a tickle against such titans. Such monsters would flee. Such monsters could perish. Come and see for yourself. You'll understand. Yang Feng beckoned Bai Ting and several bodyguards to follow him downstairs. What? Bai Ting shook her head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. She was far too terrified to descend. No, I won't go down. The horrific image of the creature's rampage flooded her mind, and the suffocating dread surged forth. Even with an extra ounce of courage, she could not bring herself to venture downstairs. Yang Feng's gaze hardened, his chilling, razor-sharp eyes sweeping over the group. They suddenly remembered that this man was a demon, a butcher who would kill without a second thought. Disobeying his orders could very well lead to a more gruesome demise. All right, Bai Ting hesitated for a moment before finally resolving to follow, her grip on the gun trembling as she trailed behind Yang Feng. The bodyguards exchanged glances, and after a moment's deliberation, they too fell in line behind him. Ugh. The stench within the safety corridor was overwhelming. That a riot of colors, various shades of pink and green, coated the steps with a sticky organic residue, while mangled corpses littered the space. The pungent assault on their senses caused Yang Feng's companions to retch violently. "The safety corridor needs to be cleaned," he stated matter-of-factly. "You lot are responsible for it. The compensation for your efforts can be slightly increased." The bodyguards' faces turned ashen at the prospect. Such a task was a form of mental pollution. No amount of food could compensate for the trauma it inflicted upon their psyches. Yang Feng continued his descent. The remains of the crawling beast soon came into view. "Monsters!" Bai Ting couldn't help but exclaim. Her composure shattered at the sight of the massive aberrations. With a swift motion, Yang Feng seized the gun from her grasp, preventing her from acting rashly in her heightened emotional state. "Look closely. They are already dead." Yang Feng's tone was devoid of emotion as he delivered the cruel truth. The three creatures, each the size of a compact car, lay lifeless on the ground, an inconceivable spectacle. "They're dead." Bai Ting's eyes widened as she confirmed that the monstrous beings remained motionless, taking a considerable time to accept this reality. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Bai Ting whirled around, her gaze filled with renewed terror as she looked at Yang Feng. "You mean to say you killed all the monsters?" The implications were clear from Yang Feng's demeanor, but he exhibited no signs of anxiety, treating the monsters as inconsequential. The real truth was that he had indeed dispatched them all. Yet, he shook his head. "Not all. 2 managed to escape." What a pity. This statement left everyone speechless, their shock immeasurable. What a pity. What was he lamenting? Was he truly regretting that he had not eradicated every last one of the monsters? Was that not absurd? This implied that even creatures like the crawling beast would flee upon encountering Yang Feng. Who, then, was the true monster? The humanoid monster. Yang Feng was the real aberration. Bai Ting and the surrounding bodyguards regarded Yang Feng with newfound apprehension. Initially, he was merely a ruthless individual. Later, after eliminating Mo Jianfeng, he became an untouchable psychopath. Now, after vanquishing 3 crawling beasts, he transcended human understanding, emerging as a true humanoid monster. Thud Point, one of the bodyguards, knelt before Yang Feng. This was the very captain who had lost an arm at Yang Feng's hands just days prior. He was frightened, genuinely terrified. "Yang Feng, I failed to recognize your might and offended you. I bow an apology." Thud, 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 he repeatedly bowed low, striking his head against the ground until blood flowed freely. "What is your name?" Yang Feng inquired, raising an eyebrow with interest. "My name is Miao Zhuang." The bloody Miao Zhuang slowly lifted his face. Fear and anxiety etched deeply into his features. "Don't take it personally. I harbor no particular feelings towards you." Yang Feng waved dismissively. "I merely see you as a passing insect." Such nonchalant words were not meant to insult him. They were simply the truth. Whether Miao Zhuang lived or died held no significance for Yang Feng. He was but an insignificant insect, easily crushed if Yang Feng were in a foul mood, and spared if he felt inclined. "Thank you, I am but an insect. Thank you for your mercy, I will dedicate myself to serving you." Miao Zhuang's expression brightened at these words, and he bowed several more times. Seemingly elated to be labeled an insect, for it meant he could live, at least for the time being. "These remains need to be removed and incinerated. The rest is up to you." Yang Feng gestured toward the carcasses of the crawling beasts before turning his attention to Bai Ting. "Additionally, Bai Ting, I have a few matters to discuss with you." Chapter 24. A gracious return of few matters, hundreds, thousands, whatever it may be. Bai Ting had no choice but to comply, for the consequences of refusal were unimaginable. Many lives were lost this time. You should find it easier to exploit the refugees. Yang Feng bore no psychological burden, his gaze cold and detached, as though human lives were merely numbers to him. They should accept a pack of instant noodles each day. Bai Ting shuddered, hesitating for a moment before a more malevolent glimmer sparked in her eyes. "And with so many dead, we can save even more food." Yang Feng frowned slightly. Saving food was not his goal. It was merely a part of his plan. Human life is worthless. Those cowering in their rooms, trembling like turtles, merely waiting to die, have no value. Yang Feng cast a glance beyond the corridor. The apartment hall stretched long, lined with numerous rooms, many of which harbored the worthless weaklings hiding within. Bai Ting, eager to appease, opened her mouth to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Yang Feng. "Yet human life is valuable. Those who dare to fight, muster the courage to confront monsters and struggle for survival in this apocalypse possess immense worth. Yang Feng lamented, his eyes glinting with a sharp light. As if concocting an even grander scheme that I wished to propose a trade, a slight smile crept across Yang Feng's lips as he produced a small, tumor-like object that resembled a miniature heart, still warm to the touch. What is this? Bai Ting's eyes widened in astonishment. The grotesque lump seemed repugnant, yet it exuded an air of mystery, with a faint phosphorescent substance flowing within a corpse tumor. This is the most basic form of corpse tumor, extracted from the cranial cavity of a decaying corpse. Yang Feng's smile took on a more sinister edge as he continued, I require these little tumors, and I am willing to exchange supplies and food for them. The corpse tumor, Bai Ting swallowed hard, likely grasping Yang Feng's intent. Her eyes were filled with terror. If she understood correctly, the refugees were required to slay monsters in order to secure more supplies. Yang Feng's gaze flickered, his smile becoming increasingly sinister as he continued to explain. People are ravenous, and a single corpse tumor can be exchanged for 10 packets of instant noodles. Quite a bargain. I assent to it? Bai Ting's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her body trembling uncontrollably as she finally comprehended the grim reality. You want the refugees to hunt those monsters? It dawned on her that hoarding all the resources was not Yang Feng's true aim. Rather, amassing a significant number of corpse tumors was his real plan. This devilish man intentionally reduced food distribution, plunging everyone into a state of hunger, all to motivate them to engage in a deadly struggle against the monsters. Yang Feng remained non-committal, still wearing a cruel and grotesque smile as he continued. There is plenty of food available. Steaks, pork, chicken legs, red wine, whatever you desire. Resources were merely expendables. The speed at which one could gather corpse tumors was ultimately limited. Hence he aimed to exploit his advantages to collect as many as possible, turning all the refugees in the building into mere consumables for harvesting corpse tumors. Naturally, Yang Feng had no desire to establish a power base or become a warlord. That would be too troublesome that it was far more comfortable to operate as a lone wolf. Yet keeping a few slaves to fight for him in the pursuit of corpse tumors was entirely acceptable. He envisioned a grim fate for the survivors in the entire apartment complex. Perhaps none would survive. While my neighbors hoard food, I will hoard my neighbors. What Yang Feng sought was not merely their provisions but their blood, flesh, bones, and lives, devouring them completely, draining every last drop of blood to nourish the dark golden artifact known as the ghost mask. On the 4th floor, panic reigned. All the doors were tightly locked, fearful of a monster's assault. Knock, knock, knock. Su Man and the other refugees were banging on the doors, pleading for a kind soul to let them in. Whoa, please let me in. This is my home. It has always been mine. Why should I be driven out? I kindly sheltered you. Can't I hide for just a moment? Su Man pounded on room 407's door, weeping helplessly as tears, large as pearls, rolled down her cheeks, finally collapsing against the wall in despair. At that moment, her condition worsened. A day and night without food had left her pale and weak. Her face bore several bruises, and her delicate arms and fair thighs were noticeably swollen, evidently having endured someone's violence. Had someone attempted to force her? Su Man's clothing bore the marks of being torn, yet judging by her appearance, she had resolutely refused to yield, preferring to endure pain rather than let her assailant succeed. With a click, Yang Feng approached his room, inserting the key into the lock. Upon seeing him return, Su Man's eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope as she struggled to rise and walk towards him. Yang Feng, can you help me? She pleaded, lightly biting her lip, her tear-streaked face filled with grievance and unwillingness. Cast her gaze downward in desperation. I cannot, Yang Feng replied curtly, resolutely denying her request. I have already helped you. You said you had no food, and I immediately provided you with a self-heating hot pot. Su Man's sense of injustice deepened as she recounted the events of the first day of the apocalypse. When she had given him some food upon learning he needed assistance, of course, Yang Feng did not genuinely require help. He was merely mocking her. Oh what? I think you are quite kind. You should be selfless and expect nothing in return. Yang Feng's retort left Su Man speechless. Be a true altruist meant to give without seeking recompense, embracing the essence of selfless dedication. Is kindness so detestable to you? Su Man's eyes reddened. She could not comprehend what she had done to incur Yang Feng's disdain. Is it wrong to be kind? Yang Feng briefly recalled a flood of unpleasant memories that assailed him. Why had he become so cold? Why had he turned into a bloodthirsty fiend? Why had he grown so brutal? Once upon a time, Yang Feng was also a kind-hearted young man, a warm and cheerful soul who radiated positivity. Once he was optimistic and willing to help others in the apocalypse without expecting anything in return. And what had that led to? Betrayal, suspicion, misunderstanding, slander, bullying, and humiliation, all unimaginable pains that shattered his self-esteem and obliterated his unrealistic fantasies. Shoes caked in mud trampled over him, forcing his face into the filth. The foul, brownish stench drenched him, publicly belittled by the strong, while he was mocked by others for a morsel of food or half a bottle of clean water. He had to compete with his savage dog, eliciting laughter from the powerful. Yang Feng knelt in supplication, repeatedly bowing and apologizing, defending the brothers and loved ones he had grown close to, attempting to shoulder all the blame, only to discover that they had already betrayed him, casting the blame upon him. Shame. The darkness of the apocalypse twisted and shattered all his kindness. He learned to endure. He learned to remain silent. He learned to become stronger at any cost. He learned to revel in battle, delighting in the bloodshed, engaging in endless slaughter. He learned to instill fear and despair in his enemies in the most ruthless manner, and then to tear them apart. Pain, too, was a gift. Everything that did not kill you would only make you stronger. Yang Feng snapped back to reality, casting a playful glance at Su Man. Thank you for your assistance. Therefore, I must repay you with a grand gift. He patted her shoulder, and the distressed girl instantly brightened. However, the next words he uttered plunged her heart back into despair. The lesson I intend to teach you a lesson. Your kindness is of no benefit. Yang Feng withdrew his hand, coldly shutting the door, leaving Su Man standing there dazed, her disheveled hair tousled by the wind. Returning to his room, Yang Feng retrieved 3 emerald-green corpse tumors. It was finally time for harvest. Evolution awaited. Chapter 25. Deep Iron Muscle Fiber. Growth phase 0.3 days. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, Yang Feng wasted not a moment. He produced 3 jade-grade corpse tumors, the essence within them faintly glowing, occasionally revealing a hue reminiscent of the imperial green. Would he feed them all to the ghost mask? No, these 3 tumors were insufficient for the ghost mask to evolve. They could not trigger a qualitative change. That peculiar crawling beast might return at any moment. If it evolved to maturity, it would pose a significant threat, necessitating an immediate enhancement of strength. Yang Feng recalled the fleeing, crawling beast. Its entire body was a vibrant green, emanating a faint glow, indicating it had consumed enough flesh and blood, poised on the brink of maturity. The next time they crossed paths, that monster would be far more formidable. The corpse tumors from the crawling beast also reinforced muscle. Thus, he would enhance the deep iron muscle fibers once more, elevating his strength to new heights. As for the ghost mask, it would require the collective effort of the entire apartment to nourish it. With determination, Yang Feng crushed the 3 corpse tumors. The vividly colored essence permeated his skin, merging with his muscle fibers, providing a substantial amount of corresponding energy. Restlessly, the muscle fibers across Yang Feng's body twisted like countless writhing serpents, greedily absorbing the emerald essence until they reached saturation. Evolution. Mutation. The fibers emitted a faint blue hue, deepening into a profound azure, becoming denser and more solid. However, an anomaly occurred. The deep iron fibers suddenly spiraled out of control, growing excessively powerful and uncontrollably proliferating, wrapping around his bones and tightening, threatening to shatter his entire skeletal structure. Not only that, but the deep iron fibers expanded dramatically, striving to bulk up the muscles, wrapping around him like countless steel rods, twisting into a massive tangle. Overwhelmed, his body could not bear the burden, teetering on the brink of being entirely overtaken. Ghost mask, unleash. Yang Feng threatened the muscles upon himself. This time, the deep iron fibers had truly hardened. Even when the ghost mask directly threatened them, they remained unyielding, continuing to encroach upon other territories. Growth phase. You cannot be restrained, can you? Although Yang Feng's ghost mask was a dark golden grade artifact, It was merely an embryonic form, faintly sensing its inability to suppress the deep iron fibers. Ignoring the warning? Very well. Yangfeng's warnings fell on deaf ears as the ghost mask opened its gaping maw. Its fangs piercing into the muscles, tearing and devouring, voraciously consuming the abundant essence. A substantial chunk of the profound azure muscle was swallowed. As the essence was drained, the deep azure muscle rapidly withered, becoming as fragile as dried twigs. Finally, the deep iron fibers learned to fear. The muscles, having expanded and swelled, swiftly contracted, forming a fluid line reminiscent of the original golden ratio. It dared no longer to encroach upon other territories, and its entire skeletal structure became relaxed, finally subdued once again by the visage of the specter. Humph. Now do you understand fear? Develop properly within your own domain. Yang Feng warned with a threatening tone. Yet a tinge of apprehension towards the specter lingered in his heart. Fortunately, possessing an artifact of the dark gold grade allowed him to evolve recklessly and wildly. Otherwise, to avoid becoming a monster, he would have to tread carefully, mastering a specific trait completely before daring to acquire a new ability. Such caution would inevitably lead to a significant waste of time. Deep iron fiber, growth stage. It became increasingly resilient, akin to tempered steel, capable of withstanding even large-caliber firearms, while greatly enhancing its strength. Hours later, the evolution was complete. Yang Feng exhaled a long sigh of relief. This deep iron fiber can no longer be upgraded. The specter can still keep it in check, but should it continue to grow, it might truly disregard me. Yang Feng mused, recognizing the specter's formidable power, which manifested not only in brute strength but also through a uniquely intricate mechanism. As an artifact, the specter could not only suppress other organs, but could potentially acquire new powers post-upgrade, triggering even more potent and singular mechanisms. However, having completed this evolution, it seemed that for a short while, no one else could match Yang Feng's strength. Specter, larval stage, dark gold artifact. Bone blade, growth stage, green emerald grade. Deep iron fiber, growth stage, blue sea pattern rare grade. Within a mere 3 days, Yang Feng had acquired such formidable abilities. To put another way, even if other evolvers were given additional time, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to catch up to this level, to the point where they might not even glimpse his tail lights or benefit from his exhaust. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, the apartment officially distributed food. Here is today's ration. Bai Ting, as the property manager, fulfilled her promise by handing each resident a full pack of instant noodles. Famished and desperate, most residents were already dizzy from hunger, eagerly peering out of their doors, greedily gazing at the food-laden cart behind Bai Ting. None dared to snatch it. Beside the cart stood several burly men, wielding blades and iron rods, maintaining order. Times had changed. Yesterday, the multitude had risen in rebellion, emboldened by numbers, and others had followed suit. Today, however, it was different. Every individual stood alone, no longer daring to oppose Bai Ting, especially with her gun in hand. This is simply too little. Despite this, many still grumbled. Want to eat your fill? Want more supplies? No problem, as long as you can bring this. Bai Ting produced a corpse tumor, the very sample Yang Feng had provided her. The living flesh tumor emitted a faint glow, mysterious and strange, still warm to the touch. This is a corpse tumor. From now on, 1 corpse tumor can be exchanged for 10 packs of instant noodles or equivalent food. This shocking news struck the floor like a depth charge, instantly igniting a commotion. What could possibly be exchanged for 10 packs of instant noodles? Kill the undead. Their weak spot at the back of the head has a chance the corpse lunged forward, its black claws shredding through heavy clothing, followed by a torrent of crimson liquid that gushed forth. Soon after, steaming chunks of organic matter were excavated, greedily chewed and swallowed. That a novice, a rookie, clung to a naive belief in battlefield luck. Here, I'm the protagonist on the battlefield. I am the luckiest. I will survive until the end. In this realm, I'm the main character, while others are mere NPCs. However, when you lie grievously wounded on the ground, your body being relentlessly torn apart, witnessing the vile creature extract a still beating, vivid red heart from your chest, feeling life ebb away rapidly, that delusion of luck dissipates in an instant. I will die. The air is filled with agonized screams as more and more monsters close in. Many greedy humans are felled, followed by the horrifying sounds of tearing and gnawing. The apocalypse is no playground. Yang Feng observed the chaos below, a subtle smirk revealing his growing cruelty. Damn it, damn it, damn it. No matter how many I kill, they just keep coming. Damn it all. Some, consumed by rage, wielded their cleavers with all their might until their blades were dulled and marred with nicks. Others broke down in despair, tears streaming down their faces, wailing uncontrollably. Many chose to flee the battlefield, abandoning their weapons as they dashed toward safety. Yet, one figure caught Yang Feng's attention. Man. She picked up a kitchen knife. Rushing to the fallen monsters, heedless of the danger, swiftly severing the brainstem. Searching for the precious tumor. 1, 2, 3. She made up her mind, gritting her teeth, overcoming her fear, frantically rummaging through the remains. At last, she secured a tumor. Seizing her prize at the cost of her own life. Damn it, that corpse was mine. You thief, give it back. A burly man charged forward, yanking Man's hair and snatching the tumor from her grasp. Picking fruit? It's not that easy. Man's expression wavered between hope and despair. Once kind and gentle, she had been subjected to relentless torment, her eyes now reflecting a profound hopelessness. I must be more ruthless. I refuse to let others bully or insult me. Her gaze transformed, acquiring a newfound ferocity as she brandished the kitchen knife towards the man who had just assaulted her. With a swift thrust, she pierced his back. That tumor is mine. Chapter 27. Heavy casualties. It's mine. Man's pupils constricted as the knife plunged into the man's back. He collapsed, utterly unprepared for the fierce resolve of the once harmless Man, who had endured humiliation. Die, die, she roared, venting her fury as the knife repeatedly stabbed downward. Hot, crimson liquid splattering her face. Covered in gore, her expression became even more terrifying. She reclaimed the tumor, her bloodshot eyes darting towards the nearby corpse remnants, rushing to continue her grim harvest. How could this be? The onlookers were dumbfounded in their minds. Man had always been a pure and kind soul, eager to help everyone, her smile radiating warmth. Yet now, she appeared transformed, a demon from hell. Had she too been infected and mutated? Her heart must be in turmoil. Yang Feng sat by the window, watching the clash between humans and monsters. Man's transformation did not surprise him. Even a cornered rabbit would bite. When one is driven to desperation, anything can happen. In just a few days of the apocalypse, Yang Feng had witnessed the entirety of Man's metamorphosis. Good intentions met with betrayal. Those she once aided turned against her, snatching the hard-won food, even attempting to strip her of her dignity. How tormented must her heart have been? Her kindness was gradually crushed, her passion extinguished, her optimistic worldview shattered, ultimately leading to her current state. Retreat, we must flee. The number of monsters in the courtyard swelled, urging everyone to escape. The group fought valiantly, yet the noise of their struggle attracted even more creatures, howling and encircling the apartment's entrance. Agonized screams echoed as some, blinded by rage, charged into the horde, only to realize they were surrounded by grotesque corpses, devoid of any human presence. Fall back, we're losing ground. The circle of survivors tightened, scrambling toward the stairwell in a frantic dash. Quick! Block the entrance. Those who had made it back to the second floor hurriedly pushed heavy objects to prevent the monsters from breaching the apartment. Damn, I'm still down here. Don't block it off. There's still people behind. Many were yet to reach safety, watching the barriers pile higher, cursing in frustration. They climbed onto cabinets and tables, seizing the opportunity before the passage was completely obstructed. Swiftly making their way back to the second floor, leg. A large wardrobe toppled, crushing a poor soul's leg, rendering them immobile. The ravenous creatures surged forward, immediately pouncing on the unfortunate victim, followed by the chilling sounds of tearing and gnawing. Tough luck, struggle a bit longer. Buy us some time. The surrounding humans merely cast cold glances, some even reveling in the misfortune, as they seized the chance to slip away through the gaps. Once more, the passage was blocked. A few unfortunate souls remained trapped outside, and soon the air was filled with more screams. The hot, Crimson liquid seeped through the gaps, saturating the corridor with a faint metallic scent. The toll was heavy, morale was low. Among the assembled brave souls, over 30 had gathered, but after a series of battles and unforeseen events, only a dozen returned. More than half had perished outside. The apocalypse is no playground. Even the most basic of corpses poses a grave danger to ordinary people. Death lurks at every turn. "Help me!" In the dim light, someone cried out from the wall, though he had managed to return. A large chunk of flesh had been bitten from his thigh, severing an artery, blood flowing profusely. With a swift motion, an experienced veteran tore fabric to create a tourniquet, tightly binding it around the upper thigh to staunch the bleeding. "He*s losing too much blood. Someone, help me. We need to stop the bleeding first." Many merely spectated, but one doctor stepped forward. "I have tools in my room. Who could fetch them?" A young man seized the keys and rushed to the designated floor. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed in the hallway as a man approached with a mocking glint in his eye, speaking in a derisive tone. What a shining moment of humanity, uniting to save a dying man. So grand, yet just moments ago, you left others to be torn apart by monsters. Yang Feng's scornful words ignited the fury of everyone present. It was an emergency. Those monsters could have charged in at any moment, necessitating the blockade. The veteran, calm and collected, glanced at the injured man. The situation has changed. Saving one is better than none. Good excuse, Yang Feng mused inwardly, recognizing the veteran's rationality amid chaos. But unfortunately, the person you're trying to save is about to become a monster. He pointed at the injured man's thigh, where the bite wound was rapidly decaying, blood taking on a dark hue. Infection. Anyone bitten by a monster has a high chance of mutating unless their will is exceptionally strong. Otherwise, they will transform into a corpse within hours. He has been infected. The doctor recoiled in shock, jumping back from the wounded and in the rush to provide aid. He had neglected protective measures. The fear of contagion loomed large. Don't worry that it's just saliva infection. The claw scratches can also do the same. Yang Feng wore a playful smile, patting the doctor's shoulder, who immediately distanced himself at the thought of potential infection. Hearing Yang Feng's words, a wave of dread swept through the crowd. They began to examine their bodies, fearful of any remnants left by the corpse monsters. "Check my back. Is there a wound?" "Just a scrape, not a bite." "You read fine. You'll be all right." Some remain unscathed, their anxious hearts finally at ease. Others frighten themselves, merely suffering from a few scrapes and swellings, nearly losing their very souls in terror. Yet, there are those who fall into silence, concealing their wounds and quietly blending into the crowd. The severely wounded, having lost too much blood, find their consciousness fading into obscurity. This condition accelerates the spread of infection, as inhuman growls involuntarily escape their throats. And their bodies undergo rapid transformation. The nails on their fingers gradually envelop the bones, forming grotesque, claw-like appendages. Their teeth, once normal, now shed en masse, replaced by razor-sharp fangs reminiscent of shark, littering their mouths. Infection, mutation. The injured tremble violently, their eyes rolling back to reveal only the whites, presenting a ghastly and terrifying visage, on the verge of becoming a decaying monstrosity. With a sudden thrust, a kitchen knife pierces the neck of the wounded individual. Su Man, without hesitation, strikes, withdrawing the knife to sever the brainstem, seeking the anticipated corpse tumor. How frightening, Yang Feng muses, leaning against the wall, reflecting on how the once kind figure has taken a dark turn. Chapter 28. The past is the past. The present is now. With a snap of his fingers, Yang Feng signals the end of the corridor, where the sound of a cart being pushed resonates. Bai Ting strides ahead, followed closely by several sturdy bodyguards, who lay a vast array of supplies before the crowd. Allow me to reintroduce myself. From today forth, all corpse tumors you acquire must be submitted to me. Yang Feng does not intend to disguise his identity. Stepping forward into the astonished gazes of the onlookers, that is Yang Feng from the 4th floor. Had Bai Ting and those bodyguards betrayed Mo Jianfeng? Rumors had already circulated that Mo Jianfeng had been killed by that brat. His body carried away. Whispers of speculation filled the air. The wary glances directed at Yang Feng suggested that after eliminating the group's head, he had managed to subjugate Bai Ting and the bodyguards, undoubtedly possessing significant prowess. All right, point 1 corpse tumor for 10 bags of instant noodles. Let the exchange begin. Yang Feng stepped aside, while Bai Ting arranged the supplies as if she were a shopkeeper. This is blood-soaked steamed bread. Over 30 individuals had entered with great zeal, yet only a mere 10 returned, the rest torn to shreds by monsters. A cost too steep to bear. Point 1, a retired soldier stepped forward, slowly opening his palm to reveal a corpse tumor. Around 40 years old, his gaze was resolute, scars marking his face, his right hand slightly deformed, calloused from years of handling a firearm. Though age had taken its toll, his physical prowess remained formidable. Exchange food for him. Yang Feng accepted the tumor, then inquired with curiosity, "What is your name?" "Su Hong," the veteran replied flatly, harboring no fondness for Yang Feng, and prepared to leave with his 10 bags of noodles. "Not so fast. After distributing supplies, I have other matters to announce." Yang Feng blocked Su Hong's path. His revelation of identity surely indicated more pressing concerns. Otherwise, Bai Ting and the bodyguards could manage the trivial exchange themselves. Su Hong snorted, retreating. "Continue the exchange." Yang Feng waved his hand, and an old acquaintance approached, Miao Zhuang, the man whose arm he had severed. "Boss Yang Feng," Miao Zhuang said, adopting a sycophantic demeanor, bowing deeply. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes, realizing he had somewhat misjudged this one-armed Miao Zhuang. The former head of security knelt before him, his head bloodied from excessive humility, appearing exceedingly cowardly and timid. How could a coward dare to engage in battle with those monsters? 1 corpse tumor. Miao Zhuang opened his palm, revealing a tumor. "I don't want instant noodles, I want beef." Miao Zhuang pointed to a large bag of vacuum-sealed cooked beef on the cart. "Ambitious, aren't we?" Yang Feng nodded, signaling Bai Ting to fetch the beef, then smilingly asked, "Why do you wish to participate in this operation?" Miao Zhuang hesitated, his gaze drifting to the bodyguards behind Bai Ting, his expression peculiar. "I want to prove myself, even with just one arm. I'm the bravest, the fiercest." "Ah, I see." Miao Zhuang, once the head of security, had lost his status after losing an arm, coupled with his previous supplications to Yang Feng. Many looked down upon him. To prove himself. Miao Zhuang needed to show those bodyguards that he was still the most formidable, the most daring. With a rip, Miao Zhuang tore open the packaging, shoving a large piece of beef into his mouth, flaunting the hard-earned delicacy to his former companions. Quite interesting. Yang Feng shifted his gaze to a graceful figure approaching. Su Man, transformed from her gentle and kind demeanor, was now covered in crimson ichor, wielding a kitchen knife, resembling a deranged killer escaped from an asylum. She stepped forward, opening her other hand to reveal 2 corpse tumors. "Fortune smiles upon me. I'm also craving meat, steak, beef, chicken legs, braised eggs, hot dogs." "Instant noodles." Su Man lowered her voice, indicating several items whose worth likely exceeded 20 bags of noodles. Bai Ting, as the manager of supplies, appeared troubled, refusing. "Please hold on. I need to calculate the total value. The tumors you provided are insufficient. I don't care. I'm starving. I want food, delicious food. Just charge it to me. I will find more tumors to exchange later." Su Man had indeed lost her sanity, audaciously seeking credit, disregarding any consequences for a good meal. The surrounding bodyguards moved in, ready to restrain the frenzied woman. "Charge her." The 3 nonchalant words stunned Bai Ting and the nearby bodyguards. Yang Feng, in a gesture of unexpected generosity, indeed allowed her credit without further explanation. "Fine." Bai Ting begrudgingly retrieved a plastic bag. She stuffed 5 bags of noodles, 1 package of steak, 1 package of cooked beef, 2 hot dogs, and 1 chicken leg into the bag and thrust it into Su Man's hands. The others were taken aback. "We can also get credit. I've had terrible luck. I will definitely acquire a tumor next time." Those who left empty-handed clamored, some even resorting to petty tricks. It's not about having little, but about fairness. Yang Feng scoffed, his gaze contemptuous as he regarded the raucous individuals like refuse. "Those who failed to acquire a tumor are worthless trash to me. Anyone dissatisfied may step forward." Yang Feng provocatively beckoned with his finger, and among them, a burly man adorned with tattoos stepped forward, swaggering. "Kid, you don't look too old. You might not have heard much about the world. Your brother back in the day, before he could finish, a massive hand swiftly grasped half of his face, slamming him against the wall with tremendous force. Bang! The wall crumbled, plaster flaking away, spiderweb-like cracks spreading. The self-proclaimed big brother found half his face embedded in the wall, hot blood oozing profusely, his head shattered. He was dead. Just like that, a single strike had claimed his life. Surrounding people gasped, especially Su-hong, the retired Special Forces soldier who understood the immense strength required for such a blow. The past is the past, and the present is now. I in this apartment. I hold the authority. Anyone who defies or provokes me will meet this fate. Yang Feng resembled a tyrannical ruler, leaving no room for negotiation. The crowd fell silent, trembling, exchanging their corpse tumors, too frightened to utter a word. 8 At this time, they had collected a total of 8 corpse tumors. Not be it's worth the effort I put in throughout the night, Yang Feng mused inwardly, securing the tumors with a satisfied smile. Next, it was time for serious business. Yang Feng slowly stepped forward, positioning himself at the center of the crowd. First, allow me to demonstrate. He approached the grotesque corpse, transformed from the wounded, snapping off a sharp tooth, then slicing his palm with it. The sharp fang cut into his palm, releasing a few drops of crimson ichor. The crowd gasped in shock. Is he insane? He's risking infection. They feared he would transform into a similarly warped monster. Fear not. As you can see, I am unafraid of infection. Chapter 29. But what is the cost? What makes those putrid corpses most terrifying? Their sharp teeth, their lethal claws. These are not the most terrifying aspects. It is the overwhelming infectiousness that is the most despairing. Even the slightest injury could result in a transformation into a monster, without any restraints. There's no need to fear becoming a creature of the abyss. I can bestow upon you the strength to engage in a fierce battle against these monsters, allowing you to indulge in the chaos. Yang Feng spread his arms wide, a slight smile curving his lips, his eyes glinting with a hint of madness. The mere notion of unrestrained combat was enough to ignite excitement among the crowd. They exchanged glances, the weight of the information too great to absorb all at once. Bestow strength. What secrets does this seemingly youthful man hold? It is not merely immunity to infection. The power he just demonstrated could crush a human skull into the wall, far surpassing the limits of ordinary individuals. Restless, those who had survived the tumultuous battles felt the profound importance of power, each calculating in their minds the implications. But what is the cost? You just mentioned that the strength is lent to us. What is the interest? The veteran, Su-hong, was the first to grasp the situation, fully aware that nothing comes without a price, especially in the apocalypse where even crumbs are unlikely to be offered. Slaves, anyone who accepts my power must become a slave. Yang Feng's smile twisted into something more sinister, and the terms were utterly outrageous, hard to accept. The condition is singular, complete obedience to my commands. Even if it means sacrificing your life, you must comply without hesitation. The condition is nothing short of an insult. The crowd's eyes flared with anger. To be reduced to slaves, catering to every whim of their master, was a fate worse than death. Angered, Yang Feng scoffed, not soothing their fears, but instead stoking the flames of discontent with even more intolerable demands. When the tide of corpses encircles you, a single command will require you to risk your life, to carve a bloody path for me. When hunted by aberrations, a single command will demand you to sacrifice yourself to buy me time. Should I ever feel displeased and wish to watch a fight, several slaves must engage in a deadly struggle before me. Giving it their all, Yang Feng's words grew increasingly outrageous, painting a picture where slaves were regarded as less than beasts, mere cannon fodder, toys for his amusement, that I shall not play this game any longer. The veteran, Su-hong, could no longer tolerate it, seizing his spoils and turning to leave. Most followed suit, unwilling to place their lives in the hands of a madman. Furthermore, to become a slave to one individual, stripped of all freedom, was utterly absurd. Yet astonishingly, 3 remained, seemingly prepared to accept Yang Feng's terms. The first, Miao Zhuang. His decision to stay surprised Yang Feng not at all. He was the one most aware of Yang Feng's formidable prowess within the entire building. Miao Zhuang had witnessed Yang Feng incapacitate the formidable Mo Jianfeng and even withstand gunfire with nothing but his body. He had seen the corpses of crawling beasts, and the sight of Yang Feng slaying 3 monstrous creatures, each the size of a car, spoke volumes of his strength. Thus, Miao Zhuang understood deeply the power Yang Feng wielded, and even as a slave beneath him, it would be akin to clinging to a powerful ally. The second, Su Man. Her presence was unexpected. Dismantle a person. One need only endure the worst day imaginable. The experiences of the past days in this apocalypse had gradually transformed Su Man, her once kind and naive heart shattered into fragments. Betrayal, insult, humiliation. Her worldview collapsed in an instant. Su Man had endured until today, finally erupting into a cold-hearted and merciless being. Your presence surprises me. I am curious. Do you not harbor hatred for me? Yang Feng mocked. As he had frequently derided Su Man in recent days, one would expect her to harbor resentment. Hatred, I despise your indifference, wishing to plunge a knife into your heart. Su Man gritted her teeth. Yet her tone shifted as she continued. But now I understand. Much of what you said is indeed true. The grand gift you offered me was like the final straw that broke the camel's back, making me realize my own naivety. Power that I need strength at any cost. These words took Yang Feng aback. His gift to Su Man was a harsh lesson. A lesson that kindness often goes unreciprocated. In the shadows, she had pondered many things. What is right? What constitutes true goodness? What had she done wrong? The answers were glaringly clear. Her kindness was hypocritical, obsessive, and extreme. Her benevolence existed solely for the sake of validation, respect, and acknowledgement, feeding her vanity as a pure and good girl. She comprehended. Yang Feng recognized the awakening in her eyes. She had shattered her old self, emerging as a new identity. Finally, Yang Feng turned to the third individual, a young man with dyed yellow hair and intricate tattoos adorning his arms and fingers. Yang Feng, I am Huang Fei. The young man introduced himself with an ingratiating smile. This fellow, casual in demeanor, lacked determination. He resembled those he had encountered in his previous life, seeking to align himself with a powerful figure, hoping to benefit from the bestowed strength without cost. In truth, Huang Fei shared this very mindset. That a slave? Just words, for who knows what the future holds. I will first secure some advantages, and if necessary, seize an opportunity to escape or even betray him later. As Huang Fei indulged in his fantasies, Yang Feng placed a hand on his shoulder. Huang Fei, splendid choice. Come with me. Yang Feng said little more as he turned and ascended the stairs. With the others following suit, on the 19th floor, a special room had been prepared, the center adorned with a bed encircled by chains designed to bind hands and feet, resembling a sinister doctor's lab. Huang Fei, you may lie down first. Yang Feng instructed Huang Fei to take the first position, instantly igniting his unease. What? Me first? Could someone else go before me? Huang Fei's words trailed off as Yang Feng's gaze turned cold as steel, sending a shiver down his spine. Reluctantly, Huang Fei lay down, his limbs secured by the chains. Yang Feng produced a syringe and retrieved a peculiar tumor, injecting the syringe into the small growth and slowly extracting a viscous substance. Spiritual essence. The viscous substance shimmered with flecks of light, revealing itself as the source of aberration capable of mutating souls. Huang Fei stared at the syringe, dread swelling within him. These tumors were extracted from monsters. What would happen if injected into a human? Mutant that transform him into a monster. Yang Feng, you can't possibly mean to inject me with that. Wait. I regret this. I don't want to be a slave anymore. Regret? Do you think you can simply decide not to be a slave? Yang Feng approached with a cruel smile, plunging the syringe into Huang Fei's chest. Chapter 30. Intensified Dosage. The Spiritual Essence. Glowing with light, coursed into Huang Fei's body. With the heart controlling the flow of blood, the essence fused rapidly, triggering a unique bodily reaction. It hurts. It hurts so much. It feels like ants are biting me. It is so itchy. The essence spread swiftly, merging with the blood, visible to the naked eye as dark liquid coursed through his veins, causing the surrounding flesh to decay rapidly. The taint of his soul gradually infiltrated his body. Steady your will. Your body is your own. Do not allow foreign impurities to corrupt you. Yang Feng observed Huang Fei with a dispassionate gaze, his words dripping with scorn. Huang Fei's eyes rolled back, fangs protruding as he foamed at the mouth, his body trembling violently. The tainted blood had reached his neck, surging toward his brain. Grr! Huang Fei emitted a low growl, unrecognizable as human, ultimately devolving into a primal roar, completely losing his humanity and transforming into a decaying monstrosity. Su Man. You handle this one. Yang Feng gestured toward Su Man, allowing her to deal with the aberrated Huang Fei. Is this the first command given to a slave? Su Man did not hesitate, gripping a kitchen knife and thrusting it forward, piercing through Huang Fei's neck. How fortunate he developed a tumor. At least it was not in vain. Yang Feng observed the luminous essence converging upon the death point at the nape of Huang Fei's neck, forming a brand new corpse tumor. Su Man delicately separated the tumor and placed it into Yang Feng's hands, thus completing the first command from Yao Zhuang. Drag the corpse away. It is your turn next. Yang Feng commanded. Miao Zhuang trembled all over, hesitating for a few seconds before complying, lying down on the bed and binding his hands and feet with chains. The lessons from Huang Fei's failed surgery loomed vividly in his mind, instilling a profound sense of dread within him, causing an involuntary shiver to course through his body. You should be far stronger than that of the little yellow-haired boy, Yang Feng remarked with a smile, patting Miao Zhuang's shoulder. So, your chances of survival are somewhat greater, right? Hence, I must increase the dosage. Yang Feng's smile morphed into a devilish grin as he picked up 2 corpse tumors, slowly extracting the essence with a syringe. Boss Yang Feng, I fear I cannot endure this. Miao Zhuang began to thrash violently, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of terror. When he lifted his head, he was met only with Yang Feng's sinister smile. With a swift motion, the syringe pierced his heart, and the essence was injected, rapidly merging into his bloodstream, spreading through his arteries to every part of his body. Miao Zhuang cried out in agony, the intense effect of the drug gnawing at his heart like a swarm of ants, akin to countless centipedes crawling beneath his skin. Persevere, hold on, just a little longer. Miao Zhuang struggled valiantly, his entire body trembling violently, his yellowed teeth nearly shattering from the strain. His eyes rolled back, revealing only the whites, as if he were on the brink of losing consciousness. Yet he stubbornly maintained his resolve. I do not wish to die. I refuse to become a monster. I want everyone to respect me. Miao Zhuang's heart-wrenching roar echoed as he resisted the contamination of the essence with sheer willpower. As time ticked away, the intensity of Miao Zhuang's trembling gradually diminished. His body was drenched in sweat, his complexion as pale as if he had lost copious amounts of blood. I have succeeded. Miao Zhuang had triumphed, fully resisting the onslaught of the essence, undergoing a complete transformation. The emergence of a new human being, one who can withstand a corpse tumor or fend off the invasion of infection, signifies evolution into a new species, greater strength, swifter speed, and most crucially, immunity to infection. Allowing him to no longer fear, transforming into a mindless monster after being attacked by a decaying corpse. Of course, the power of a new human is still far from that of an evolved being, yet it surpasses the capabilities of an ordinary individual by a considerable margin. Congratulations. You have become my slave. Yang Feng's congratulations sounded rather awkward, as though becoming a slave was something to be immensely proud of. Now, it is your turn, Su Man. Yang Feng instructed Su Man to lie on the bed, then produced a syringe and extracted the essence from 2 corpse tumors. Increase it. Su Man, lying on the bed and binding her hands and feet, glanced at the nearby corpse tumors and boldly requested a higher dosage. You understand what increasing the dosage entails. For an ordinary person, enduring a single corpse tumor is already a formidable challenge. A resolute individual might barely withstand 2. Those seasoned veterans from the battlefield or jungle can typically endure only 3 to 4 at most. Yang Feng shared his insights with Su Man. cautioning her about the perilous nature of recklessly increasing the dosage during an initial transformation that I want for. Su-Man declared with unwavering determination, voluntarily raising the dosage to 4 corpse tumors. Very well. Do not regret it. I do not wish to waste these corpse tumors. Yang Feng's expression transformed into one of excitement, pondering the extraordinary capacity of the darkened saint. With 4 corpse tumors extracted into the syringe, Yang Feng approached Su-Man, the fluorescent substance within the syringe shimmering, nearly filling the entirety of the vial. With a sharp motion, the syringe was injected, and the essence from the 4 tumors merged into Su-Man's bloodstream, almost instantaneously undergoing a grotesque transformation, taking on a foul hue. The corruption spread rapidly, leaving behind trails of decaying flesh, forming large festering sores. Su-Man refused to succumb, enduring the immense pain while her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. I will seek vengeance. I will have my revenge. Those who betrayed me, bullied me, and insulted me shall not escape. I desire power. I crave power. I need power. As she writhed in agony, her voice erupted in a furious roar. Revenge served as her driving force to survive, and her formidable willpower acted as a dam, successfully holding back the corruption of the essence. Though, is this all you can withstand? If that is the case, 4 is not your limit. Yang Feng revealed a devilish grin, then extracted the essence from 2 more corpse tumors and viciously injected it into Su-Man's arteries. Struggle a little more to go a bit crazier. The more essence you absorb, the stronger you will become during this first evolution. It will raise your threshold for enduring strength. Yang Feng encouraged her, seemingly urging her to resist the corruptive essence as much as possible. Think of the mother and child who took away your food, invaded your space. Consider the refugees who enjoyed your resources, only to kick you into a corner. Reflect on those who beat you, insulted you, and tormented you. Contemplate those who harbored ill intentions, wishing to tear your clothes apart in the dead of night, seeking to humiliate you and satiate their desires. Yang Feng's words pierced Su-Man's heart like daggers. I want to live, to survive, to endure. I seek vengeance. I crave vengeance. I demand vengeance. Su-Man roared, the chains binding her clanking loudly, even causing the bed to creak under her force. Her body was undergoing an evolution. Chapter 31. Su-Man's luxurious beef noodles evolution. 6 corpse tumors in one go. This quantity was nearly sufficient to elevate a green jade-level special organ. Su-Man screamed with all her might, her youthful vitality transforming through a series of changes. Bone density increased, muscle elasticity strengthened, lung function improved, reflex speed quickened, all progressing in a positively beneficial manner. This was a comprehensive enhancement. The bed beneath Su-Man was on the verge of breaking, the clanking chains resonating like a furious beast. Finally, Su-Man's evolution reached completion. She lay on the bed, gasping for breath, her beautiful eyes filled with weakness and disbelief, as if she herself could not fathom that surviving was a miracle. Very well, Su-Man. You too have become my slave. Yang Feng smiled faintly, unbinding her chains up master. Su-Man descended from the bed and unexpectedly knelt before Yang Feng, uttering this profoundly humiliating title. Congratulations to you all for becoming new humans. Your bodies will be significantly stronger than those of ordinary people, and you will be immune to infections, no longer fearing transformation into monsters due to decaying wounds. Yang Feng first applauded Miao Zhuang and Su-Man. Then his expression shifted to one of stern authority, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. From this moment forth, you shall begin repaying your debts. Yang Feng resembled a dark overlord, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Miao Zhuang, you must submit at least 1 corpse tumor daily. Su-Man, you must submit at least 2 daily. This is merely a temporary grace period for beginners. After 3 days, the number of tumors you submit will double. Yang Feng established rigid quotas for the 2, setting a minimum standard that must be met daily. Slaves, advanced consumables, are required to sustain the dark gold-level ghost face, which demands a substantial quantity of corpse tumors. These slaves will continuously provide for me. This is the price. Gaining power requires a cost. Regardless of the means, the submitted tumors cannot fall short. What if I fail to collect enough corpse tumors? Miao Zhuang pondered anxiously, knowing that doubling the submission after 3 days meant he would need to slay nearly 20 corpses daily. What if he got injured? What if he could not submit in time? Yang Feng's gaze darkened as he looked down upon Miao Zhuang, his voice dripping with a chilling menace. Then it will prove you are worthless trash. You should understand how to deal with trash. Yang Feng's words sent a shiver through Miao Zhuang's body, prompting him to lower his head and respond in a voice filled with fear and respect. Yes, master. Yang Feng retracted his sinister smile, his expression shifting to one of lightheartedness, leaving others guessing his true intentions. Today marks the first day of your birth. Out of benevolence, I shall exempt you from today as offerings. Yang Feng leaned down, one arm around Miao Zhuang's neck and the other embracing Su Manman's shoulder, jesting, as a final reminder, do not use the corpse tumors without permission. Otherwise, the consequences shall be borne by you. Is this a warning from Yang Feng? His excited expression resembles that of someone eagerly anticipating the grotesque transformations that may arise from their clandestine use of corpse tumors. It is terrifying. The degree of Yang Feng's formidable presence is deeply etched into the very core of the two individuals. On the 4th floor, Su Man returned with her pack supplies. Our goddess has returned. Wow, where did you acquire all these wonderful things? No need for us to say much. Let us share them with the brothers. Those refugees who had often bullied Su Man swarmed towards her, unceremoniously snatching the bags from her hands in a desperate attempt to divide the food amongst themselves. With a grim expression, Su Man gripped a kitchen knife tightly, her gaze icy as she surveyed the surrounding refugees. Suddenly, with a swift thrust, she plunged the knife into a man's chest. Crimson fluid gushed forth, splattering Su Man's face with hot blood. They've killed someone. A few people finally realized what had transpired and screamed in panic, attempting to flee. However, Su Man seized one by the hair, using her enhanced strength to drag him down to the ground. You like stealing my food, don't you? She hissed, driving the knife through his neck, causing the packages of instant noodles he held to tumble to the ground. And you did? Su Man had gone mad, dispatching each thief with ruthless precision. Not bad. Yang Feng observed from a distance in the corridor, witnessing the unrelenting slaughter. It was innate. Su Man was a natural weapon of destruction. Yang Feng's keen eyes discerned the change within her, gradually uncovering a venomous ferocity, a remarkable talent for killing. Don't kill me. I was wrong. The refugees pleaded, I'll return all the food to you. Some, paralyzed by fear, wet themselves in terror. Damn it. You all deserve to die. Su Man disregarded their pleas, her ears deaf to their cries for mercy. Soon, the corridor was drenched in blood. The lifeless bodies of refugees sprawled in disarray. Bang, bang, bang. Su Man, barefoot, kicked the door to her room. 407, relentlessly. Open the door. Let me in. She had completely transformed into a madwoman, leaving indents in the door with each kick. A few more blows, and the lock would surely give way. Don't come in. Please stop kicking. The occupants inside were evidently petrified, begging Su Man to cease her assault. Woe is us. We are but orphans and widows. Must you bully us? The woman and her child, who had usurped Su Man's room, resorted to playing the victim, lamenting their plight and hunger. Taking over Su Man's space was out of necessity. Stealing her food, too, was unavoidable. Do you have no conscience left? Are you even human? You frightened the child. Do you not spare even him? The woman behind the door sobbed, twisting the narrative to paint herself as the victim. Su Man laughed maniacally, offering no answers but instead reveling in her derisive laughter. She mocked the hypocrisy of others, ridiculed her former self for its foolishness, and celebrated the thrill of vengeance. Bang! The door flew open as Su Man stormed in with her knife. Screams and cries filled the air, only to fall silent mere seconds later. Emerging from her room, she reclaimed her instant noodles, steak, chicken legs, and marinated eggs. She cooked a bowl of noodles, slicing some beef and ham, then calmly set it on the table to enjoy. Delicious! Su Man savored her meal with delight, though tears of anguish streamed down her cheeks, perhaps the last remnants of her kindness. Chapter 32. The Lair of the Crawlers in the Dead of Night. A frenzied tide of corpses surged forth, their decaying bodies emitting a faint glow, akin to countless fireflies congregating in a tumultuous advance. The transformers in the streets crackled with instability, producing a cacophony of jarring noises until a sudden explosion plunged everything into darkness. Yang Feng gazed out the window, observing the simultaneous extinguishing of lights across several nearby blocks, enveloping the surroundings in shadow, with only the city center flickering in illumination 4 days into the apocalypse. The power plant lay abandoned, unmaintained, and the electrical system had begun to falter, widespread blackouts merely a matter of time. Soon, the entire city would succumb to darkness. Following that, the water supply would become an issue. Yang Feng pondered. For now, water sources remained intact, but would inevitably be tainted by the remains of monsters, with purification systems at risk of complete blockage. The evolved new humans were largely immune to viral infections. But the surviving refugees would face dire consequences. In due course, the population would dwindle significantly, with water contamination as the principal culprit, potentially inciting a second wave of mutations. The situation grew increasingly dire. Drawing from his previous life's experiences, Yang Feng understood the terror of disaster. As time passed, not only would the environment worsen, but the variety and strength of mutant types would also escalate. The rate of corpse tumor collection must accelerate. Regrettably, having just acquired 8 tumors, they had all been allocated to 2 slaves. In the future, he would need to extract several dozen times that amount. Ghostface, as dark as ink, smooth as a mirror, bore an exaggerated fissure, projecting a multidimensional holographic image into his mind. Hunting time. Yang Feng sprang into action, descending with agility. It was time to commence tonight's hunting expedition. The wandering corpses emitted low groans. And the courtyard of the apartment complex was now home to several monsters, all drawn by the sounds of the day, mindlessly meandering within a confined space. What a waste of time. Yang Feng held no interest in these lowly corpses. Hunting them would be an exercise in futility, that he needed to seek out more formidable prey. He would leave these base corpses for Su Man and her companions, serving as a test of their abilities. Navigating with ease, Yang Feng slipped through the back door he had utilized previously, venturing deeper into the alley. The path was muddy, with fish crates strewn about, scales mingling with muck. Chicken coops lay twisted, feathers soaked in blood. All living creatures had been snatched away by monsters, devoured entirely, becoming sustenance for the energy of the grotesque. Not far off stood a large truck, its cargo scattered across the ground. The driver transformed into a monster. A towering figure caught Yang Feng's attention. Giant corpse stage. Larval rarity. Green emerald. These deformed mutants are predominantly derived from robust humans, possessing greatly enhanced muscular strength. With bones regrowing to create an even larger physique than a giant corpse, likely a mutated freight worker, it indeed appeared quite formidable. Yang Feng concealed himself, observing the mutated worker, now towering over 2 meters, its exaggerated muscles having torn through its work uniform. Yet, despite its intimidating exterior, the giant corpse was merely a low-tier mutant. Yang Feng's muscular strength was derived from far superior organs, rendering him far more advanced and rare than this creature before him. I'll take you down first. Yang Feng rose, unafraid, striding towards the giant corpse. The massive creature's bulk obscured the moonlight, casting Yang Feng's shadow into darkness. Look this way. Yang Feng approached the lumbering giant, the noise of his footsteps causing it to turn abruptly. The giant corpse tilted its head in confusion, staring blankly at Yang Feng for 2 seconds before erupting into a deafening roar. Without hesitation, the giant corpse swung its enormous fist downwards, aiming to crush Yang Feng into a pulp. Yang Feng's mouth curled into a smile of exhilaration as he bellowed, launching a punch in response. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as the giant corpse's massive fist indented irregularly, the sound of shattering bone reverberating, likely rendering its entire finger fractured. The difference was immense. Deep iron fiber, growth stage. Yang Feng's muscular organs contained power far exceeding that of the giant corpse. The disparity not merely one of strength levels, but a complete and utter domination. Bang, bang, bang. The giant corpse staggered backward several steps, colliding with the truck, bending the railings before finally coming to a halt. Too weak. Yangfeng tested his strength momentarily, no longer wasting time, and charged fiercely at the colossal corpse, with a resounding thud. Akin to a pile driver striking the ground, the sound echoed through the air, causing the giant's waist to collapse entirely. A ripple coursed across its skin, followed by an extensive network of fine cracks. And with immense internal pressure, half of its body erupted violently, creating a gaping wound in its abdomen. The truck behind the giant, still in the process of braking, lurched forward several meters, causing the supplies on board to collide and scatter noisily to the ground. This was the undeniable disparity of power, by the fourth day of the apocalypse. Yangfeng had already acquired such overwhelming strength, a roar of agony erupted from the giant corpse, a sound that resembled a death rattle more than a battle cry. It attempted to raise its fist for a final retaliation, but it was far too late. All it could witness was the slender and insignificant fist of a human striking its temple. The faint sound of a watermelon bursting could be discerned, as pale flesh mixed with crimson, reminiscent of a bowl of tofu pudding sprinkled with brown sugar, shattering upon impact with the ground. The muscular intensity was formidable, yet the recoil left his bones aching. It seemed necessary to seek out some skeletal fortifications. Yangfeng raised his fist, shaking his palm. Without specially reinforced bones, it was challenging to withstand the amplified power derived from deep iron fibers. As he cleared the aftermath, Yangfeng scavenged a pale green jade tumor from the giant's remains, and after dispatching the approaching cadavers, he obtained 2 ordinary tumors. The night deepened, with the aberrants hunting humans under the cover of darkness, while Yangfeng became the unsuspecting prey, akin to a mantis stalking a cicada. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream shattered the night. That a window of an old house shattered, and a massive shadow slipped inside, followed by a cacophony of crashing sounds, which soon fell silent. The crawling beast, an aberrant adept at scaling walls, akin to a gecko, had struck. The apartment had been assaulted by the crawling beasts just yesterday. But Yangfeng had retaliated, eliminating 3 of them. It seemed the remaining creatures had learned their lesson, relocating to continue their hunt. Soon, one of the crawling beasts emerged from the window, its gaping maw clenching a barely conscious woman. Swiftly scaling the wall, hunting for sustenance, yet refraining from immediate consumption, was it planning to bring its prey back to its lair? Yangfeng's excitement surged. By following this crawling beast, he could discover their nest and obliterate the entire colony. The mere thought ignited a feverish anticipation within him. Chapter 33. The Queen of Aberrants. With a multidimensional analysis, Yangfeng locked onto the crawling beast. The echoes of sound waves, enriched with scent and color, revealed the clear traces left by its massive claws. Within this multifaceted space, the targeted crawling beast glimmered like a radiant sun. Yangfeng maneuvered silently through the shadows, his steps agile and enigmatic, striving to evade the notice of all lurking monsters. Even if faced with obstructions, his sharp bone blades swiftly dispatched them. The Huaying shopping mall, an unassuming establishment comprising 3 stories and over 100 merchants, primarily serving the neighboring community, became the focus of his attention. The crawling beast, like a gecko, ascended to the 3rd floor, slipping through a shattered floor-to-ceiling window. This was its lair. Yangfeng observed from the shadows. Although the vicinity was a main thoroughfare, the number of ordinary corpses was minimal, preventing the formation of a massive horde. The territory of powerful aberrants exudes a unique aura, causing lower-level corpses to shun it. As if a distinct domain had materialized, the deep iron giant he encountered previously was no exception. Only a handful of corpses lingered in the alley, bewildered and dazed. Yangfeng exhaled deeply, taking a less populated route, stealthily eliminating a few obstructing corpses before swiftly approaching the shopping mall. The glass doors were locked, secured with a heavy iron chain, but the adjacent door lay shattered, glass shards littering the ground, likely forced open by some individuals. Yangfeng chose not to enter through this route. The crawling beasts, being social creatures skilled in nocturnal hunting, were cunning and devious, exhibiting high intelligence. That it was likely that some lay in ambush near the entrance. Focusing his attention, Yangfeng became acutely aware of the most minute vibrations in the air. The heartbeats and breath of the aberrants formed a new 3-dimensional image. Indeed, One massive crawling beast was perched on a stone pillar inside the entrance, while another lurked against the side wall. The number of crawling beasts in this lair exceeded Yang Feng's expectations, conservatively estimated at over 10. His ambitions surged. However, Yang Feng was not foolish. Enjoying combat was one thing, but gathering intelligence to enhance his chances was another matter entirely. That he departed from the main entrance to further observe the surroundings, that a restaurant on the second floor caught his eye. Its exterior extended into a balcony, ideal for elite patrons to enjoy afternoon tea. With a slight exertion, Yang Feng leaped upward, his formidable strength allowing him to grasp the edge of the balcony, effortlessly flipping himself over. The balcony bore evidence of chaos, bloodstains. Overturned parasols and benches lay scattered, while remnants of battle lingered. Concealed behind the wall, Yang Feng meticulously sensed the entirety of the mall. Desolation and devastation reigned. Shattered display windows and overturned shopping carts littered the ground, while extensive filth and blood smeared the floor, claw marks leaving behind a haunting echo. 1, 2, 5, 12. Yang Feng was taken aback as he detected the different frequencies of heartbeats in the air. 12 enormous, indistinct figures gradually becoming clearer within the multidimensional information. What were they? As Yang Feng concentrated, he discerned an even more astonishing creature, a colossal beast, over 10 meters in length, nestled at the very center of them all. The mother beast, lacking enormous claws and exaggerated muscles, its body was predominantly composed of a massive abdomen radiating intense fluorescence, brimming with unimaginable energy. This was the queen of the crawling beasts. She was pregnant, nurturing a potentially powerful offspring. The luminous expanse of her abdomen expanded and contracted with each breath, a deep oceanic blue glow interspersed with hints of violet light. What? The essence had been concentrated to its zenith. The queen was on the verge of birthing an offspring that would not only evolve into a rare blue pattern variant, but might even mutate into a stronger breed, the purple phantom crystal. Was the child within her womb destined to be the exceedingly scarce purple phantom crystal level, with thousands of aberrants yielding but a single one? Looking around, Yang Feng suddenly comprehended the entire situation. Skeletal remains, densely scattered across the first floor of the mall, bore witness to countless lives lost here, providing the queen with the energy needed to thrive, likely at least 1,000 souls. In the early days of the apocalypse, the number of surviving humans peaked, and the crawling beasts could easily infiltrate windows, seeking abundant fresh flesh. No wonder they had grown to such a formidable extent that I do not wish to die. Another crawling beast crept in from the third floor, clutching a barely alive man, slowly approaching the queen at the center, offering its meager catch. The greedy queen, surrounded by at least a dozen slaves hunting for her sustenance, would ultimately defy fate to give birth to a uniquely mutated progeny. Yang Feng's own slaves numbered only 2, and their loyalty was uncertain. How enviable! With a little luck, he might even eradicate them. Countless frenzied thoughts raced through Yang Feng's mind as he picked up a small stone at his feet and gently tossed it towards a distant glass window that a soft thud resounded. Nearby, a fellow crawling beast heard the sound, its immense body descending from the pillar, cautiously slithering towards the balcony. Confusion flickered in its eyes. It seemed perplexed. The crawling beast reached the balcony, its massive head twisting as it searched for the source of the noise. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed. A sharp bone blade, akin to silver moonlight, swiftly sliced through the crawling beast's neck, the wound almost imperceptible, smooth and cleaned at a large, round mass detached from its neck, poised to fall to the ground. But Yang Feng deftly intercepted it with his foot, muffling any noise. Minutes passed, and the crawling beast had yet to return, and a nearby companion grew suspicious and began to slither towards the balcony. It approached its fallen comrade, nudging its chin against its body, but received no response. As it continued forward, it finally beheld the empty neck. Too late. Yang Feng sprang into action, his arms encircling the head of the crawling beast. With a sharp crack, he twisted violently, dislocating the creature's skull and forcefully snapping its neck under immense power. Within mere minutes, he had stealthily dispatched 2 crawling beasts without drawing the attention of other monsters. Time was of the essence. With two fewer beasts lurking in the hall, it was only a matter of time before their presence was discovered. Thus, he needed to hasten the pace of his hunt, eliminating as many as possible before being noticed. Crouching low, Yangfeng concealed himself in the shadows and stealthily approached a third crawling beast, the one farthest from the others that he slipped into a clothing store, seized a shard of glass, and employed the same tactic to lure it inside for the kill. The fourth beast, positioned poorly with its back to most of its kin, became his next target. Silently, he approached, holding his breath, and swiftly drove his bone blade through its temple. The numbers were dwindling. The cunning crawling beasts sensed the disturbance and no longer remained dormant against the walls and pillars. Instead, they began to search for their missing companions. Filled with confusion, a roar erupted from one of the beasts, sounding the alarm of an impending attack, and all the aberrations sprang into action, the maul resonating with the sound of claws scraping against stone. Kill! Seizing the moment of chaos, Yangfeng surged forth from the realm of crawling beasts. Twisted aberrations lie scattered across the ground, an endless expanse of desiccated bones, the remains of countless victims who have become sustenance for the queen. It reclines upon a crimson carpet. Having lost the ability to move, its grotesquely exaggerated abdomen pulsating with a dazzling luminescence, the outermost layer. The concentrated essence resembles the vibrant green of a sunlit imperial emerald. Dripping with vivid hues, brimming with unimaginable energy in the central region, the essence has been compressed to its utmost limit, resulting in a transformative effect that gradually gives rise to an abyssal deep blue. Darkening further like the unfathomable depths of the ocean, the core, a thread of purple light dances dreamily, an ethereal hue that could never exist in nature. These aberrant progenies yearn to transcend their class, aspiring to elevate their race to loftier heights. Yangfeng approaches the queen, the 10-meter-tall monstrosity posing no threat to him, while it is the alien queen that trembles in fear. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The queen's abdomen contracts rhythmically, the viscous essence producing a sound reminiscent of flowing water, while the internal younglings are stirred, craving to absorb and merge, hastening their evolution and growth. The dreamlike purple radiance at the core voraciously devours the energy within the womb. Seeking to complete this metamorphosis in a short span of time, do not rush. Evolve at your own pace, for my gains hinge upon your advancement. Yangfeng remains unhurried, patiently awaiting the enemy's evolution. For the stronger the quality of evolution, the greater his reward, especially if it reaches the level of the purple crystal. Suddenly, a resounding explosion reverberates as the alien queen's abdomen bursts open, a uniquely mutated offspring sensing impending danger. Eagerly breaking free from its maternal confines, is a humanoid, not merely possessing a human-like upper body, but rather a fusion of man and crawling beast. Its lower form resembles a colossal gecko, muscles bulging like deep blue steel reinforcements, heavy as a tank. The upper half of its body has sprouted a humanoid shape, its underdeveloped purple flesh exuding a foul and malevolent aura. Having absorbed an abundance of human DNA, has it begun to evolve toward humanity? Yangfeng makes a rough assessment, his body involuntarily trembling as he senses that this creature is far more formidable than any he has previously encountered. Mother, the aberrant crawling beast surprisingly utters, approaching the alien queen with a peculiar gaze. This moment, the alien queen's life hangs by a thread. The explosion of her abdomen has left her internal organs severely damaged. All for the sake of her offspring. She trembles as she extends her palm, yearning to caress the mutated creature's cheek. Yet the next moment brings an unexpected turn of events. With a swift motion, the aberrant creature raises its foot, mercilessly crushing the alien queen's head. I am so hungry. The half-human, half-beast aberration does not lament for its mother, but rather blames her for not providing sufficient energy to facilitate its complete evolution. Upon closer inspection, the aberrant creature's upper body is far from whole. Both its hands and chest are grotesquely misshapen, the purple skin and muscle oozing like dripping meat. Prominently displayed beneath its chest is a peculiar organ, its stomach, manifesting a more eerie, deep purple hue, pulsating with strange energy. Wah! The aberrant creature turns its head, opening its cavernous maw to unleash a torrent of purple venom, akin to vomit. Acid gastric fluid? A toxin? Yang Feng raises his head, watching as the toxic rain falls like a deluge, each droplet refracting the moonlight into a crystalline glow, exuding an unfathomable, otherworldly purple radiance. Retreat. Yang Feng swiftly evades the descending purple poison droplets. The potent toxic substance hisses as it collides with the stone floor of the hall, emitting a corrosive, searing sound, leaving countless pockmarked holes in its wake. The newly born creature, unversed in the expression of its emotions, roars and weeps, charging toward Yang Feng with flailing limbs. The colossal being crushes the floor beneath it, its deep blue, twisted claws swinging toward the shadows. Clang! Sparks fly as metal clashes, the resonant sound echoing through the air. Yang Feng's bone blade meets the creature's claws, the recoil sending pain through his hands, a tingling sensation creeping up his forearm. Ugh! The aberrant creature opens its massive maw once more, spewing forth another wave of purple venom. In the midst of the struggle, Yang Feng swiftly dodges, his clothes tearing under the assault of the claws, leaving 3 gashes of blood on his side. Fresh as a newborn calf, unafraid of the tiger. Yang Feng chuckles, a fierce grin spreading across his face, excitement mingling with a calm and rational demeanor. The battle nears its conclusion that I have thoroughly deciphered all your attack patterns, despite sustaining minor injuries. Yang Feng views the aberrant creature as a mere target, having completely seen through its tactics. The upper half is at the purple crystal stage, while the lower half, at the very least, is in the growth phase of the blue ocean pattern. The newborn creature has yet to master additional attack methods. It is nearly time to strike. Yang Feng resolves to hold nothing back, a surge of overwhelming killing intent erupting from him. Kill. Focused, concentrated, and more concentrated. Ghost Face, multidimensional information analysis. This ability may appear weak, lacking in direct combat enhancement, yet its true strength is staggering. When a vast amount of information reaches a critical mass, a qualitative change occurs. Weakness. Countless pieces of information reveal the most vulnerable points. Where the muscles are most damaged, where the bones exhibit the least resilience, which artery to sever to terminate life. Flaws abound. In Yang Feng's holographic vision, the aberrant creature's weak points shine like brilliant stars in an endless night sky. Glaringly obvious, breathtakingly beautiful, and utterly vulnerable. With a powerful push against the ground, he twists his waist and turns, the bone blade carving a perfect arc, slicing through the most fragile areas of muscle with the smoothness of cutting through water. Tofu, the once steel-hard, deep blue muscles yield effortlessly, akin to tofu crumbling under pressure. Puff, 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 the azure aberrant liquid blooms like exquisite flowers, as if a dragon gracefully glides through water, instantly tearing the aberrant creature apart. Like a dancing dragon, elegant as a startled swan, one strike, and the flesh is severed. The saying, butcher skill in carving an ox truly embodies this moment. Chapter 36. Purple Crystal. Success. Die. The heavens are adorned with a resplendent galaxy. Stars shimmering brilliantly. The weak points connect like luminous stars, forming a radiant tapestry. Slash. The bone blade cleaves through that luminous line, and a spherical object naturally detaches from the aberrant creature, rolling a few times on the ground before coming to a halt. Dead. The crawling beast's lair, this peculiar aberration, has been effortlessly vanquished by Yang Feng. This is Ghostface. This is Dark Gold. Such an unassuming ability, in the hands of others, might merely serve to gather intelligence ahead of time. Yet Yang Feng is utterly different. With unparalleled killing skills, a frenzied combat awareness, and the capabilities of Ghostface, he becomes a force to be reckoned with. The purple crystal, an extraordinarily unique corpse tumor, emerges from the remains of the aberration, its deep purple, alluring sheen absent from the natural spectrum, captivating in its beauty. Fortune smiles upon me. Yang Feng carefully examines this extraordinary corpse tumor, a rare find indeed. Its rarity can only be described as a 1 in 1,000 chance. Only extraordinarily fortunate aberrations, having undergone exceptional events, may attain such a level of capability. This corpse tumor has many flaws. Yang Feng discerns numerous imperfections. Perhaps due to the incomplete evolution of the aberration. The purple crystal-level tumor is also not whole, containing many impurities. The embryo remains unformed. Its premature birth renders it incomplete. Yang Feng feels a twinge of disappointment. The incomplete purple crystal will significantly diminish in value, and the power gain will also be considerably weakened. Forget it, I'll take it back for further study. Yang Feng places the purple crystal tumor into his pocket, turning to gaze through the glass at the sky, only to realize that dawn has arrived. 5 ordinary corpse tumors, 12 emerald-level tumors, 1 special imperial green emerald tumor, and 1 purple crystal-level tumor. Yang Feng's harvest this night is indeed bountiful. And with the extermination of the entire crawling beast lair, the threat to the shopping mall has been entirely alleviated. Hua Ing Shopping Mall. Yang Feng retrieves a small notebook, marking the location of the mall on the map, signaling that the danger has been neutralized and that it can be looted for resources in the future. An hour later, Yang Feng evades the wandering tide of corpses and returns to his apartment. After the thrill of battle, a sense of emptiness washes over him. The fatigue floods his body like a deluge, the wounds from the fight throbbing with pain. His knuckles feel slightly cracked, the shallow injury on his chest, and the 3 deeper scratches on his abdomen serve as reminders of the night's ordeal. Though immune to mutated infections, it remains imperative to guard against bacterial toxins. Yang Feng produced medical alcohol, liberally dousing the wound as if it were free. The stinging pain akin to that of a bee's sting immediately followed, yet he did not so much as flinch. His strength was formidable. The muscle fibers of Yang Feng showed no signs of damage, yet his bones could scarcely endure the recoil, appearing remarkably fragile. Moreover, his cardiopulmonary function was alarmingly weak. Each breath felt as if flames were searing his lungs, and the rhythm of his heart gradually fell behind the demands of his body. Reminiscent of a high-performance sports car paired with an inefficient hand-crank generator. Heavy and fatigued, his overall strength remained insufficient. Perhaps he needed to locate more potent corpses to enhance his internal organs. Yang Feng contemplated, recognizing that the most reliable method at present was to hunt down more aberrant creatures, fortifying every part of his body that I must replenish my energy. Yang Feng retrieved 5 ordinary corpses, activating the ghostly visage to chew on them. Waves of warm energy coursing through his body, akin to gentle hands providing a meticulous massage, supplementing his sustenance. Yang Feng, exhausted to the brink, chose not to rest, but instead took out the corpse. The purple phantom crystal. This prize from the previous night was particularly regrettable. It was incomplete and riddled with impurities. Is there a method to restore its integrity? Yang Feng pondered. Years after the apocalypse, humanity had indeed mastered such technology, capable of extracting energy from corpses and merging it with others, the crawling beasts. These corpses hailed from the same lineage. Their compatibility should be significantly stronger if all were integrated into the purple phantom crystal. Could it undergo a transformation? Yang Feng assessed the feasibility, drawing forth a green jade-level corpse and infusing it into the purple phantom crystal, hoping that the shared essence would aid in its metamorphosis, completing its deficiencies. However, this endeavor was fraught with risk. A single misstep could lead to the total loss of the jade-level corpse, potentially affecting the more precious purple phantom crystal and resulting in unpredictable changes. A choice lay before him. The abilities of the purple phantom crystal were exceedingly tempting. Alternatively, he could take the bold route and consume all the corpses, allowing the ghostly visage to feast. Yang Feng found himself torn. Recognizing the crucial nature of this evolutionary step, opportunity must not be squandered. That moment, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside the room. Yang Feng frowned, stowing away all corpses, and impatiently opened the door. Master, a human man from room 407 knelt halfway, bowing her head in deference upon seeing Yang Feng's figure. Outside the corridor, the refugees who had tormented her lay brutally slain by kitchen knives, piled together in a mound of corpses. No need for such exaggeration. You needn't kneel in the future, and the title master feels somewhat awkward. Let's go with boss instead. Yang Feng slightly furrowed his brow, feeling a touch uncomfortable, and casually remarked, "Yes, Yang Feng, boss." Su Man nodded, then cleaned the kitchen knife in her hand. Upon closer inspection, Su Man could be deemed above average in both appearance and physique. The innocent blush of her youthful face evoked sympathy, and her vibrant figure was alluringly curvaceous, her firm, smooth thighs exuding an air of pure desire. Particularly after her transformation, she possessed an inexplicable charm. "You are rather attractive," Yang Feng remarked nonchalantly, offering an objective assessment. Man trembled slightly, contemplating for a moment before resolutely stating, "Master, if you desire, I am willing to serve you." Yang Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery glimmering in his gaze as he regarded Man with a more unabashed scrutiny. "You've softened my ear. However, your loyalty surprises me somewhat. I haven't given you much, yet you are so willingly devoted to me." Yang Feng's smile was half serious as he leaned closer to Man, his gaze piercing in her innermost thoughts, seemingly seeking to unveil her true intentions. "Dignity, you have helped me reclaim my dignity. You granted me strength, enabling me to seek vengeance and resist humiliation." Man met Yang Feng's gaze steadfastly, candidly laying bare her thoughts, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Perhaps he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Intriguing. "Should I feel inclined, I may seek you out to vent my frustrations." Yang Feng's fingers traced Man's cheek, a gesture that could be construed as teasing or provocation. If the roles of tormentor and victim were reversed, would he breach her limits? Man shivered slightly, gradually lowering her head. "I am at your service." Very obedient, Yang Feng smiled gently, withdrawing his hand from her cheek and reminding her. "However, do not forget today's task. Failure to complete it will result in punishment." Man nodded, grasping her kitchen knife and heading towards the second floor, determined to prove herself. Truth and deception, illusions within illusions. Yang Feng had spoken little truth, continuously testing the waters with Man. Though her demeanor appeared sincere, the extent of her authenticity remained uncertain. In truth, Yang Feng was indifferent to her loyalty, caring little for the veracity of her feelings. As long as she consistently provided him with benefits, all would be well. To be frank, Yang Feng harbored a strong aversion to the notions of friendship, love, bonds, and trust. Such sentiments felt utterly trivial in the harsh reality of the apocalypse. In a world where people could exploit one another, that was the most stable and robust form of cooperation. Chapter 37. This is how I operate. Yang Feng sat by the window, fiddling with the glowing corpses while casting his gaze downward. The hunting squad had once again embarked on their mission. Miao Zhuang took the lead, wielding an exaggerated machete as he charged into the horde of corpses, hacking away with wild abandon. New humans. After evolving into a new human, their bodily functions had significantly enhanced, and they fearlessly faced mutated infections, naturally engaging in combat with reckless abandon. A madwoman burst forth as Man, brandishing a kitchen knife, revealed a hint of madness as she entered combat mode, fiercely stabbing the blade into a creature. Though her combat experience was lacking, her reckless ferocity, coupled with her superior physique, allowed her to fell numerous undead. Was that person Su Hong? His movements were clean and decisive, leaving no room for hesitation, each strike resulting in a kill. This fellow had indeed seen battle. Yang Feng observed Su Hong, whose performance was remarkable, displaying a high efficiency in dispatching the undead. What a pity. The veteran was unwilling to submit to Yang Feng. Otherwise, he would have been another exceptional machine for harvesting corpses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another youth, resembling a university student, also exhibited impressive performance, his name apparently being Yilian. He wielded a recurved bow, firing homemade arrows from a distance, piercing through the heads of the undead. Although his aim was somewhat lacking, not every arrow found its mark, it was evident that he possessed immense potential. Should he survive, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness. As for the others, while they did not display particularly exceptional performances, they were certainly braver than the previous day. Quite commendable. The combat awareness of the apartment's refugees had been ignited. Yang Feng smiled with satisfaction. With resources in his grasp, those seeking sustenance would need to exchange corpses, culminating in a virtuous cycle. The corpses would continue to multiply. Hours later, the corpses within the apartment complex had been entirely eradicated, and several waves of monsters that had come in response to the commotion were also slaughtered. The courtyard of the community was strewn with the remnants of the undead. Elation, relief, for the first time. The people ventured outside the apartment. For the first time, they triumphed over hordes of monsters. For the first time, they savored the fruits of victory. They returned to the apartment, bloodied yet triumphant, like heroes, and proceeded to block the pathways with obstacles. Completing the day's hunting mission. Welcome. Bai Ting had been eagerly awaiting their return, pushing forth more supplies for the warriors to exchange. Su Hong, 3 corpses. Y Iliang, 2 corpses. Miao Zhuang, 3 corpses. Su Man for corpses, during the exchange of supplies. Su Man's 4 corpses genuinely astonished everyone. The battle prowess of the madwoman was indeed remarkable. Not only that, but Su Man also produced 2 additional corpses, approaching Yang Feng. Yang Feng, boss, these are for today. What? She had even offered 2 more. Adding them together, Su Man had hunted a total of 6 corpses. Miao Zhuang also stepped forward, handing 1 corpse to Yang Feng. Yang Feng, boss, this is for today. The crowd exchanged glances. Both Su Man and Miao Zhuang, the strongest among them, had pledged their allegiance to Yang Feng. Not only had they completed the mission, but they had also exceeded expectations. Capitalists would weep at the sight. Distribute the supplies. Yang Feng was quite satisfied, instructing Bai Ting to allocate the resources to everyone, resulting in his acquisition of a total of 26 corpses. 26 corpses, enough to fill a small bag. Indeed, to enhance efficiency, one must exploit all the neighbors in the apartment. Wait, I have always had a question. Amidst the ranks of the hunting squad, a brave soul stepped forth, questioning Yang Feng's actions. Let us ponder for a moment. Does this not strike you as peculiar? All the supplies were contributed by us collectively. They rightfully belong to the group. By what right does Yang Feng seize them? And furthermore, exchange our hard-fought corpses for mere resources, reaping the rewards effortlessly? What gives him such authority? The man, filled with righteous indignation, pointed an accusing finger at Yang Feng's face. The resources were initially ours, as were the corpses. Why should they all belong to you? This individual saw through Yang Feng's petty tricks. Indeed, Yang Feng had monopolized the supplies, much like a cunning fox, trading them for the corpses obtained through the toil and sacrifice of others, yielding immense profit without investment. You speak the truth. Yang Feng unexpectedly refrained from offering a defense or denial. Oh, you wish to know by what means I claim this? He sneered, casting a knowing glance at Su Man. Instantly understanding, Su Man's seemingly innocent eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as she lunged towards the man, striking him down with a knife. Thud. The man slowly collapsed, disbelief etched upon his features as he gazed at Su Man. Before turning to Yang Feng, with eyes filled with the fervor of justice and fury, what I possess is power. This is how I operate, Yang Feng declared with brazen arrogance, asserting that power was the sole justification for his actions. Do you abhor reason? Yes. I reject reason. Have I hoarded the supplies? Indeed, I have hoarded them, but if you find this unbearable, come and test your strength against mine. Let us see who meets their end first. He surveyed the crowd with a piercing gaze, daring anyone to speak against him. Is there anyone else wishing to stand up? I understand your confidence, having slain numerous monsters, if you wish to challenge me. Now is your chance. I offer you a fair opportunity. Yang Feng's eyes, sharp as blades, swept over the assembly, and not a soul dared utter another word. They endured. The young man Yu Liang wrestled internally with his sense of justice. Whispering in suppressed tones, his gaze downcast, yet his hand brushed against his bow. Veteran Su Hong approached, restraining his hand and whispering, "Do not act rashly. The moment is not yet ripe." The people were in a state of restraint, gripped by fear. Lacking the strength to oppose, they could only read the expressions of their overlord. Well then, it seems we are all in agreement. Let us distribute the supplies and disperse. Tomorrow, let us strive to slay even more monsters. Yang Feng smirked derisively, casually waving his hand as he led the band of miscreants away. Infuriating. I longed to pierce him with an arrow. Yi Liang seethed as he watched Yang Feng recede into the distance. Emboldened to vent his frustration, the other man, who had fought valiantly alongside him, seethed with indignation. Was it not unjust that those who dared to oppose Yang Feng were slain on the spot? A tyrant, ruling through fear, not rush. Observe what I have, Su Hong said, opening his palm to reveal 2 softly glowing tumors, precisely those that Yang Feng coveted. Tumors? You did not exchange them all. Yi Liang's eyes lit up, as if a realization dawned upon him that I have been observing for several days. Yang Feng's newfound strength is likely tied to these tumors. It is said that Miao Zhuang and Su Manman grew suddenly powerful because of this very item. Su Hong's words ignited a spark of understanding among the crowd. Tumors. Utilizing them can enhance our strength. From this day forth, we shall only exchange a portion of the tumors if we wish to overthrow that tyrant. We must rely on this. His declaration kindled a fire of hope within the people. Not merely hope, but a fervent desire to grow stronger. Each individual harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yang Feng, yearning to emulate his dominance, hoarding resources, claiming beauty, and slaying at will. What ecstasy that would bring! Chapter 38. Devouring the abyss as rebellion begun to stir. Yang Feng understood all too well that the consequences of fear-induced oppression were to provoke a fierce backlash from the masses. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. These insignificant pawns could not provoke a storm, especially in the face of such a vast disparity in power. They were merely courting death. Thus, the paramount objective remained, to enhance his own strength and decisively widen the chasm. Bai Ting, Su Manman, Miao Zhuang. Yang Feng halted, glancing back at the trio, beckoning them to draw near. I will no longer concern myself with the matters of the apartment. Bai Ting, you shall oversee the supplies. Su Manman, you will be responsible for collecting the tumors. Miao Zhuang, continue as the captain of security. Decide amongst yourselves regarding any issues. With a nonchalant stretch and a chuckle, Yang Feng cast off the burdens of leadership. The three exchanged glances. Their expressions varied, yet they quickly acquiesced, nodding in gratitude. Yes, Boss Yang. Yes, Boss Yang. Bai Ting's face radiated with joy. With control over the supplies, her authority had magnified. Surely, it was only fitting to receive a greater share of resources. Miao Zhuang, too, wore a proud expression. Having lost an arm, he had often been the subject of derision, but now he could finally hold his head high. Su Manman, however, remained composed, dutifully accepting her orders. I shall retire to my quarters. Do not disturb me lightly, Yang Feng stated with casual indifference, waving his hand as he strode towards his room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Disguise. All that had transpired was a fa orchestrated by him. Yang Feng harbored mistrust for all. He was on the verge of a pivotal evolution and could not afford any disruptions. Should he station heavy guards? Perhaps have Su Manman eliminate any suspicious individuals that approached. Such measures would indeed be prudent. Yet they might also draw undue attention from others that I end this den of thieves. The clever would soon deduce that something was amiss with Yang Feng. There was even the possibility of betrayal from his two subordinates, alongside Bai Ting, who was solely driven by self-interest. Hence, Yang Feng concealed everything, casually dispersing power to keep them engrossed in joy and satisfaction. Even if calamity were to strike, those who possessed this so-called power would stand at the forefront, safeguarding their own positions as vested beneficiaries. Fearsome, Yang Feng's meticulous mind perceived the intricacies of human nature, transforming everyone into mere puppets to be manipulated. Evolution that a dozen tumors radiating a verdant glow lay upon the table before him. Yang Feng held in his hand a peculiar, deep violet tumor resembling a crystalline form, contemplating how to preserve its integrity. Let us commence with the simplest method. He retrieved a syringe, piercing the emerald tumor and extracting its essence, which he then injected into the violet crystal. The fluorescent glow pulsed as the tumors from the crawling beastkin began to synergize. The green essence gradually concentrated, mending some of its flaws and imperfections. Effective, the essence of kin was more readily assimilated. Yang Feng withdrew the syringe, extracting the essences from several tumors and infusing them into the violet crystal, continuously rectifying its flaws and enhancing its transparency. Eerie, alluring, enigmatic. However, just as Yang Feng prepared to inject the fifth dose of essence, the deep violet tumor quivered, as though it had become a sentient entity, splitting open with a seamed eye. From within that fissure emerged a deep violet orb. It lives. The violet crystal has awakened. This is not good. Yang Feng's expression hardened. Under certain conditions, the tumor could autonomously activate, seeking a new host, parasitically infiltrating and occupying its body. The 5 consecutive injections of essence had furnished it with ample energy, enabling the violet crystal to awaken, evolving into an independent embryonic form. Incredibly, even more astonishing developments unfolded at the tumor's extremity. A multitude of nerve fibers sprouted, writhing like tentacles. The tips of these appendages bore sharp mandibles that plunged directly into Yang Feng's skin, attempting to penetrate his body and forcibly instigate a parasitic mutation, courting death. The demon mask unfurled, emanating a more menacing aura as Yang Feng's elongated, slick tongue lashed out, ensnaring the deep violet core and drawing it into his maw. Audacious, the blood-drenched maw of the demon mask swiftly pierced through the tumor, impaling the strange violet eye. Though it struggled, the multitude of tentacles could not inflict harm upon the demon mask, once ensnared within its jaws. Escape was no longer an option. Let us add some excitement. Yang Feng seized the emerald tumors from the table, cramming them into his mouth. He chewed them all together, including the tentacles and the mutated purple eye, masticating them into a viscous slurry. This is not mere sustenance, that I shall harness it for evolution, that I aim to amalgamate the essence of all tumors, rendering them whole. Yang Feng manipulated the ghostly mask, not treating them as mere sacrifices to be absorbed directly, but rather completing the process of fusion and enhancement within his mouth. The saliva, viscous and dark golden in hue, dripped down, permeating the purple essence within. A miraculous phenomenon occurred. It actually facilitated the fusion, causing the purple essence to expand continuously, devouring and assimilating the verdant energy of its surrounding brethren, thereby rectifying its own deficiencies, flawless and impeccable. As the purple essence grew increasingly crystalline and translucent, it reached a qualitative leap upon absorbing the essence of all the crawling beasts, ultimately elevating itself to the level of purple crystal. Gurgle! The purple essence slithered down his throat, instinctively seeking the most suitable organ, initiating a process of evolution. The stomach, surprisingly, the organ best suited for this purple crystal tumor was indeed the stomach. Yang Feng felt a sharp pang in his abdomen, a searing acid pain that threatened to dissolve him, as a special structure generated a purple corrosive toxin, an eerie, deep purple poison. The stomach functioned like a venom sac, ceaselessly producing intense toxins, while it enhanced the gastric acid. It also fundamentally altered the organ structure, even reshaping the throat and oral mucosa. Corrosive stomach, larval stage. The capacity to resist toxins was significantly augmented, and the efficiency of the digestive system was greatly enhanced. The stomach could generate powerful toxins with formidable corrosive properties. This ability was reminiscent of the mutations exhibited by the crawling beasts. While fortifying the stomach, it also expelled the corrosive acid rain, a mere drop of which could spell doom. Yang Feng bore the excruciating pain, taking a full day to complete the evolution of his stomach. Ghostly mask. Fortunately, this dark golden ability proved invaluable. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. Unexpectedly, the ghostly mask also possessed the function of filtering essence, aiding in the enhancement of high-tier tumors. Beyond completing his evolution, Yang Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that the saliva from the ghostly mask could filter the essence. Indeed, it fed on meat tumors, naturally able to devour and dissolve essence. Rendering it pure was a trivial matter. Testing this newfound ability slightly, Yang Feng focused and the structurally transformed stomach Miao Zhuang, serving as the captain of the security team, summoned the bodyguards beside him, instructing them to take the forefront. Adorned with intricate tattoos of dragons and tigers, and embellished with golden chains, the bodyguards under Miao Zhuang's command had once been enforcers for the formidable boss, Mo Jianfeng. Each of them was a notorious figure in the underworld, exuding an intimidating presence as they brandished machetes and iron rods, standing resolutely at the front lines. Suddenly, a feathered arrow shot forth, piercing the chest of the foremost thug, who fell instantly. Liang drew back his bow, releasing the arrow with precision, which penetrated flesh, causing a fountain of crimson blood to erupt. Kill! Roared the evolved new humans, having been tempered in the crucible of battle against the undead, transforming into true warriors who swiftly overpowered the gangsters. The ostentatious displays of tattoos and jewelry that once intimidated the common folk proved futile in the face of genuine carnage, rendering these braggadocious thugs into mere cowards when confronted with true violence. Don't kill me. Help, help. Miao Zhuang's subordinates were summarily disarmed, fleeing in panic like frightened chickens. That I have a gun. Don't move. Don T move. Bai Ting brandished her ace, a handgun aimed at the crowd. The threat of the firearm momentarily halted the advancing figures, their eyes ablaze with rage, yet marked by a hint of trepidation. Fear? What nonsense! We aren't afraid of the undead. Someone bellowed, as the assembled were all desperate renegades, seasoned in the art of survival against monsters. In a moment of heated fervor, they surged forward. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted as a new human was struck multiple times. Slowly collapsing to the ground, an arrow flew, striking Bai Ting's palm and causing her weapon to clatter to the floor. Damn you! You vile woman! You dare to kill our men? Seize her! Several enraged men lunged at Bai Ting, overpowering her and pinning her to the ground. Meanwhile, Su Man represented a stark contrast. Armed with a kitchen knife, she charged into the fray like a rabid dog, wildly slashing at those before her. Madwoman, the blade, imbued with a cruel ferocity, found its mark in a man's chest, obliterating his heart. Another swift thrust pierced a throat, sending a torrent of blood gushing forth. In her frenzy, the surrounding fighters recoiled, none daring to provoke her wrath. I'll take her. Su Hong suddenly intervened, attacking Su Man with ferocity befitting a retired Special Forces soldier. Though Su Man was ruthless and reckless, she was no match for Su Hong's combat prowess. Clang! Her knife was knocked aside. Bang! Bang! Su Hong struck her repeatedly, each blow eliciting a visceral response. One to her abdomen that forced bile from her mouth, another to her ribs that sent her into spasms, and a final strike to her head that left her dazed and battered. Is it worth it? You lunatic? All for a deceitful man. Su Hong seized Su Man by the neck, lifting her effortlessly until her face turned a shade of purple from lack of oxygen. With a resounding slap, he cast her to the ground. Take her. When you meet Yang Feng, let it be a moment of harsh reality. Su Hong, driven by a sense of justice, sought to dismantle Yang Feng's facade, making Su Man realize whether he was truly worthy of her devotion. Meanwhile, Miao Zhuang was in full flight, beset by several armed men who relentlessly swung their blades. He could only feebly defend himself, sustaining several wounds in the process. An arrow pierced his thigh, causing him to collapse. Wait. I surrender. I surrender. Miao Zhuang shouted, prioritizing survival over loyalty in this dire moment. From the outset, Miao Zhuang had been a cunning man, adept at recognizing when to set aside pride and discern who to ally with for survival. If Yang Feng sought his life, he would bow in submission, acting as Yang Feng's loyal servant in slaying monsters. Conversely, if Su Hong threatened him, he would betray Yang Feng without hesitation, discarding any notions of loyalty or gratitude. I have a grudge against Yang Feng. He is the one who harmed me. Yang Feng forced me into servitude, compelling me to slay monsters and deliver corpses. Miao Zhuang exclaimed with venomous intensity. I despise him to the core. The onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain whether to strike. Let him go. Yang Feng has coerced many to serve him. He cannot simply execute them all. That Su Hong approached Miao Zhuang, scrutinizing him before offering a hand of friendship. I am not like Yang Feng. I am no tyrant. With a glimmer of determination, Su Hong had unwittingly positioned himself as the de facto leader among the crowd. Indeed, Su Hong was the most formidable, possessing both strength and intellect, executing plans with precision. Even the university student skilled in archery, who had once been reluctant, now willingly referred to him as Big Brother. Let us go. We will confront Yang Feng. The crowd, invigorated by fervor, armed themselves and surged towards the fourth floor, room 405, the stronghold of the tyrant. New human warriors struggled to contain their excitement, eager to breach the door. Kill Yang Feng. Overthrow the tyrant. Chants erupted, the atmosphere thick with anticipation as dozens surrounded the corridor, creating a blockade against retreat. Yang Feng, you have committed countless atrocities. You have slain the innocent. Are you now hiding in your lair like a coward? Su Hong stepped forward, calling out to room 405, standing at the moral high ground as if wielding the hammer of justice, ready to shatter the malevolence represented by Yang Feng. Creak. The door slowly opened, revealing Yang Feng, bleary-eyed and yawning, leaning against the doorframe with an air of indifference. What is all this noise? I was finally enjoying a good sleep. How disappointing. Yang Feng displayed an utter lack of concern, casting a sidelong glance at the crowd as if they were inconsequential. Hypocrite. Su Hong grimaced in disgust, dragging Su Man out first, followed closely by Bai Ting and the traitorous Miao Zhuang. Bai Ting, in her current state, was a pitiful sight. Bruised and with tattered clothing, she lay beneath several men, her eyes pleading for mercy. Yang Feng, please save me. She wept, stretching her palm towards him, tears streaming down her face, smudging her makeup into dark streaks. Yang Feng shrugged, his demeanor apathetic. This woman is quite malicious. Are you really going to spare her for the festivities? In truth, the initial idea of collecting resources had not been his own, but rather hers. Yang Feng displayed no concern for Bai Ting's fate, as their relationship had always been one of mutual exploitation. Bai Ting had once led a team against him, only to be spared simply out of indifference. Bai Ting was left in utter despair. Yang Feng, I gathered so many resources, only for you to seize them. I committed so many wrongs for you, and now you cast the blame upon me. You are more sinister than I. You are heartless and devoid of loyalty. May you meet a wretched end. Abandoned and forsaken, Bai Ting unleashed a cacophony of curses upon Yang Feng, her cries echoing in anguish. Bravo! Such a splendid performance. Su Hong clapped his hands, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle of Yang Feng and Bai Ting, likening them to dogs feasting upon each other. Bang! Su Hong suddenly drew his gun and shot Bai Ting dead, startling the crowd with his abrupt action. Yang Feng, you were right. She is guilty beyond measure, hoarding resources, and indeed deserves to die. Su Hong sneered, then seized Su Man once more. At that moment, Su Man was battered and bruised, struggling for breath, her face swollen and covered in contusions. Bai Ting had it coming. But what of you? Su Hong questioned. Su Man aided everyone, yet you gradually twisted her into a madwoman. Su Hong attributed Su Man's descent into madness solely to Yang Feng, suggesting he had brainwashed her. Miao Zhuang limped forward, aligning himself with Su Man. Yang Feng, you are nothing but a deceiver. You promised us strength to grow stronger, yet all you did was feed us a few corpses. Miao Zhuang, with a heart full of anguish, vehemently accused, then spread his palm towards the crowd. We do not require your assistance. Even with corpse tumors, we can grow stronger. The words rang as lies, as Miao Zhuang seemed to pierce through Yang Feng's deception. All his actions were merely a facade, a charade of trickery. Amusingly, Yang Feng found himself chuckling. His eyes sparkled with mockery and derision as he began to explain to the onlookers with a curious interest. Do not blame me for Su Man's transformation, that I merely offered her a nudge at a pivotal moment, presenting her with an additional choice. Yang Feng's gaze shifted back to Miao Zhuang. You are indeed correct. Corpse tumors can indeed enhance one's power. But what is the cost? Are you aware of it? The term cost altered the expressions of the crowd. Consuming corpse tumors had resulted in some becoming grotesque abominations, while others experienced bizarre mutations. For instance, Yi Liang's fingers sprouted keratinous growths, while Su Hong's muscles constricted around his bones, tightening painfully. Yang Feng let out a series of cold chuckles. His mocking gaze sharpened, becoming as chilling as a blade. That we've chatted enough and exchanged curses, but I find myself quite bored. When shall we commence the battle? Chapter 41. The despairing disparity, arrogance, and hubris radiated from Yang Feng, whose eyes were as cold as ice, yet his lips curled into a mocking smile. Tyrant, die. Yi Liang, fueled by a sense of justice, could no longer restrain himself. He seized a recurved bow, knocking a specially crafted feathered arrow onto the string, drawing it back into a grand arc whoosh. The sharp arrow emitted a frosty gleam, its movement too swift for the naked eye to track, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Yi Liang had pierced the skulls of countless monsters, and this time he aimed to shoot Yang Feng directly. With a soft thud, Yang Feng neither flinched nor evaded. He remained rooted in place. At some point, he had extended his hand, effortlessly grasping the front end of the arrow. Buzzing, the tremendous force of the arrow caused its tail to tremble, producing a resonant hum, indicative of the power behind Yu Liang's shot. Terrifyingly, the powerful arrow was easily subdued by Yang Feng's single hand. Not only that, the sharp tip was less than a centimeter from Yang Feng's eye, yet he did not blink or even furrow his brow, as if everything were under his control. What strength! What calmness! What terrifying judgment! This indifference was a result of countless battles and flirtations with death. Something felt amiss. Su Hong instinctively experienced a strange dread, as though he were merely a novice facing a bloodthirsty butcher seasoned by a multitude of kills on the battlefield. Too late. As Yu Liang released his arrow, the surrounding soldiers surged forward in unison, shouting, "Kill! Slay Yang Feng!" The evolved new humans, emboldened by their enhanced powers, brandished clubs and blades, striking at Yang Feng as if hacking at decaying corpses. Shadows danced, and the cacophony of slaughter echoed loudly. Yet through the gaps between the figures, Su Hong caught sight of Yang Feng, who was smiling, a devilish, maniacal grin, a terrifying expression that seemed to stretch from ear to ear. Then, a man was sent hurtling backward with a resounding thud. The human form flew like a cannonball, his chest caving in under immense pressure, capable of crushing all organs into Yang Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. He was about to spit out a mouthful of pus, intending to interrupt Su Hong's foolishness, but then he reconsidered and chose to observe the unfolding events. The act of suicidally swallowing a copious amount of corpse tumors would yield consequences that were undoubtedly intriguing. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgled. Su Hong mindlessly consumed dozens of corpse tumors, and a vast quantity of spiritual essence began to erupt within him. A shimmering radiance flickered, visible even to the naked eye, surging throughout his entire being. Su Hong began to scream in agony. His body expanded at a visible rate, various grotesque growths emerging from beneath his skin. Scales. Su Hong's thighs sprouted a profusion of serpentine scales. Tentacles, slithering and viscous tentacles erupted from his skin. Thrashing wildly, beastly eyes, terrifying vertical pupils pressed forth from around his abdomen, resembling a multitude of acne clustered together. Severed limbs. Even a centipede's tail sprouted from his severed arm, extending outward in segmented form. Monster! He was on the verge of transforming into a frightful abomination. Deformed, twisted, unknown, terrifying. Why? Why was this happening? Su Hong was bewildered, roaring in a voice unrecognizable as human. Half of his head warped into the shape of a catfish. Yang Feng smiled, relishing the grotesque transformation before him. Were corpse tumors but experienced pills for ascension? Yang Feng scoffed, though his gaze grew solemn as he uttered a single term: soul grit. It is the detritus of countless souls, the impurities of existence. All living things possess a spirit. After death, the spiritual essence flows back into the sea of life like droplets of water, returning to the embrace of the mother. Pure and immaculate, each droplet of spiritual essence then emerges from the ocean, flourishing into a myriad of life forms. All life on Blue Star adheres to this principle. However, the ocean of life is not entirely pure. Impurities occasionally surface. Hatred, fear, despair, vengeance, obsession, and even the sorrow of love lost. All memories, like indelible stains, linger, challenging purification. They gradually sink within the ocean of life, accumulating as sludge and grit, resulting in even more wondrous transformations. Those corpse tumors, they are the sludge. They are the remnants. They are the impurities. They embody the most loathed, wicked, and obsessive grit of living beings. Yang Feng provided the answer, pointing towards Su Hong's body. Those scales may have originated from Python. Those beastly eyes could belong to a pack of wild creatures. Those tentacles might be from a deep-sea octopus. The deformed half-head must be that of a large catfish. Yang Feng then posed a soul-stirring inquiry. Do you feel it? Do you feel their pain? Do you sense their memories? Have you deeply comprehended their innermost filth, their most inescapable obsessions? Yang Feng's words profoundly shook Su Hong's very core. He indeed felt it. The memories of the python, the beasts, the abyssal monsters, the centipede, the catfish, all intertwining within him, leading to a chaotic mind and a consciousness on the brink of annihilation. Even Su Hong's soul, under the intense pollution, began to twist and distort, gradually morphing into a conglomerate of monstrosities. Stop speaking. Do not disturb my body any longer. Stop biting me. I feel so miserable, so filled with hatred, so ravenous, so anxious for my child. Ah, Su Hong knelt upon the ground, pleading to an unknown entity, overwhelmed by a cacophony of screams from myriad creatures echoing in his mind. 2 streams of blood tears flowed down his face as his consciousness shattered completely, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. Roar, roar! He had utterly transformed into a monster, a deformed conglomerate, stage, random, rare grade, random, typically resulting from humans' excessive consumption of corpse tumors, leading to grotesque mutations. Such special monsters exhibit a vast disparity in strength. The more corpse tumors consumed, the more formidable the resultant aberration. Indeed, Su Hong had become a unique, deformed conglomerate. The consumption of dozens of corpse tumors shattered his soul entirely, resulting in indescribable physical distortions. In a previous life, Yang Feng had witnessed an individual consume hundreds of high-grade corpse tumors in one sitting, transforming into a terrifying behemoth that obliterated a medium-sized encampment. How intriguing. Yang Feng charged forward, and the rampaging conglomerate immediately reacted, its severed hand morphing into a half-centipede that lashed out like a steel whip. Thud! The half-centipede was shattered by Yang Feng's punch, its venomous substance exploding forth, splattering all over him. Poison, ineffectual. Yang Feng paid no heed to the toxic liquid that splashed upon his skin. He possessed formidable resistance to toxins. His purple phantom crystal-grade corrosive stomach was no mere decoration. Though seemingly daunting, the strength of dozens of corpse tumors still paled in comparison. Yang Feng faced the twisted aberration without a shred of fear, his expression instead filled with disdain. Bone blade, deep iron fiber, corrosive stomach, and the most powerful dark gold artifact, ghost face. Each of these mutated organs held a value far exceeding that of dozens of corpse tumors. Thud, thud, thud. Scales were stripped away, beastly eyes were obliterated, tentacles were severed, and the catfish head was cleaved apart. The transformed Su Hong was thus effortlessly dispatched, but the event was not yet entirely concluded. The berserk spiritual essence began to coalesce once more that a most peculiar corpse tumor gradually formed within Su Hong, manifesting a distinct white hue. The white corpse tumor, translucent and lustrous, it resembled mutton fat jade, smooth and slippery. One could hardly discern that this alabaster tumor had emerged from a twisted, deformed conglomerate. White fruit. This is an exceptionally unique existence among corpse tumors. The white fruit is notoriously difficult to tame, amalgamating a multitude of obsessions and resentments, with its abilities varying greatly. This variability hinges on the number of corpse tumors consumed by the deformed individual and the personal potential of the white fruit's user. The weakest may be no more than refuse compared to the green jade, while the strongest could rival the legendary blood bodhi. Chapter 43. The Darkened Saint, truly terrifying. The white fruit, a fascinating object, eerie and profoundly mysterious, with an immense degree of randomness. Recklessly daring to consume, it is undoubtedly a foolish endeavor. But what would be the most prudent way to utilize it? Yang Feng, clutching the white fruit, turned with malevolent intent, his gaze sweeping over the remaining individuals in the corridor. The majority of the rebels were already dead, while a few timid souls had fled to a distance in the corridor, utterly paralyzed by the horrific scenes of slaughter, trembling in silence. Yang Feng could hardly be bothered to slay them. Yet amidst the crowd, he discovered an old friend, Miao Zhuang, an opportunist ever swaying with the winds. Now utterly terrified, unable to raise his gaze to meet Yang Feng's. How could I forget you? Yang Feng approached slowly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, offering a benign smile. Do not come any closer. He is approaching. He is truly coming. What shall we do now? Please do not kill me. Do not kill me. The remaining rebels, instantly stricken with fear, prostrated themselves on the ground, pounding their heads so forcefully that the floor cracked, leaving behind bloody imprints. Thud! Miao Zhuang crawled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Boss, I was coerced. Please, for the sake of all the corpse tumors I've collected, spare me. Miao Zhuang continued to bow repeatedly, each person pounding their heads against the ground like a drum, competing to display their desperation. And there's one thing I loathe above all else, betrayal. Yang Feng spoke nonchalantly, yet Miao Zhuang trembled even more at those words, cold sweat soaking his garments. Though you are merely my slave, and I am merely utilizing you, betrayal is betrayal. When you pointed your finger at me in accusation, you must have been prepared for the consequences, no? Yang Feng's words plunged Miao Zhuang into despair. Any attempt at justification felt futile. Any resistance appeared hopeless. Boss, Yang Feng, my boss, grant me one more chance that I will hunt monsters for you, procure corpse tumors that I will labor tirelessly for you, without a moment's rest. Miao Zhuang understood profoundly that his only chance of survival lay in demonstrating his value and proving he was still of use. Yet Yang Feng simply chuckled and shook his head. Ha! Suddenly, he opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of venomous liquid from his corrosive stomach, which sprayed forth in vast quantities. The air was filled with unending shrieks. The individuals huddled in the corners were all drenched in corrosive poison, their bodies resembling burning candles, melting away into pools of viscous pus. Traitors with no second chances. Yang Feng had profoundly grasped this truth during the dark apocalypse of his previous life. After executing all that, Yang Feng approached a woman, Su Manman. Her behavior was surprisingly unexpected to him. Loyalty? Led by Su Hong, the new humans had initiated a rebellion. Yet instead of joining them, Su Manman fiercely resisted and fought against Su Hong and his followers. Covered in wounds, she did not falter, even at the cost of losing most of her life. Why? Was it merely because Yang Feng had given her a push, or because of their bond as master and slave? Foolishness. Yang Feng, looking down from above, gently kicked Su Manman. You're not dead yet, are you? A pained groan escaped Su Manman's lips, indicating she still clung to life. Yang Feng crouched down and produced a white corpse tumor. This is a ginkgo fruit that I have no use for such refuse, but I can offer it to you. Yang Feng spoke candidly, continuing, it can randomly bestow you with abilities, transforming you into an evolved being. Interested, enduring excruciating pain, Su Manman curled into a ball. Slowly, she extended her hand to grasp the ginkgo fruit. I do to resolute will, as steadfast as iron, is the most crucial condition for evolution. One must possess sufficient determination to resist the encroachment of impurities. You need enough patience and perseverance to contend with those obsessions and pains. Why maintaining your consciousness and shattering the invading spiritual grit, you can absorb the energy within and become more formidable. Let me make it clear. The daily quota of corpses you deliver must double. 10. Yang Feng crossed his fingers, signifying the number 10. He had audaciously increased the daily hunting quota by a significant magnitude. Good. Su Man firmly grasped the ginkgo fruit and confidently affirmed with a single word. Yang Feng accepted with satisfaction, releasing the ginkgo fruit as he watched Su Man lift it to her mouth. Mutation, transformation. The ginkgo fruit was a product of aberration. It harbored vast quantities of impurities and an array of fragmented thoughts within it. Su Man trembled as if countless worms writhed beneath her skin, her body emitting bizarre sounds. Hiss, hiss, hiss. That was the sound of a python hissing. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Special fish seemed to expel bubbles in the liquid, creating a chorus of gurgling noises. Mom, please don't make me do my homework anymore. Wah! The anguished voice of a little boy echoed from Su Man's arm that I'm done for. I can't cash out the money I won. A housewife's voice, filled with despair, seemed to confess to losing all her savings in secret to her husband. Insects chirping, roars, cries. Memories of all kinds surged forth that it was not just humanity. Other life forms, too, contributed to the filth and pollution, threatening to tear Su Man apart completely. Can't hold on any longer. Yang Feng squinted, sensing the rampaging spiritual essence had pushed Su Man to the precipice, mere moments away from collapse. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Su Man screamed in a frenzy, her voice resonating with her own despair. The resentment grew stronger. The hatred intensified. Su Manman's eyes turned crimson as she channeled her unwillingness and grievances to gradually tear apart the encroaching thoughts. You think you're fierce? I am fiercer. You harbor resentment. My resentment is greater. The darkened mother figure was indeed terrifying. Her frenzied grievances obliterated the invading spiritual grit, purifying it and ultimately absorbing it for herself. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Sounds echoed from all over Su Manman's body. She had completely assimilated the spiritual essence of the ginkgo fruit, opening the gateway to evolution and stepping towards becoming an evolved being. Success! Su Manman's body underwent a thorough metamorphosis. She transcended the new humans, successfully transforming into a genuine evolved being, gaining some powerful ability. Incredible. Yang Feng's eyes sparkled, realizing he had struck gold this time, that Su Manman would undoubtedly yield an abundance of corpses. Chapter 44. Happy Birthday. Metamorphosis, Evolution, Ultimate Aberration. A fissure opened vertically in Su Manman's abdomen, gradually expanding that a circle of sharp teeth surrounded the gaping crack, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty lamprey's maw. The gluttonous abyss. She had acquired a unique, aberrant organ. A special ability bestowed by the ginkgo fruit, a brand new aberrant form that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, a monster. Anyone who witnessed Su Manman's ability would regard her as a monster. Yet, Yang Feng was unconcerned. This was the price of gaining power by absorbing vast amounts of spiritual essence. A human's soul undergoes aberration. While the body gains formidable abilities, it inevitably faces distortion. Bone blades. Corroded stomachs, deep iron fibers. Yang Feng's abilities had entirely altered his own body, including his dark gold-gray, ghostly visage. Evolved beings were no longer ordinary humans. Monsters, in the eyes of normal individuals, evolved beings were monstrous entities. I'm so hungry. A profound hunger engulfed Su Manman after her transformation. This was a negative effect brought by the gluttonous abyss, leaving her in a perpetual state of unbearable hunger. Endure. You must learn to control your abilities. Yang Feng, like an elder mentor, guided Su Manman on how to wield her newfound powers. The fissure gradually constricted, the abyssal maw finally closing. Seamlessly, her abdomen became flat and delicate, smooth and taut, without a single blemish. Complete control. Your consciousness now fully dominates. Yang Feng marveled, witnessing this type of aberrant ability for the first time, that he approached Su Manman, reaching out to touch her soft, pale abdomen, sensing the power within. Blue sea pattern grade? Non-aberrant organs are quite unique. Highly malleable. They possess certain growth potential. The abilities derived from the ginkgo fruit were indeed extraordinary, subtly hinting at an insatiable hunger, yearning for further metamorphosis. Suddenly, Su Manman's abdomen violently opened. The exaggerated abyssal maw clamped down hard on Yang Feng's arm. A circle of sharp teeth whirled like rollers, emitting a sound akin to an electric saw tearing through flesh, grinding against Yang Feng's skin. Flesh was torn apart, revealing muscle fibers as resilient as steel. The gluttonous abyss's biting speed noticeably slowed, yet still left a trail of blood. Squeeze hard. Yang Feng focused his gaze, abruptly yanking his arm with great force, shattering several teeth and swiftly extracting himself from a maw. Yang Feng, I'm sorry. Su Manman immediately knelt, lowering her head. I was so hungry that I lost my senses and unconsciously bit down. Yet, Yang Feng did not chastise her immediately. He raised his arm, observing the bloodied wound with contemplative intrigue. Interesting that if you have no specific requirements regarding food. Yang Feng hesitated, glancing at the surrounding remains of corpses, then at Su Manman at his feet. Help yourself. An hour later, the entire corridor on the 4th floor was pristine. Su Manman appeared revitalized, her complexion rosy, her injuries seemingly healed completely. She radiated youthfulness and charisma. The innocent beauty of her face now bore a hint of alluring seduction, making her more enticing, yet there lingered an inexplicable aura of wickedness. Room 405. The sunset's glow spilled into the room as Su Manman sat by the bedside, her slender shadow elongated. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A fragrant and spicy aroma wafted in. Yang Feng stood before the gas stove, stir-frying a dish of twice-cooked pork, effortlessly balancing the pan with his bandaged arm. Yang Feng, Su Man, somewhat flustered, observed the bloodthirsty tyrant busily preparing multiple dishes, filling the table. Lastly, Yang Feng cooked a meat pie, sizzling and fragrant. The entire city is experiencing a blackout. Otherwise, I could have baked a cake. Yang Feng emerged from the kitchen, placing the meat pie on the table and producing a candle from who knows where. The candle was inserted into the center of the pie, and as he flicked the lighter, the flickering flame emitted a warm glow, creating an ambience reminiscent of a candlelit dinner. What is this? Su Man was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend that Yang Feng would cook for her. Congratulations. You have officially become an evolved being. Su Man. You have undergone a complete transformation, reborn. Yang Feng flashed a gentle smile, his pristine teeth appearing somewhat eerie under the candlelight, the contrast too stark. Happy birthday. Let us sing a birthday song, shall we? Yang Feng is unexpectedly celebrating Su Man's birthday, commemorating her transformation and rebirth. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. He leads, resembling a warm family, clapping his hands as the song begins. Su Man appears somewhat embarrassed, but can only respond with a forced smile, singing along with the bloodthirsty tyrant. All right, blow out the candles and make a wish. Yang Feng applauds Su Man, who obediently extinguishes the candles, returning to her seat with a hint of trepidation. I actually possess quite a bit of humanity. Don Ti, Yang Feng reveals a satisfied smile as he hands her a pair of chopsticks. Su Man, after hearing this, nods like a chick pecking at rice. Yang Feng then picks up his chopsticks, serves her a piece of meat, and takes out a knife to slice the meat pie into several pieces that I used to watch a lot of food exploration videos. Later, Big Data recommended numerous cooking tutorials by older sisters, and I learned by imitation. So, how does my culinary skill measure up? As he chats casually, a sense of pride emerges when discussing his cooking prowess. Su Man continues to nod like a chick pecking at rice. For some reason, she does not feel the warmth of the moment. Instead, a sense of unease washes over her, even sending chills down her spine. The more gentle Yang Feng's tone becomes, the warmer his demeanor. The more it sends shivers down her back. The crawling beasts have slaughtered a significant number of people. Su Hong, Yiliang, and those brave new humans have perished completely. Bai Ting, Miao Zhuang, and dozens of tattooed gangsters have met a similar fate. Yang Feng sighs deeply, seemingly mourning the loss of these individuals. What a pity indeed. He produces a large jar filled with corpse tumors, numbering over 50 during his seclusion these past couple of days. The apartment has gathered all these tumors, yielding over 20 each day. Now that the birthday festivities are over, Su Man, you must put in your best effort. Yang Feng rises, approaches Su Man, and gently pats her shoulder, offering a tender and encouraging smile. Devil, a true demon. Su Man feels an overwhelming weight of pressure, as if she were bound for life to be exploited and oppressed by the man before her. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Yang Feng then proceeds to perform an even more shocking act. He grabs the jar filled with corpse tumors and begins to swallow them whole, chewing them down like candy. The 50-plus tumors crunch in his mouth like popping candy, releasing a copious amount of luminous spiritual essence. What does this signify? Su Hong, after consuming over 20 tumors, morphed into a distorted conglomerate. Yang Feng devours even more without any adverse effects, as if all the spiritual grit is suppressed by the ghostly mask. Streams of pure spiritual essence course through his body, reinforcing him. Yang Feng's entire corporeal form gradually and steadily increases in strength. Though not as violently as through mutation, it is solidly grounded. Delicious. Yang Feng's slick tongue licks his cheek. Then he leans closely to Su Man, tilting her chin slightly upward. Cardiac arrest. Su Man's pupils constrict, her body trembling uncontrollably that a distinctly fearful sensation grips her heart like a vice, making it hard for her to breathe. Killing intent. Danger. The threat of death looms. Su Man senses an intensely cold and ruthless malice enveloping her through the eerie mask. Master. Su Man instinctively kneels, addressing him with a more respectful title. Establishing authority. This remains the carrot and stick strategy. The carrot is sweet. I can fill your belly, lend you strength, and make you a formidable evolver. The stick is painful. I can easily tear you apart and kill you whenever I wish. Yang Feng smiles. He retracts the ghostly mask, placing his hand on Su Man-Man's shoulder. Don't be tense. I mentioned before, there's no need to call me master. Su Man-Man's pupils tighten. She comprehends a vital truth. The relationship between them has, at this moment, been eternally solidified. Master, I shall henceforth be a blade in your hand. Su Man continues to use the honorific, signifying her complete submission and willingness to be Yang Feng's tool. Yang Feng slightly furrows his brow, pondering for a moment, then dismisses this trivial concern. Come with me, he gestures for Su Man to follow, leading her up the safe passage to the 19th floor. The level where the apartment's supplies are concentrated and stored. Due to neighbors hoarding provisions, my plan to stockpile from them had spread in advance through the owners group, prompting everyone to gather considerable supplies. With the recent deaths of numerous individuals, resources have become even more abundant. Bai Ting is dead. The supplies are now unguarded that I dislike dealing with trifles. Is it acceptable for me to leave it to you? Yang Feng glances at Su Man beside him, speaking slowly. Of course. Su Man answers without hesitation, leaving no room for doubt. Just then, a man rushes out of the corridor. He is a bald, muscular man, formerly Bai Ting's subordinate bodyguard, now aimlessly attempting to seize the stored goods. Make way, make way. He carries several boxes of instant noodles stacked high, nearly obscuring his face, with his armpits cradling large packages of ham and various delicacies. Seizing the opportunity, taking advantage of the unguarded situation, he aims to snatch as many supplies as possible to save his own skin. Yang Feng smiles faintly, casting a glance that seems to say, I'll leave this to you. Stop. Su Man commands sharply, swiftly stepping in front of the man. Oh, the bald man's loads tumble to the ground, and he immediately begins to curse. What the hell, you damn dog. Get out of the way. He has never encountered Su Man, and his attitude grows more arrogant. Are you blind, or just tired of living? Su Man's expression darkens. She must accomplish the task assigned by her master. And it must be done decisively. Suddenly, a horrifying sight unfolds, nearly causing the bald man to lose control of his bladder, and a gash appears on Su Man's abdomen, rapidly expanding into a gaping maw filled with countless sharp teeth. Monster, the bald man, having never witnessed such a scene, collapses in terror, stuttering and lost for words. The gaping Su Man reaches her hand into the monstrous mouth, tearing off two long, sharp fangs, using them as daggers. Thud! The fang dagger pierces the man's neck. Su Man's eyes gleam with a ruthless light, her actions devoid of hesitation. Gurgle, gurgle. Thick blood bubbles surge forth, crimson liquid spraying, making Su Man's face appear even more menacing. Decisive in slaughter. What will you do next? Yang Feng nods slightly from the side, resembling a chairman inspecting the work of his general manager. Su Man grabs the man's legs, dragging him step by step up the stairs. On the 19th floor, those who seek to take advantage are not alone. The once mighty bodyguards, now scattered like monkeys after a tree falls, have turned into bandits. They forcibly smash the locks of the storage rooms, seizing whatever they can find, prioritizing their own survival above all else. Stop! Su Man declares loudly from the corridor. Bai Ting's position is now mine. Yet no one pays her any heed, continuing their frenzied looting. Creak, 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 creak. The jarring sound of chewing follows as Su Man's belly opens, the gaping maw devouring something, large splashes of crimson liquid spraying forth, strands of flesh remaining lodged between her teeth. Gradually, the people come to a halt. Their gazes shift, puzzled. What is it eating? A monster! A monster! Horror, fear, trembling, nausea, an utterly unsettling sight. Until the gaping maw finishes its meal, the blood-drenched mouth slowly closes, but not entirely, leaving a massive G.A.P. burp as Su Man lets out a belch, gripping the blood-stained fang daggers, stepping toward the crowd. Can you listen to me now? Su Man, drenched in blood, her face twisted in rage, resembles a specter rising from the depths of hell. She approaches the crowd, and the person in front collapses in fear, a foul, brownish-yellow liquid streaming down his leg as he loses control of his bladder. Please, we will listen to you, whatever you say. The formidable bodyguards, unable to evade or escape, ultimately found themselves kneeling before Su Man. How many of you remain? Su Man Man inquired, wiping the bloodstains from her cheek, only to reveal a long streak of crimson that rendered her expression all the more terrifying. My brothers have all perished downstairs. Only a handful of us managed to flee. Perhaps around 10 remain. After a fierce battle, the number of those still capable of action was dwindling, and among them were only cowardly deserters. Driven by the instinct to survive, Su Man Man nodded, her abdomen once again splitting open, revealing a circle of jagged teeth that twisted ominously, reminiscent of the monstrous maw of a lamprey, capable of shredding any prey into mincemeat. Remember this, from this day forth, I am the one in charge here. Return all the stolen supplies to me, or suffer the same fate as that man. The terrifying sight of Su Man Man's gaping maw sent chills down the spines of the bodyguards, several of whom succumbed to their fear and prostrated themselves on the ground, repeatedly affirming her command. Without a hint of doubt, Su Man Man swiftly established control over the situation. Yang Feng observed quietly from the shadows, feeling a sense of satisfaction with Su Man Man's performance. Though he knew he needed to stoke the flames further, Yang Feng approached slowly, revealing a smile that bore a hint of wickedness. It has been 7 days since the apocalypse began. A week of psychological acclimatization should have sufficed. Starting tomorrow, all food supplies will be suspended. His words sent a tremor through the hearts of all present, even Su Man Man casting him a look of astonishment. Suspend the supply of resources? What will the weak do for sustenance? What madness might they resort to when deprived of food? If one does not push them, the timid will remain forever confined within their rooms. To acquire food, they must barter with corpses, engage in combat with monsters. Let the slaughter commence. Let the battles rage for survival. Let them plunder the corpses. Chapter 46. The evolutionary contest of trillions of lives. The tyrant, a true tyrant. In the first week of the apocalyptic disaster, the population of the apartment dwindled by more than 2/3. People waited in despair and fear for rescue, but hope was repeatedly shattered. This is merely the novice protection period. Let the slaughter commence. Let the battles rage. Let them grow stronger. Yang Feng stood by the window, gazing out at the ravaged city, observing the relentless tide of corpses that filled the streets. The tide was converging, the aberrations evolving in the highest heavens. Blood-soaked wings clashed as ferocious birds battled one another. Beneath the soil, the cacophony of insects echoed as monstrous creatures devoured one another. In the depths of the ocean, filth flowed freely as fish monsters underwent frenzied mutations. Trillions of lives were engaged in a frenzied evolutionary contest, vying for dominance over Blue Star in the next era. The law of the jungle prevailed, survival of the fittest. The world once dominated by humanity had become a relic of the past. The weak would perish in this era, either as prey on the dining table or by expending every ounce of their being to carve a bloody path through the thorns. Yang Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. The path beneath his feet, paved with blood and bones, would undoubtedly be the most arduous of journeys. The apartment had descended into chaos. Su Man Man declared the cessation of all food supplies. The sole means of obtaining sustenance was through hunting monsters and exchanging their remains. This news ignited public outrage, compelling those who had hidden in their rooms to emerge and fight for their survival. On the 19th floor, the remaining few dozen residents gathered to protest against their new leader to be what right. Those supplies were contributed by us. Your actions amount to outright theft. Are we to be left with nothing? Not even a single pack of instant noodles? Sob, sob, sob. The cries of the people echoed with indignation, each individual seething with rage, demanding an explanation. Su Man Man stepped forward, facing the discontented crowd. Suddenly, a small stone struck her, followed by a rotten egg splattering across her face. Eat shit. You think you can starve us? Not so easily, one voice shouted amidst the uproar. With Bai Ting and Mo Jianfeng gone, who do you think you are? The crowd was tumultuous, encouraged by the chaos. One individual hurled prepared refuse at Su Man Man. Her expression remained icy as she calmly wiped her face, even as the stench of the egg lingered. You truly are hungry, she remarked, closing her eyes to reminisce about the betrayal, humiliation, and bullying she had endured at the hands of those refugees she had once aided. The passage is blocked. Man issued a command consisting of just 4 words. A dozen burly men appeared, sealing off the only escape route. With a swift motion, Man produced a knife that gleamed like a sharpened fong. Launching it towards a crowd, it struck a man's forehead, penetrating deeply, and he fell heavily to the ground, eyes wide in death. Ah, murder! Murder! The once boisterous crowd, upon witnessing the act of violence, immediately trembled with fear, scrambling to flee downstairs. They were the weak, the elderly, the sick, and those who had cowered in their homes, compliant and fearful. Just a single death had instilled terror within them, quelling their earlier bravado. "Return," Man commanded, her tone unyielding. "You haven't been dismissed yet." The burly men brandished iron rods and blades, blocking the exit with menacing glares that displayed their tattoos, exuding an aura of intimidation. Man approached the fallen body, gently extracting the knife, a crimson torrent gushing forth from the wound. "I will say this only once. From this moment on, no food will be distributed. It can only be exchanged for corpses." She enunciated each word clearly for all to hear. "I can't possibly fight those monsters," a woman cried, tears streaming down her face as she pulled her child close. "Little darling, come here and bow to Aunt Man." An elderly man, leaning heavily on his cane, collapsed his knees, pleading, "Great leader, look at my frail bones. I am no match for the young." Such instances were numerous, the remaining individuals largely comprising the weak and infirm. Dark memories began to assail Man once more. The seemingly pitiable mother and child had greedily taken her food, driving her from her own home. The frail old man, trembling in the night, had reached out, seeking to tear her clothes and violate her. Man's compassionate heart had long since perished. Even in the face of genuine suffering, she felt no pity. "You may steal. You may rob. You may kill one another. You may even barter your bodies, your beauty, your youth, and your flesh for sustenance." Man's expression twisted in a grimace as she uttered the most ruthless words, leaving all present in stunned silence, shocked and unable to comprehend that there no law, no code of conduct. Stealing, robbing, harming, even murder. These were once grave offenses before the apocalypse, unthinkable in their severity. Having vented her emotions, Man's tone softened considerably. "Of course, you may also choose to fight the monsters like I do. I will form a hunting squad to lead you in slaying monsters. All are welcome to join." A hunting squad? Man had actually established a team dedicated to monster hunting. She recalled Yang Feng's words, a cruel smile gracing her lips, "that I can lend you strength, that I can grant you immunity to infection. As long as you bring back corpses, you will gain food and women, or handsome men, within the apartment." Man's words were laden with temptation. First, she instilled despair, cutting off all avenues of escape, forcing everyone from their dead ends. Then, she offered hope. Join the hunting squad, gain formidable power, become a new breed of humanity, and battle the monsters. Moments later, resolve began to solidify in the hearts of a few. "I will join. Count me in. I too shall join." Meanwhile, Yang Feng gazed out at the darkening sky. The moment of exhilarating hunting that he relished the most was finally approaching once more, in the 10 dark years of the apocalypse. Yang Feng had excelled in solitary action, embodying the essence of a lone wolf. That he despised burdens that slowed him down and loathed sharing the spoils of his hunts. The mask of the demon unfolded, a peculiar thrill coursing through its visage. It had consumed nearly 100 corpses, nearing a terrifying threshold of evolution. Am I finally on the brink of evolution? The second form of the ghost face truly fills me with anticipation. Chapter 47. The Apocalypse. Let's increase the intensity. The night was dark and the wind howled, with fragmented stars scattered across the sky. Yang Feng opened the window and leaped onto the air conditioning unit. Yet his steps came to a halt. An eerie occurrence unfolded before his eyes. The alley, once littered with the remains of decaying corpses, had sprouted vast expanses of vines. These vines, exhibiting a vivid crimson hue, crawled up the walls of the 1- and 2-story buildings, entwining themselves around the bodies of countless corpses, writhing like numerous blood vessels. The blood-sucking vines. Yang Feng furrowed his brow, immediately recognizing this plant. During the days, he had been absorbing the corrosive essence of the stomach. The alley had become overrun with blood-sucking vines, extracting the residual value from the decaying remains and mutation in the plant life. Calculating the time, the first wave of aberrant creatures was fast approaching. Yang Feng possessed the dark memories of his previous life. Trillions of lives were undergoing frenzied, twisted mutations, and plants were no exception. In approximately a month's time, various terrifying aberrations would reach maturity, resulting in an explosive outbreak of grotesque and distorted monsters, a true crisis for humanity. The blood-sucking vines burrowed into the remains of the corpses, managing to exert a degree of control over them. See Chapter 48. Shadow Leopard. The imposing entrance of the Jinjiang Manor exudes an air of grandeur, adorned with opulent decorations that radiate wealth. Various luxury vehicles parked temporarily at the entrance, each one valued at an amount comparable to an average person's lifetime earnings. Yet, Yang Feng remains indifferent to such extravagance. Activating his ability for multidimensional information analysis, he discerns the faint vibrations lingering in the air, allowing him to reconstruct vague remnants of what transpired. A fleeting shadow vanishes instantaneously within the manor. "I've caught you," Yang Feng exclaims, his tongue gliding across his cheek, revealing a sinister grin brimming with excitement. The winding paths lead to secluded corners, where the environment is elegantly serene. The villa district boasts a variety of ornamental trees, with a musical fountain at its center. Strangely, no decaying corpses or monstrous entities are in sight. This expansive villa area is devoid of any creatures, enveloped in an eerie silence, a testament to the formidable presence of his target. The powerful territorial instinct has driven away all lesser monsters. Suddenly, the musical fountain activates, but instead of clear water, it spews forth a mixture of foul, blood-tainted liquid. Upon closer inspection, the central pool reveals a gruesome layer of corpses and the remains of various creatures. Such a potent territorial presence not only repels weaker monsters, but also annihilates. A resounding crash echoed through the air, accompanied by a series of thunderous booms. The front wall of a villa crumbled in the wake of the impact, sending countless fragments of earth, stone, and tile flying. Expanses of concrete and steel reinforcements were laid bare to the elements. Yang Feng and Ying Bao were hurled backward, crashing onto the ground and carving long, deep gouges in the earth. "Don't let go." I refused to release my grip. Yang Feng tightened his hands around Ying Bao's neck, blood gushing from his mouth, yet he steadfastly clung on. "You wish to shake me off? Are you afraid?" The visage of his ghostly mask opened wide, viciously sinking its teeth into Ying Bao's neck, sharp fangs instantly tearing through the body of the violet phantom beast. Bitten, sucked, and injected with potent venom, an intensely corrosive toxin coated the ghostly fangs, piercing deeply into Ying Bao's throat. In agony, Ying Bao emitted a heart-wrenching howl, and no matter how it struggled, the creature could not dislodge the human from its back, its foreclaws thrashing in desperation. With a series of thuds, Yang Feng continued to gnaw at the creature. The ghostly visage relentlessly opened its blood-stained maw, appearing even more beast-like than Ying Bao, inflicting grievous wounds upon it. Thud, 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 two fists rained down mercilessly, leaving Ying Bao dazed. Beneath the powerful muscle fibers, the bones cracked with the sound of shattering porcelain under each strike. Finally, Ying Bao realized it could not rid itself of the human clinging to it. Struggling, it turned, attempting to swipe with its lethal claws, engaging in close combat. With a sickening crunch, Yang Feng bit off a sizable chunk of flesh from Ying Bao. In retaliation, the creature's claws tore into Yang Feng's arm and thigh. The two battled like primordial beasts, rolling together in a desperate struggle, utilizing fists, teeth, claws, everything they had, to fight for their very existence. "Ha! Can you feel it? Our lives are so resplendent, to fight desperately for survival. Shedding the last drop of blood, exhausting every ounce of strength. How magnificent!" In a state of ecstasy, Yang Feng reveled in the sheer madness of the brutal conflict. Live to expend every last bit of life. It's either your demise or mine. The fear of death is the only way to truly feel alive. Every cell in his body struggled fiercely, allowing him to sense the vibrancy and preciousness of life. After a long while, the sounds of their struggle gradually faded. Yang Feng decapitated Ing Bao, standing triumphantly atop its corpse, raising one hand high, bathed in blood, proclaiming his victory that a pure, purple, alluring corpse tumor began to coalesce upon Ing Bao's remains. This was genuine violet phantom crystal, of a quality surpassing that of the previous mutated creature. Excellent. Yang Feng stored the tumor away, yet felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely. Under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly be considered doomed. Gulping down, Yang Feng retrieved over 20 newly acquired tumors, chewing them all at once. The heat surged, an exhilarating turmoil. The ghostly visage had devoured over 100 tumors. Warm energy coursed through Yang Feng's body, and miraculously, the wounds all over him ceased to worsen. The platelets became exceedingly active, quickly forming a temporary blood membrane over the wounds, staunching the excessive bleeding, averting the threat of exsanguination. This place isn't safe, that I must return immediately. Yang Feng's multidimensional information analysis suddenly sensed something approaching. Someone. How can there be anyone here? Did the Villa District not fall prey to the creature? Not just one. There were many survivors in the Villa District. Emerging from the collapsed wall, Yang Feng surveyed his surroundings. The doors of numerous villas creaked open, revealing anxious, frightened faces of humans. The Mimi is dead. That monster killed Mimi. Suddenly, someone cried out, their gaze towards Yang Feng filled with terror. They could see that moment. With the ghostly mask upon his face, drenched in blood, covered in wounds, he indeed resembled a monster. But Mimi, could it be that Mimi referred to the Ing Bao he had just slain? Never mind, I shall return another time. Yang Feng could not afford to ponder further, seizing the last vestiges of his strength. He dashed forward, vanishing into the night. In his apartment, Yang Feng crushed a mass of blood-sucking vines underfoot. Leaping back into his room, he counted his injuries, his chest, ribs, abdomen, thighs, calves, arms. Almost no part of him remained unscathed. The ghostly visage was agitated and heated. It seemed to have consumed sufficient energy, yet it still lacked an essential element for evolution. Despite his grievous wounds, Yang Feng felt it was worth it, for he had obtained a genuine violet phantom crystal-level tumor. Ing Bao, so exceedingly rare, even a decade into the apocalypse. Its appearance was almost legendary. It conferred a unique ability. Yang Feng hesitated for a few seconds before directly placing the violet phantom crystal tumor into his mouth. Chewing, Yang Feng commanded the ghostly visage, crushing the tumor. The lingering thoughts of Ing Bao, filled with intense hatred, surged within the pure purple essence, seeking to clash with Yang Feng's consciousness. Ha! You couldn't defeat me earlier. And now you come to my domain, seeking death. With the ghostly visage's innate ability to obliterate all impurities, Yang Feng devoured the remnants of Ing Bao's spirit. The deep, enchanting purple essence, under precise control, slowly descended, enveloping his calves and Achilles tendon, initiating a profound transformation. The strength of Ing Bao lay in its tendons. The lethal explosive power and silent nature made it a true shadow assassin. Shadow Tendon. This was the ability Yang Feng yearned to acquire from Ing Bao. Chapter 50. The Sound of Bells. Additional update. Shadow Tendon. Lethal explosive power. Silent footsteps, akin to treading upon shadows. Elusive and inscrutable. As Yang Feng's foot touched the ground, it produced an utterly silent effect. A slight movement propelled him like an arrow. With a whip kick, Yang Feng executed a swift maneuver, a barely perceptible shadow sweeping through the air, carving a perfect arc, akin to a blade slicing through the atmosphere, leaving a faint sound of air being split. Upon glancing at the wall, a deeply etched cut appeared, smooth as a mirror, with a casual whip of his leg. The shadow tendon had indeed cleaved the air, creating a tearing effect. Impressive! Yang Feng was thoroughly satisfied with the abilities of the shadow tendon. His speed had increased significantly, and the power of his leg attacks had surged, also granting him the advantages of stealth and silence. However, the cost was substantial. Yang Feng was battered and gravely injured. Even his bone blade had been severed, rendering that ability useless. Bone blade. My apologies. Yang Feng extended his finger. The broken bone blade sprang forth, the edge fracturing in the middle, sending waves of pain coursing through him. Ghostly visage. Yang Feng unleashed the visage, the gaping maw enveloping his palm, voraciously sucking the marrow and essence from the bone blade. Soon, the entire bone blade shattered, its structure decaying, and the inner essence was devoured entirely, falling away from his palm. Reclaim. Since the ghostly visage could consume essence, it could also reclaim mutated organs. The bone blade was due for retirement. Its strength and quality had been far surpassed by other abilities, and it could no longer function effectively in high-intensity battles. Ultimately, the ghostly visage consumed the bone blade, becoming even more agitated. Its seemingly smooth face concealed a turbulent storm within, as if it were brewing something even more powerful and terrifying. That a transformation was imminent. An evolution was approaching. The ghostly visage was accumulating strength, harboring its abilities, yet always seemed to lack a crucial opportunity, as if waiting for something that it felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, considering it was a dark gold-level artifact, it was normal for triggering conditions to be challenging. Yang Feng reassured himself, yet the sensation of being at the peak of accumulation without being able to erupt was indeed quite distressing. At that moment, sounds of slaughter echoed from downstairs. The sky was dimly lit. The hunting party had already begun their work. Leading the charge was Su Man, wielding two sharp dagger-like knives, pouncing upon the monstrous creature like a fierce beast. Yet, aside from Su Man, the remaining frail and elderly had little courage to strike. If you want to eat, then slay the monster. If you wish to grow stronger, then kill the monster. Covered in blood, Su Man turned to a slender man wearing glasses, who appeared quite feeble. Don't you want to protect your wife and daughter? They're starving, and you still hesitate to act? The words of Su Man pierced the man's heart like daggers. And in a moment of desperation, he clutched the blade in his hand and swung it fiercely at a nearby rotting corpse. With a sickening crunch, the blade became lodged in the bone. And no matter how he pulled, it would not budge. In the next instant, the corpse let out a furious roar, toppling the man to the ground, followed by the horrific sounds of flesh being torn apart. Mingled with his desperate screams think he could carve a path of destruction armed only with fervor. He was ultimately too naive. Such examples abound. This new batch of hunting squads was woefully unfit, quickly suffering casualties, becoming fodder for the undead. Some were engulfed by despair. Others wept. Some discarded their weapons and fled, while others stood frozen in bewilderment, only to be overwhelmed and slain by the monsters. What a pity! Yang Feng stood atop the building, observing the gruesome scenes of battle unfold below, shaking his head at the sight of these expendables. Few among them could truly fight. The remaining value of the apartment seemed scant. His gaze was filled with indifference. After a decade of darkness and the apocalypse, such scenes had become all too familiar. Lives were as cheap as grass. The weak were but prey for the strong. Hadn't he, too, once been a mere expendable in the eyes of others? Jinjiang Manor. Yang Feng recalled that villa district where it seemed many were still alive. Perhaps they could be of U.S. that moment. A bodyguard stationed on the 19th floor hurriedly rushed down. That he held a large, blocky phone reminiscent of a 2-decade-old brick phone, revealing itself to be a special satellite phone. Dingling, the satellite phone rang. Boss Young. There's a call coming in. The bodyguard dashed into the corridor, hastily presenting the phone before Yang Feng's door. A call. Yang Feng suddenly remembered Mo Jianfeng, the big boss he had killed, who had previously mentioned certain conditions. Mercenaries. Mo Jianfeng had claimed he had hired a cadre of professionals, true predators among outlaws. This band of lawless mercenaries was tasked with safeguarding Mo Jianfeng and ensuring his safe escape from the city. According to Mo Jianfeng, the deposit had already been paid. Interesting, quite intriguing. Yang Feng took the phone, answering without uttering a word, waiting for the other party to speak. Silence lingered on the line for approximately 10 seconds before the voice finally broke through. We're almost there. Yang Feng's expression shifted slightly. From the accent, it was evident that the speaker was heavily accented, almost unrecognizable as a citizen of Huagua. Prepare the final payment. The voice on the other end carried an undercurrent of threat. Final payment? A week into the apocalypse, the monetary system had completely collapsed. Money had become worthless. Those flimsy pieces of paper were more suited for wiping than for transactions. Thus, this final payment might not be monetary at all. It must be of sufficient importance to compel mercenaries to risk entering the city, fighting tooth and nail to rescue a big boss. All right, come on over. I'll be waiting for you at apartment 405. Yang Feng mused. Since they were coming, he would first lead them in under false pretenses. Outlaws, mercenaries, hardened killers. This band would undoubtedly possess combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, but a wicked smile crept across Yang Feng's face. Since they had come this far, they might as well stay and work for him. Just when Yang Feng worried about the shortage of expendables, a squad of elites had been delivered to him, akin to a windfall. Moments later, outside the apartment, distinct sounds of commotion could be heard. Da-da-da-da. The muffled shots of silent semi-automatic rifles rang out, accurately dispatching several undead at a group of mercenaries, their bodies smeared with filth. Entirely masking their scent, formed a closely knit formation as they advanced rapidly. 8 individuals. This contingent was not insignificant, each fully armed and carrying an abundance of firearms and ammunition. Soon, they collided with the hunting squad. Guns, they have guns. Is rescue finally here? Are you here to save us? The military, it's the military. The residents of the community displayed expressions of excitement and elation, rushing towards the mercenaries. Confusion engulfed Su Man as she stood frozen, eyeing the mercenaries with suspicion, sensing their ill intent. She raised her head towards Yang Feng's room, seemingly seeking guidance on her next move. Yang Feng offered a faint smile and gestured for her to leave. Leave? Su Man immediately grasped the implication and instinctively distanced herself from the mercenaries, glancing back at the animated residents. Kill them all. The leader of the mercenaries issued the command succinctly. Da-da, da-da. One bullet after another found its mark in the heads of the unsuspecting refugees. Just moments ago, brimming with excitement, the residents fell one by one, confusion etched upon their faces, lifeless in an instant. Chapter 51. Hey, Yinbian. Cold-blooded, brutal, lawless marauders. Kill them all. The mercenaries' orders were simple and effective, executing the nearby refugees without hesitation. They were true wolves, each person's eyes glinting with a ruthless gleam, showing no remorse as they dispatched the innocent, entirely devoid of conscience. Women, one of them called out, his Chinese clumsy, as he raised his gun, aiming toward the direction where Su Man stood not far away. Pulling the trigger. Blood splattered as a bullet struck Su Man's shoulder. She let out a grunt and swiftly darted toward the hallway, disappearing in a flurry of movements. Damn it. The mercenary cursed in his native tongue, frustration evident. The leader gestured for the others to press onward. Upon closer inspection, the leader bore the features of a local, his triangular eyes radiating menace, exuding an aura of authority. Dingshot, he had once served in the military before being introduced abroad to conduct what was deemed grand business, frequently appearing along the Yinbian and North Korean borders. Ding Sha had assembled a crew of seasoned veterans, specializing in murder and pillage, gradually growing in power, even collaborating with notorious figures for Vietnam and Myanmar. Over time, Ding Sha became a well-known professional in the field. Room 405. Ding Sha made a slicing motion across his throat, perceiving anyone other than the target as an unnecessary obstacle. Before the apocalypse, he may have shown restraint, hesitant to harm innocents. However, after the world fell apart, his brutal nature became unmistakable. Lives were as insignificant as weeds, ready to be reaped at any moment. Da-da, da-da. The silenced gun barrels exuded the stench of burnt powder. In the corridor, oblivious refugees turned to behold the armed mercenaries. Before they could react, bullets pierced through skulls, gleaming shells clattering to the ground, producing a sharp sound. Blood blossomed from the refugees, their bodies crashing heavily to the floor. They have guns. Some attempted to flee upstairs in a panic, only to be shot down in an instant. Others flung open doors to witness the chaos outside, only to be met with a hail of bullets that the scar-faced man noticed in a ajar door. The man outside had been gunned down, but within stood a trembling woman clutching her child. The scar-faced man's expression remained devoid of emotion, save for a cruel, bloodthirsty grin as he stepped inside. brandishing a serrated dagger. With a sickening sound, the woman was stabbed multiple times, collapsing into a pool of blood, yet she clung fiercely to her child until the very end. The scar-faced man flipped her over, seizing the child from her grasp. Moments later, he wiped the blood from his cheek and exited the room, rejoining his comrades out on the fourth floor. Room 405 stood wide open. Yang Feng tore Su Manman's shirt, wielding a small knife to extract the bullet lodged in her shoulder. "Who shot you? You should have seen their face, right?" Yang Feng remarked with a faint smile, to which Su Manman nodded, a glint of malice in her eyes. Soon, Ding Sha and his team arrived near room 5.405. "This is it." Ding Sha signaled for everyone to temporarily lower their weapons. He entered the room, surveying Yang Feng and the injured woman behind him. "M.O. Jianfeng?" Ding Sha tentatively inquired, his Mandarin heavily accented, likely due to years spent abroad, sounding quite awkward. Yang Feng stood up, washing his hands at the sink to cleanse the bloodstains. "You all are quite impressive. To have traversed the streets filled with monsters and made it here after dealing with the corpses is no small feat." Yang Feng did not directly answer the question. Instead, he began by praising his interlocutor. Acknowledging their capabilities, Ding Sha narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. According to the intermediary, the formidable boss Missouri, Jianfeng, should not be this youthful. And this young man appeared far too composed, displaying neither urgency nor concern even in the presence of a pack of fully armed wolves. "You are not M.O. Jianfeng," Ding Sha concluded instantly, his triangular eyes glinting with a hint of anger. "M.O. Jianfeng is dead. I intentionally lured you here." Yang Feng turned his head, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident grin tinged with mockery. Ding Sha's expression changed abruptly. "Oh, you dare to toy with us?" He gestured, and two mercenaries behind him immediately charged into the room, guns trained on Yang Feng. "Don't be rash that I called you here to discuss a partnership." Yang Feng spread his arms wide, as if to convey his lack of malicious intent. "Partnership? How do you propose we collaborate?" Ding Sha refrained from hasty action. After all, having fought his way into the city, returning empty-handed would be a significant loss. "I lack manpower. Hence I'm seeking some slaves. You lot seem capable enough, so it would be unnecessary for you to trouble yourselves returning." Yang Feng's gaze swept over the group, continuing in a friendly tone. "Those who stay will not be mistreated. Slaves, stay here to work for this young man. Has he lost his mind? Or is he simply deluded? Ha ha! You, young man, are quite amusing." Upon hearing these words, Ding Sha burst into laughter. But mere seconds later, his demeanor shifted dramatically, laughter abruptly ceasing. Ding Sha patted the old man beside him, issuing a calm yet deadly command. "Kill him." The mercenary assassin raised his firearm, aiming at Yang Feng's head, decisively pulling the trigger. A sharp report followed. Yang Feng was unharmed, yet the man's head vanished in an instant, like a watermelon exploding, steaming white brain matter mingling with crimson fluid, splattering across the room. What has transpired? What did Yang Feng do? It seemed as though he had executed a swift kick, the human eye barely able to discern the blurred afterimage. A whip-like shadow struck his companion's head. And then there was nothing but emptiness where neck should have been, crimson liquid gushing forth like a fountain. "Listen well, that I advise you not to attack." Yang Feng maintained a serene expression, continuing nonchalantly. "Otherwise, you will meet your demise." The aura of threat and pressure emanated from the young man, a palpable sense of danger enveloping him. If the mercenaries were akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, this young man before them resembled a fierce tiger. No, not merely a tiger. He could be likened to a malevolent dragon. Chapter 52. A terrifying waste of resources that in an instant, Yang Feng eliminated one of them. The brutal and savage aura he radiated bore the weight of a dragon, instilling fear in all present, rendering them unable to raise their heads. "I advise you not to attack." Yang Feng wore a calm smile, leisurely advancing towards the remaining 7 mercenaries who formed a semicircle around him. Such foolishness! He voluntarily entered their encirclement. So brazen, so arrogant. Yet, despite being surrounded, Yang Feng displayed no hint of anxiety. The mocking smile upon his face suggested he was anticipating something. Conversely, the mercenaries felt an overwhelming pressure, beads of cold sweat trickling down their temples, their weathered faces wavering under the strain. What's wrong? Are you sweating? Shall we discuss matters now? Yang Feng's fearless and nonchalant words dripped with sarcasm. Shaking with anger, Ding Sha could hardly contain himself. He was a figure of renown in the underworld, having faced countless storms, yet here he was, being toyed with by such a young man. However, Ding Sha dared not act impulsively. The recent events had been too bizarre. A comrade's head had been obliterated, and no one could discern what had transpired. With a glance, Ding Sha signaled the scar-faced man beside him, then turned his gaze to the other old mercenaries. His eyes hardening as he bellowed, "Restrain him!" Suddenly, one man raised his gun, aiming at Yang Feng, while two others drew daggers, flanking him from either side. Boldness deserves commendation. Yang Feng's expression hardened as he kicked towards the armed assailant with precision. In an instant, his foot shattered the man's chest, the sound of breaking bones echoing as he collapsed against the wall, leaving a dent in its surface. Simultaneously, Yang Feng's hands deftly intercepted the daggers. As an evolved being, his physical prowess had been enhanced multiple times. To him, the speed of an ordinary human seemed akin to that of a tortoise. With a snap, Yang Feng seized the wrists of both attackers, forcing their daggers into one another's throats. Crimson liquid sprayed forth as the two men, armed with daggers, simultaneously pierced each other's throats, staining the entire corridor in a vivid HUI in a mere moment. Yang Feng had dispatched 3 "Oh, not move. If you do, I shall kill this woman." A voice of threat rang out from within the room, as the scar-faced man had taken Su Man hostage. One arm constricting her waist while the other held a dagger to her throat, turning her into his bargaining chip. That was the true objective behind the three men's attacks, to delay Yang Feng while capturing a hostage. A clever plan. Temporarily hinder me, then seize the hostage to exert leverage. Unfortunately, those tasked with stalling me have paid the ultimate price with their lives. Yang Feng sighed, shaking his head. With the demise of these three, half of the team had already been annihilated. Ding Sha's expression shifted, revealing a hint of trepidation and feared. He had never anticipated that his elite subordinates would fall so swiftly. However, he was grateful to have secured the hostage. "If you wish for her to live, it would be prudent to heed our demands," Ding Sha threatened, though his tone lacked its initial firmness. Yang Feng shrugged, seemingly unconcerned about Su Man's fate, casually remarking, "If you wish to kill her, feel free." "What? Is this a deliberate act?" Ding Sha struggled to discern the man's true intentions. Was the woman truly insignificant to him, or was he merely feigning indifference? A word of caution. That woman is quite formidable. Yang Feng, intrigued, glanced towards the room, simultaneously casting a meaningful look at Su Man. "What?" Ding Sha felt a sense of impending doom. Suddenly, Su Man sprang into action, seizing the scar-faced man's wrist with immense strength. The scar-faced man, gripping the dagger, found himself unable to advance even an inch, utterly overpowered by the woman in his grasp. Not only that, but as he clutched her waist, a peculiar sensation coursed through his arm. Sharp teeth? The center of Su Man's abdomen split open, revealing a terrifying, gaping maw, a voracious abyss. With a vicious snap, the abyss clamped down on the scar-faced man's arm, its myriad teeth tearing flesh apart, pulling him inwards. "Ah!" The scar-faced man screamed, losing all semblance of composure he had maintained while killing. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The abyss tightened its grip, gradually engulfing the man's entire body, torrents of crimson liquid erupting forth like a fountain. Terrifying. The scene was truly horrific. A living man, screaming, vanished in a Su Man's gaping maw. The visual impact utterly shocking. "He was the one who shot me," Su Man belched, signaling her satisfaction in avenging herself. "Did you think the scar-faced man had set his sights on Su Man? No. This vengeful and darkened Su Man had been fixated on the scar-faced man all along. 5 men. Such a waste. I should have gone a bit easier on them." Yang Feng surveyed the carnage strewn about, realizing he had nearly wiped out the entire squad with little effort. It was an immense waste of resources. He had initially intended to capture a few more slaves, but now that plan lay in ruins. "Wait, that we can negotiate. We have matters to discuss." Ding Sha's expression had completely transformed. Once a bloodthirsty, indifferent wolf, He now found himself fleeing with his tail tucked between his legs before an even more terrifying beast. "Do, have you finally decided to negotiate?" Yang Feng clapped his hands in delight, like a child, then gestured invitingly. "Please come in." Yang Feng welcomed the remaining three into his room 405. "The IT may be a bit disheveled, but please make yourselves comfortable." Yang Feng stepped over the headless corpse beneath his feet and made his way into the room, where he tore open several exquisitely packaged snacks that he resembled a genuinely warm and hospitable new friend. Yet the brutal massacre he had just committed cast an even more chilling shadow over the moment. "Allow me to introduce myself. That my name is Yang Feng, and I am about to become your master." Yang Feng smiled gently, revealing a row of pristine white teeth, and politely said, "You three, please introduce yourselves briefly." "I am Ding Shad. I had my share of troubles in Yinbian during my early years." Ding Sha suppressed his overwhelming terror as he laid bare his circumstances. "That I am Su Qing, that I have killed in the North Xian Kingdom and spent several years in prison. Afterward, Ding Sha got me out, and I've been with him ever since." Another individual named Su Qing stated, his own past equally complex. "I am Long Air, a killer, the quietest among them." Long Air hailed from the Yu Kingdom, appearing to be in his 40s, with the harsh passage of time etched into his weathered face and his murky eyes devoid of emotion. This Long Air seems unique." Yang Feng immediately sensed that Long Air was the strongest among them. He had truly witnessed bloodshed, fought on the battlefield, and taken many lives, to the point of becoming numb to it all. "I once saved his village. During a famine over a decade ago, I donated substantial money and supplies. And in turn, Long Air vowed to repay me," Ding Sha explained, providing insight into the silent Long Air's loyalty, which was now repaid through servitude. "Excellent. Now that we are all acquainted, let us proceed." Yang Feng nodded in satisfaction before turning his attention to Ding Sha. "First, you will transfer Long Air to me. That he appears to be quite loyal to you, and I would like the same treatment." "What kind of arrangement is this?" Yang Feng asked with a smile, eagerly awaiting Ding Sha's next move. An invisible pressure seemed to force Ding Sha's head down. The once formidable Ding Sha, who had commanded respect among the various crime lords, now found himself submissive, tail between his legs, afraid to utter a single negative word. "Long Air, do you remember? I saved your village years ago." Ding Sha clenched his fists but felt compelled to continue speaking. "You swore your life to me. Now, I am giving your life to him. No objections, I trust." Ding Sha pointed at Yang Feng, a profound humiliation washing over him as his knuckles cracked ominously. Long Air sat on the sofa, his murky, weathered eyes flicking from Ding Sha to Yang Feng, before he slowly nodded, expressionless. Numb, Long Air seemed like an object, easily replaceable by a new master. The Yu Kingdom was a land rife with turmoil, warlords carving out territories amidst utter chaos. During the famine, these warlords paid no heed to the plight of the common folk, allowing them to starve in a living hell. Roots and grass became valuable commodities. People would even resort to cannibalism, trading their own children with neighbors. Lives could be sold, dignity could be bartered. Everything was for sale. That IT was during this time that Long Air sold himself. "Very well. You will follow my commands from now on," Yang Feng declared, his spirits lifted. "I in this world." Few remained true to their promises, yet Long Air was one such individual. Long Air, a relentless killer, executed orders without fail. He had long since lost hope for the future, having bartered away his soul and dignity. Perhaps his only motivation for survival was to uphold that final promise. Long Air is now yours. This time we concede. Ding Sha relented once more, suppressing the ferocity in his gaze and bowing his head in submission. "Boss, the three of us will follow you." Yang Feng remained silent. Can he be trusted? Of course not. Ding Sha was fickle, cunning, and treacherous. Most critically, he had once been the leader of this group of mercenaries, possessing strong organizational skills and a knack for inciting betrayal. Thus, Yang Feng revealed a cruel smile. "Long Air, kill him," that he ordered, astonishingly commanding Long Air to eliminate his former leader. Ding Sha's countenance shifted dramatically. He could not fathom that the man before him could be so cold-blooded that you're not keeping your word. Ding Sha kicked the table over and reached for the pistol and dagger at his waist. In that instant, Long Air moved faster. Without hesitation, he struck against his former boss with a swift motion. Long Air's dagger sliced through Ding Sha's wrist, preventing him from reaching for his weapons. He then twisted Ding Sha's arm, breaking the joint, and with another stroke, severed the major artery beneath Ding Sha's arm. Clean and decisive, each action executed without delay. The entire sequence was completed in mere 2 seconds, entirely eliminating Ding Sha's chances of resistance. Long Air, I am Ding Sha. I am your benefactor. You should be killing him. Ding Sha desperately invoked his past as a benefactor, his eyes filled with dread that he knew well that this assassin, who had followed him for years, was highly skilled in the art of killing. Yet Long Air remained unmoved. His master had unmistakably become Yang Feng, severing all ties to Ding Sha in a single leap. Long Air's dagger cut through Ding Sha's throat, and he spun around to plunge it into Ding Sha's back. Murder! A finishing blow. Yang Feng's eyes flickered. He could not deny Long Air's extraordinary prowess. Although he had yet to evolve into a higher being, his killing technique and that emotionless demeanor already rendered him a machine of slaughter. Blood gushed forth. Ding Sha, not yet completely dead, clutched his neck, eyes filled with resentment and disbelief. Survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. This must be your principle for living, is it not? Yang Feng approached Ding Sha, looking down at him with interest as he continued. If I were truly Mo Jianfeng, once my usefulness was exhausted, would you not kill me too? Upon hearing this, Ding Sha's eyes briefly flickered, evidently struck by a nerve. Indeed, the apocalypse has begun. Wealth, power, and reputation are all disposable garbage. Ding Sha had originally planned to eliminate the big boss Missouri Jianfeng once sufficient gains were secured. Yet his luck had run out as he encountered the killing god that is Yang Feng. With a gurgle, more crimson liquid spewed forth from Ding Sha, his hands slowly loosening their grip on the wound. His gaze gradually lost focus, ultimately dimming as he became a lifeless corpse. The once great figure Ding Sha had perished inexplicably within a humble apartment. Very well. Yang Feng turned to address the remaining individual in the room. Now it's your turn. Su Qing was extremely fortunate. Of the 8 members of the mercenary group, only he and Long Air remained alive. Boss, I'm just a lackey, merely following Ding Sha. Su Qing trembled, realizing that Ding Sha and the others were dead, and the ace Long Air had now sworn loyalty to Yang Feng. Panic surged within him. Would he meet the same fate as the others? Slaughtered like a mere dog? Do not be anxious. I have a question for you first. You must know what the final payment Ding Sha mentioned is, correct? Yang Feng returned to his seat, casually tearing open a few snack packages as he inquired nonchalantly. Final payment. Ding Sha had an agreement with Mo Jianfeng. In exchange for his rescue, a final payment would be rendered. This so-called final payment was undoubtedly more than mere money. Otherwise, the mercenaries would not have risked their lives to storm the city. As his words fell, Su Manman gracefully approached. A hint of seduction graced her smile as she settled beside Su Qing. Then, a massive gash split open her abdomen, revealing a terrifying maw reminiscent of a lamprey, sending chills down the spine. A monstrous woman sitting right next to him. Molds, that is a specially crafted precision 3D printer, along with some unique materials, high-grade molds. Su Qing blurted out, fully aware of the complete mission intel as a core member of the mercenaries. These items can manufacture firearms that Mo Jianfeng was responsible for smuggling, concealing illicit items within various containers, and delivering them to foreign crime lords for the production of firearms. Su Qing dared not withhold any information. Laying bare the entire sequence of events, it became evident that firearms were prohibited in Huagu. The mere fact that Mo Jianfeng had previously acquired a gun indicated his extensive connections. Little did one anticipate that this so-called real estate tycoon was not only well-connected, but also secretly involved in the arms trade, which explained his substantial profits. The precision 3D printers and various molds for firearm production, once fully assembled, transformed the place into a miniature armory. Wonder mercenary teams were eager to obtain the final payment, risking their lives for IT in a world ravaged by catastrophe. Those who wield power dictate terms. Weapons, naturally, represent the most direct form of power. Very well, Yang Feng nodded in satisfaction. That I shall present you with 2 options. First, work for me as my subordinate. Second, continue to linger in his company to AS. He mentioned the second option. He gestured toward the distant corpse of Ding S.H. It was clear that this second path would lead him to meet Ding Sha. Without hesitation, Su Qing knelt down, exclaiming, "I will work for you. Boss, I will serve you." Chapter 54. Skills alone will suffice on the 19th floor. A thorough search ensued at a group of 10 burly men nearly turned Mo Jianfeng's office inside out, leaving no paper document or notebook overlooked. Leaning against the door frame, Yang Feng sifted through a stack of documents, unfortunately finding no leads. According to Su Qing, a set of tools capable of manufacturing firearms existed, known only to Mo Jianfeng. Commercial contracts and company reports proved useless. Disheartened, Yang Feng discarded the papers, pondering whether vital information might be stored on phones or computers, or perhaps Mo Jianfeng simply did not document such details. Just as he was about to give up, Su Man made a discovery. "Master, I found this in Bai Ting's apartment." Su Man presented a small notebook containing various shipping lists at the Tongyun cargo warehouse. This bundle of shipping lists documented an array of miscellaneous items: rebar, cement, copper, mixers, rebar cutters, and pouring molds. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. On the surface, these appear to be mere conventional construction materials and tools. Yet they could potentially conceal deeper secrets. The molds for firearms mentioned in the final payment, along with the materials for production and 3D metal printers, were likely hidden within. This must be it. Firearms are valuable. They will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Yang Feng tucked the lists away and retrieved a city map, marking the location of the large warehouse. Firearms, the pinnacle of human ingenuity. As the apocalypse unfolded, and with time, new forms of currency would replace money. Corpses, bullets, and food. For evolutionaries, the corpses were undoubtedly the most precious currency, followed closely by weapons and ammunition. Possessing firearms would grant even an ordinary person a modicum of self-defense. Even the ability to threaten others' lives. Lastly came food and women. On the 4th floor, Su Qing meticulously cataloged the mercenaries' equipment. 10 handguns, 2 rifles for submachine guns, several combat knives, and thousands of various bullets. "You all possess considerable strength," Yang Feng remarked. Crouching to inspect the weapons, he picked up a handgun, skillfully disassembling it, arranging each part methodically. After his inspection, Yang Feng swiftly reassembled the gun, his movements clean and precise, exuding professionalism. Beside him, the taciturn Long Heir's murky eyes gleamed with a flicker of admiration. Clearly impressed by the young man's prowess, "Boss, are you also an expert with firearms?" Su Qing asked, astonished. From Yang Feng's handling, it was evident he was no amateur, but rather an experienced veteran, though his age belied this assumption. "I have dabbled in it for a while," Yang Feng replied, a hint of a mysterious smile gracing his lips, further veiling his past experiences. "Long Heir, I hear you're an assassin from the Viet Nation." Yang Feng returned the handgun to its place, turning to Long Heir and beckoning with a finger. "Shall we engage in a sparring match?" A sparring match. Yang Feng intended to tame Long Heir. Although Long Heir had already transferred his allegiance to Yang Feng, such elite warriors inherently possess pride. To earn Long Heir's genuine submission, Yang Feng would need to decisively prove his superiority, of course. "I do not wish to overpower you through sheer strength or speed," Yang Feng declared with a confident and proud smile. "Let us compare our skills in the art of killing. The art of killing, targeting the most vulnerable points, employing the most cunning angles, utilizing the simplest, most effective, and most brutal methods. A seasoned assassin. Long Heir had endured hellish training from a young age. He had taken countless lives, his understanding of the human body's weaknesses engraved in his mind. "Su Man, do you have a lipstick? Hand me a piece," Yang Feng suddenly said. Startled, Su Man hurried to fetch a tube of lipstick, presenting it respectfully. "Here you go. This must be your personal dagger." Yang Feng tossed Long Heir's concealed weapon toward him while unscrewing Su Man's lipstick. Preparing to face Long Heir unarmed. Be careful. Long Heir did not speak much. His murky eyes gradually cleared, suddenly igniting with a murderous intent as he charged at Yang Feng, but a master knows the quality of their opponent at the first strike. Long Heir's attack was fierce, each move aimed to kill. The angles of his knife strikes were exceptionally cunning, filled with variations, If one thrust missed the heart, he would deftly slide down to slice at the wrist and arm tendons, then pivot to stab at the kidney. Yang Feng countered the treacherous moves that a decade of dark apocalypse, countless killings, honed his combat skills to perfection. The number of monsters he had slain was beyond reckoning, and the human scum he had dispatched was incalculable. There was no rigorous training in hell, no convoluted techniques, only the familiarity of the hand. The more one kills, the more instinctively one knows where to strike. The more one kills, the more one learns through practice which areas are most vulnerable. The more one kills, the act of slaughter becomes instinctual, requiring no conscious thought. The body reacts reflexively, even without overwhelming strength. Even without terrifying speed, Yang Feng's instinct for killing effectively countered Long Air's assault, gradually gaining the upper hand. Lipstick, a mark appeared on Long Air's wrist, a mark appeared over his heart, then a mark appeared on his neck. Each mark bore testament to Yang Feng's fingers grazing his skin. As their forms flickered, the battle reached a fever pitch before they separated in an instant. That I concede, Long Air murmured, glancing at the lipstick marks on his body. If Yang Feng had wielded a knife just then, Long Air's life would have been forfeit. You performed admirably. Yang Feng offered high praise. He noticed a large gash on his own abdomen, a testament to Long Air's lethal skills, revealing that he too had a chance to inflict damage, marking him as a top-tier fighter. Su Man. Come here. Yang Feng beckoned Su Man again. From this moment on, you shall practice with Long Air daily to learn his combat skills. Spar with him. The strength of evolutionaries is often tied to their unique abilities. However, no matter how strong the body, it is useless if one does not know how to wield it, squandering one's formidable capabilities. Learning, training, and enhancement. Understanding how to use one's body and fortify combat skills. Long Air, without a doubt, was the optimal sparring partner and the finest teacher. To increase the efficiency of hunting monsters and to acquire more and more corpses. Yang Feng began to cultivate his loyal subordinates. Moreover, tonight, you shall join me in hunting. Chapter 55. The Pack Hunt Nightfall. Yang Feng was a lone wolf. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, he always embarked on his hunting missions alone as darkness enveloped the world. But tonight was different. Having battled the shadow leopard, Yang Feng bore severe injuries, rendering him unfit for intense combat. That a pack of wolves, Su Man, Long Air, Su Qing. These three were not just Yang Feng's subordinates, but also his most formidable allies. A collective hunt was about to commence. Su Man. You possess the strongest physique. You shall lead the charge. Su Qing. You are adept with firearms. Provide cover. Long Air. You shall fill in any gaps. Yang Feng roughly devised a tactical arrangement, forming a makeshift trio akin to a stable triangle. Su Man charged forth into the fray. Su Qing provided gunfire support, while Long Air assumed the role of a free agent. Moments later, they descended the stairs. Where not far ahead, a cluster of decaying corpses emanated a faint, eerie glow. Tap, 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 tap. Su Qing's rifle, equipped with a silencer, produced a muffled, subdued sound. After the gunfire, several corpses suffered wounds to their foreheads, slowly collapsing to the ground. The wandering undead seemed to have sensed some disturbance, as a few creatures raised their heads in confusion, shuffling towards the direction of the fallen bodies. In a flash, Su Man brandished two sharp fang daggers. Lunging forward to pierce the vital spots of the rotting corpses, she fought with a wild ferocity, dispatching one corpse only to pounce upon another, akin to a lioness in relentless pursuit of prey. At this moment, a corpse finally reacted, opening its gaping maw to unleash a roar. Suddenly, a spray of crimson blossomed from the creature's brow as Long Air, wielding a silenced pistol, struck its head while swiftly plunging his dagger into another nearby monster, eliminating the threat. Approximately a minute later, the group had dispatched over a dozen monsters without uttering a single sound. Not bad, Yang Feng observed from the shadows, harboring no intention of engaging in battle. His role was merely to oversee, guiding his companions on how to efficiently eradicate the creatures. Su Man. Rein in your enthusiasm. Attracting more monsters will only complicate matters, he cautioned. Turning to Su Qing, he instructed, focus on eliminating the monsters surrounding Su Man. Do not disperse your fire too widely. As for Long Air, Yang Feng remained silent. He was performing admirably. The hunt continued, the trio's pace quickening as their coordination grew increasingly harmonious. Their weaknesses began to be compensated by one another. Quite commendable. The efficiency in hunting the lowly, undead corpses was indeed satisfactory. Yang Feng nodded inwardly as the monsters around the apartment were swiftly eliminated. Harvest time. In just 2.5 hours, they had slain over 300 monsters in the alleys and nearby shops surrounding the apartment. The likelihood of encountering a corpse tumor was approximately 1 in 10. Soon, over 30 corpse tumors filled a small vial. An impressive fortune. Their efficiency in obtaining the tumors even surpassed that of the lone wolf, Yang Feng. Excellent. 30 tumors seemed not to be their limit. Further pressure was required. Moreover, these were merely low-level corpses, far too simple for them to handle. An idea sparked in Yang Feng's mind. He produced a firearm without a silencer. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Feng repeatedly pulled the trigger. The gunfire echoing through the stillness of the community. In this apocalypse, there is a saying, when the gunfire sounds, gold flows. The noise of the gun would attract more monsters, necessitating greater ammunition expenditure to fend off the relentless tide of the undead. Hence the saying, groan, groan, groan. The monsters' roars grew increasingly dense. Swarms of creatures emerged from all directions. Even a portion of the horde on the main road was drawn in. This was becoming quite a spectacle. Hundreds of corpses broke through the apartment's gates, charging at the group with outstretched claws. Among them were particularly noteworthy entities, the runners, emerald-level low-grade aberrations, swift in their movements and adept at lurking in the shadows. The giant corpses towered over 2 meters, their bodies grotesquely contorted with bulging muscles, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective. The tide of the undead surged, gradually encircling the trio, and the situation grew dire. Tap, 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 tap. Su Qing began to fire continuously. Bullets shattering one skull after another. Su Man fought valiantly, her abdomen splitting open with a massive maw as she wielded her daggers, roaring as she plunged into the throng of corpses, engaging in fierce combat. Long Air fought while retreating, employing various combat techniques to dispatch any approaching corpse. Yet his murky eyes reflected the mounting pressure. The thunderous crash resounded as Su Man was flung several meters by a giant corpse, shortly followed by a runner that left its mark upon her. Where is the coordination? Where is the synergy? Yang Feng fanned the flames nearby. With so many monsters, are you all fighting individually? Regroup. Maintain formation. Su Man, no longer reckless, hurried back to defend, reinforcing the front line. Long Air found his burden lessened, standing beside Su Man to eliminate the oncoming monsters. Abomination. Su Qing shouted in panic, redirecting his aim skyward as blood erupted from the runner's body. Seizing the opportunity, Su Man lunged at it, grabbing it around the abdomen. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The horrifying sounds of gnashing teeth echoed as she devoured the aberration alive. They held firm. The trio established a solid formation, managing to resist the encroaching tide of undead from all sides. However, this trial was merely the beginning that a colossal entity slowly emerged a sphere. It was a massive orb, towering 3 stories high, its shape oval with a maximum diameter exceeding 10 meters. Countless arms flailed from within it, and numerous legs writhed as it appeared to possess a sticky ability, assimilating all corpses it encountered into its form, creating a gigantic ellipsoidal mass. The corpse ball. Growth stage, rare grade, azure wave, formed from the amalgamation of numerous decaying bodies. It frequently appears amidst the undead horde, growing stronger with each monster absorbed. How painful! Wails echoed from within the mass of corpses, as countless undead within it emitted mournful cries. The corpse ball rolled forward, supported by its hands and legs, rapidly advancing towards the trio that a formidable foe had arrived. They should not be able to contend with it. Yang Feng's expression shifted, yet he refrained from immediate action, opting instead to observe how far his companions could push themselves, struggle as you might. Let us see how long you can endure. Chapter 56. The Corpse Ball. The writhing mass of the corpse ball extended countless hands, climbing ever onward. Its interior was utterly decayed, flesh and blood fused like glue, forming a monstrous cyst. Tap, 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 tap. Bullets rained down, striking the corpse ball and erupting into a shower of blood. Yet ultimately, it seemed as though the rounds sank into a mire, eliciting no response as Man stood at the forefront, as filthy hands twisted into a grotesque mass, reaching for her, with her sharp daggers flailing. Severed limbs fell like rain, while torrents of foul liquid sprayed forth. Wait! Long Air suddenly broke away from the formation, fleeing in a specific direction. I can't hold on. Man, drenched in blood, was nearly overwhelmed by the filthy hands that pulled her towards the massive flesh cyst. Desperate, with a fierce roar, Man opened her gaping maw, actively swallowing the encroaching mass, akin to a meat grinder as her rows of sharp teeth whirled violently, shredding the hands that surged forth out of that moment. Long Air finally reappeared, carrying 2 gas canisters, acquired from the little rotund vendor. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his murky eyes as he hurled one canister towards the corpse ball. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Long Air drew his pistol, firing just as the canister landed near the corpse ball, triggering a massive explosion. Boom! The blast violently shattered the surface of the corpse ball. A strong wave of heat, followed by the pungent scent of charred flesh, pervaded the air. Severely injured, the corpse ball was left with a gaping wound, foul blood, and various viscous substances spewing forth in chaos. The second canister, Long Air seized another gas canister, racing towards the gaping wound of the corpse ball, his murky eyes gleaming with fierce determination. He kicked the canister into the wound of the corpse ball. Duck! Long Air shouted to Man nearby. He drew his pistol, aiming at the canister now engulfed in a tide of foul blood, and pulled the trigger. Boom! A more intense explosion emanated from within the corpse sphere, as the massive orb erupted like a celestial flower in bloom, scattering the filth contained within its grotesque flesh. The courtyard became inundated with uncleanliness. Yet, astonishingly, the corpse sphere still clung to life. Its largest tumor at the core incessantly spewed forth copious amounts of muddy viscous fluid, attempting to reassemble the severed limbs around it. The vitality it exhibited was astonishingly robust, yet the path to recovery was fraught with difficulty. Man's voracious maw at her abdomen seemed on the verge of splitting to her chest, an insatiable abyss devouring everything in its path. Countless hands clawed at her body, yet she persevered towards the central tumor, tearing at its core with her immense jaws. Help her! In a final effort, Long Air ceased to hold back. He dashed to Man's side, his dagger relentlessly severing the decaying hands, akin to a gardener pruning overgrown vegetation, shielding her from the onslaught of attacks. Su Qing crouched at a distance, taking aim as the muzzle of his firearm belched flames, synchronizing his efforts with Man's, reducing the rotting hands to mere pulp. Die! Man was utterly consumed by fury, gradually devouring and shredding the core tumor. The corpse sphere fell silent, but a deep blue corpse tumor slowly coalesced near the core, emanating an eerie glow. We did it! Master, we succeeded! Man lifted the tumor high above her head, presenting it to Yang Feng. Yang Feng's astonishment. His eyes flickered with surprise at the trio's performance. He had anticipated they would endure only a moment longer before he would step in to assist, viewing it merely as a trial for their growth. That he never expected they would triumph and eliminate a corpse sphere of the blue sea pattern level. What a treasure! Yang Feng beamed with satisfaction. Should he continue to nurture them, they would undoubtedly yield greater benefits. With this aberration dealt with, the remaining corpses posed no issue. Yang Feng remarked nonchalantly, yet the atmosphere was fraught with danger. More undead monstrosities surged from all directions. The explosions from 2 gas canisters had drawn all nearby monsters, including some aberrations. The trio of warriors was beleaguered, their bodies and minds pushed to the brink. The annihilation of a single corpse sphere was already a harrowing ordeal. And now they faced an even greater tide of foes. They poured every ounce of strength and blood into the fight. Yet, this extreme survival scenario unleashed their latent potential, forming a sturdy formation. The trio, under immense pressure, began to coordinate with increasing harmony, standing shoulder to shoulder and back to back, compensating for one another's deficiencies as Man and Long Air managed to hold their ground, though Su Qing was weakening. his rifle nearly out of ammunition. Observing them, Yang Feng noted that as time progressed, a small mountain of corpses began to accumulate around them, with hundreds of undead monsters falling to their might. A few lower-level aberrations had also been dispatched. This was nearing their limit. They appeared dazed, their physical capabilities significantly diminished, and new wounds began to surface. Allow me to assist them. Yang Feng emerged from the shadows, his shadowy tendons surging with power, strong, lethal, and utterly silent. His calves erupted with terrifying force, propelling him like an arrow, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake that a swift kick struck the first undead, cleaving its body in twain. The moment he swept the second, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed from within, its corporeal form disintegrating in a shrapnel along with the kick point one after another. He obliterated multiple corpses, reducing them to mere muck upon the ground. The bile surged within him. His corrosive stomach expelled a torrent of toxic acidic liquid, cascading like a rain of petals upon the multitude of monsters below, producing a cacophony of sizzling sounds that in a single strike. Nearly 100 undead were dissolved into pus. How terrifying! The capabilities of the purple-hued crystalline level manifested in an instant, annihilating swathes of monsters. Yang Feng revealed a gleaming smile, continuing his rampage through the horde, despite his grievous injuries rendering him unable to engage in high-intensity combat. This level of exertion was merely a warm-up for him. As dawn broke, the remnants of corpses littered the ground beneath the apartment complex that in the previous night's battle. At least 1,000 undead had been vanquished, along with numerous lower-level aberrations. Fortune favored them. The tide of corpses on the main thoroughfare had diverted only a small faction. Otherwise, escape would have been impossible. Standing amidst the carcasses, Yang Feng glanced back at his utterly exhausted comrades. No time for rest. Now is the moment of harvest. Chapter 57. Six-Eyed. The upgrade of the ghost mask. The moment of bounty has arrived. Since the apocalypse erupted, this was the most fruitful occasion yet. Within the inner courtyard of the apartment, corpses lay strewn about, enough to form small hills. Man, Long Air, and Su Qing labored like farmers reaping wheat, targeting the death spots at the back of the undead heads, extracting the most precious corpse tumors. 1 C-pattern tumor, 8 emerald tumors, and 137 ordinary corpse tumors. The total yield of tumors reached an astonishing magnitude. With a bit of squeezing, there was still bounty to be had. Excellent. Yang Feng cast a satisfied glance at his weary companions. At that moment, a roaring sound reverberated from above. Everyone looked skyward to discover 3 armed helicopters advancing in unison towards a specific direction. The military? Yang Feng frowned, that he recalled that about half a month after the disaster erupted, the military had entered the city, conducting several rescue operations, most of which ended in failure. Master, is that military rescue? Su Man exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of excitement. Those trapped within the city awaited salvation from the military, yearning for the protection of a formidable authority. Yes, Yang Feng nodded, but then doused Su Man's enthusiasm with cold water. Not look. Those helicopters are not here to save you. Their primary targets are undoubtedly the experts at the Disease Control Center, along with scientists in biology and other fields. The secondary aim might be to rescue some key decision-makers. That a smirk played across Yang Feng's lips, reminiscent of his earlier words. Human life is as trivial as grass, easily trampled and insulted, allowed to flourish and perish. Yet it can also be as precious as gold, worth sacrificing 100 lives to save one. It depends on what kind of person you are and the position you hold. Do not harbor any illusions that I have no intention of engaging with the military, nor do I plan to leave here. Yang Feng's declaration left them all in shock. What? It was understandable that Yang Feng wished to avoid contact with the military. After all, a cruel and cold-blooded tyrant trusts no one. But he had no intention of leaving the city. This city, rife with monsters and aberrations, was fraught with peril, and anyone would yearn to escape this hell on earth. Yet Yang Feng wished to remain. What was his intention? To continue hunting indefinitely? Let us return. Additionally, I require some time to rest in my room. Not disturb me. Anyone who dares approach my room will be met with lethal consequences. Yang Feng led the group back to the apartment, issuing orders to the trio. Long Air and Su Man were unlikely to betray him simultaneously, and given Yangfeng's overwhelming strength, they should not disrupt him during his evolution. Yes, Master. Understood, Big Boss. The three responded in unison, nodding earnestly. Before Yangfeng departed, he turned back, a cruel smile gracing his features as he added, "Furthermore, the hunt for monsters must not cease. Exploitation, relentless exploitation." After exerting such effort to cultivate a hunting team, he would squeeze them dry, hunt fiercely until the last drop of blood was extracted, until life itself reached its conclusion. Evolution. How to choose. Yangfeng sensed that the ghost mask was on the brink of evolution, its spiritual essence nearly overflowing. The shadow, tendon, and corrosive stomach, both in their juvenile stages, were worthy of enhancement. But no, the dark gold-grade artifact is my greatest reliance. The ghost mask teetered on the edge of evolution, mere moments away from a breakthrough. Accumulating more spiritual essence could only serve to benefit. With determination, Yangfeng activated the ghost mask, devouring over 100 corpse tumors as though they were free. Chewing voraciously, gulp, 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 the luminescent spiritual essence erupted with potent energy, shattering the residual filth and consuming it entirely. However, the visage of the ghost mask on Yangfeng's face began to exhibit a new sensation: lingering regret, obsession, resentment, greed, fury, carnage. A multitude of negative emotions accumulated upon the ghastly visage, seemingly brewing something far more terrifying. The once smooth, mirror-like face now bore irregular little mounds, contorted and marred across its cheeks. Not enough, the emotions remained insufficient. Yangfeng gradually comprehended that it was not a lack of spiritual essence, but rather the lingering filth of resentment. The contorted negative emotions were far from adequate. Yangfeng produced the blue sea pattern tumor. The thousand corpses sphere, though it belonged to the blue sea pattern category, it harbored the remnants of over 1,000 decaying corpses, their grievances nearly completely tainting the spiritual essence. Gulping down the 1,000 corpses sphere, he chewed voraciously 1,000 vengeful spirits, 1,000 taints. They were shredded and crushed by the ghastly face, greedily absorbed and devoured, melding into the newly formed cheeks. Eyes, 6 little mounds slowly tore apart, forming distorted orbs. Incredibly dark, exceedingly evil, profoundly filthy, immaculately pure, supremely sacred, and overwhelmingly luminous. Each warped magical eye was as deep as an endless abyss, ensnaring anyone who dared to gaze upon them into a pit of despair. The Buddha possesses 6 eyes: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness. 6 eyes, 6 perceptions, 6 senses, 6 desires, 6 intentions, 6 roots, 6 dusts, 6 heavens. There are myriad words to describe them, each representing a capability to perceive the surrounding world and the fundamental source of desires. 6 eyes signify desire. 6 eyes symbolize wisdom. 6 eyes embody the sacred, and 6 eyes represent evil. The 6 eyes upon Yangfeng's mask slowly opened, their twisted gaze locking onto him, ensnaring him within an abyss. Sight vanished, sound faded. There was no scent, no taste, and his body felt no touch. His consciousness seemed to plunge into a state of numbness. Yangfeng felt as though he had fallen into an endless chasm. Engulfed in utter darkness and profound void, time flowed imperceptibly. In this intangible realm, each second stretched infinitely. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? All perception faded away in this absolute darkness and void. Doubts arose regarding everything, even the certainty of one's own existence. Uncertain how long it had been, perhaps a second, perhaps an hour, perhaps a day, a month, or even a year. Yangfeng suddenly felt something. Yet, that sensation did not belong to him, but rather to a woman. The woman struggled in a fit of hysteria, only to be overpowered by a horde of monsters. Sharp claws pierced her body, extracting her organs stained with crimson fluid. Pain. It was excruciating. This me? No, this is not me. This is a woman besieged by the decaying corpses, one among the countless victims in a daze. Yangfeng transformed into a small boy. His parents were lost, surrounded by the cries of the anguished. while distant roars of monsters echoed ominously. Wah! I began to weep. I was bewildered, searching for my mother in the throngs of people, only to collide with a blood-soaked monster. It slowly turned its head, its bloodied fangs oozing slime, regarding me with the gaze of a predator. In its murky eyes, I could faintly see my own reflection. Pain. My frail body was torn apart. Upon opening my eyes once more, I had transformed again. I was now a decaying corpse, driven mad by insatiable hunger. Greedily hunting for prey, I spotted a man who had fallen to the ground. The scent of his flesh intoxicating. Unbelievable scenes unfolded as I experienced their desires, their suffering, their despair. All of it emerged vividly within Yang Feng's consciousness. The ghastly visage had been incessantly devouring an abundance of spiritual remnants. These remnants did not vanish directly but transformed into countless agonizing memories, assaulting Yang Feng's consciousness. Chapter 58. 1,000 faces, 6 eyes piercing through, the agony and despair of a single individual are often enough to lead one to the brink of collapse. Lingqi, the death of 1,000 cuts. Negative emotions are akin to fine blades, slowly slicing away at one's flesh. The ghastly visage amassed the negative emotions of thousands, cascading like a waterfall, violently crashing into Yang Feng, shattering his consciousness. Yet, Yang Feng, like a venerable monk in deep meditation, sat beneath the waterfall, enduring the torment of flesh being torn asunder. These sufferings are trivial. These pains are insignificant. Yang Feng ceased to resist. Allowing the winds to howl, the rain to lash, and the arrows to pierce his heart, permitting the dull blades to slice through his flesh, his past experiences have been steeped in bloodshed and brutality. His strides heavy and profound. The 6 eyes, with endless torment, could not bring Yang Feng to true ruin. Instead, he appeared to have attained a profound understanding, accepting all that transpired, feeling everything. Ultimately, the final grain of spiritual residue struck against Yang Feng. The last fragment of opportunity entirely grasped within his hands. The trial of the ghastly visage was conclusively fulfilled. The 6 twisted, malevolent yet sacred eyes unexpectedly opened upon the ghastly visage, rendering the world clearer than ever. It was as if he could perceive breaths, or rather, sense spiritual essences. The 6 eyes, imbued with great wisdom, could see through the desires of others, akin to a form of telepathy, penetrating the depths of the soul. Not only that, as Yang Feng sat beneath the spiritual residue waterfall, his consciousness awakened like that of a seasoned ascetic. Through relentless refinement, it became increasingly resilient, more succinct, and immensely powerful. Spiritual attacks, mental assaults, through the 6 eyes. He uncovered unique methods of attack, awaiting his gradual exploration 66 hours. Yang Feng glanced at the electronic clock by his bedside. Situated in the dark void, he felt the passage of time elude him, each second seemingly stretching infinitely. Upon awakening, he felt as though he had traversed a world apart, akin to waking from a long dream that felt like an eternity. It was daytime now. From down the corridor, sounds of a scuffle reached his ears. Su Man Man and Long Air were engaged in a practice bout, each wielding a dagger, attacking one another. The flashes of blades danced about, although Su Man Man remained at a disadvantage. She occasionally managed to exchange blows with Long I. In the brief span of days, her combat skills skyrocketed, akin to a rocket's ascent. Real-world experience is the finest teacher. She had the benefit of Long Air as her sparring partner, alongside an abundance of decaying corpses as targets for experimentation. The combination naturally yielded immense improvement. As fiery as a blazing inferno, Yang Feng, upon acquiring the 6 eyes, could sense spiritual essences and breaths even without activating the ghastly visage. Su Man Man burned with fervor, her inner flame raging as if she were a fireball on the verge of explosion. Cold as snow, Yang Feng then turned his gaze to Long Air, whose aura now emanated a different quality. Long Air was as frigid as ice, his demeanor calm, cautious, and meticulous. A numbness enveloped him, rendering him akin to a stagnant pool of water. Conversely, Su Qing's aura was mottled and impure, revealing numerous hidden thoughts and schemes. The 6 eyes proved advantageous. not only unveiling spiritual essences and breaths, but also functioning as a form of telepathy. Yang Feng sensed the subtlety of the six eyes. Su Qing, brimming with ulterior motives, would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary for self-preservation. However, at present his loyalty was not required. Creating benefits for himself sufficed. "Boss, you finally emerged." Su Qing hurriedly approached. "Master." Su Man and Long Air also ceased their sparring, flocking to Yang Feng's side. Without further ado, Yang Feng offered a slight smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "It's been more than 2 days. What are the corpses you collected?" The merciless tyrant of profit, the epitome of capital S depravity, Su Man produced a vial filled with corpse tumors, counting approximately 70 or so. Is this a bit lacking?" Yang Feng expressed dissatisfaction. Just days prior, during a bountiful harvest, they had amassed over 100 corpse tumors in one go. Now, 2 days later, they had not even reached half that number. "Apologies," Su Man explained. "Master, the nearby monsters have been thoroughly eradicated." "Thoroughly cleared," Yang Feng pondered, recalling the nightly hunts. The trio had formed a hunting team, executing another wave of cleansing. The buildings surrounding the apartment complex and the secluded alleys had been entirely cleared, nearly creating a safe zone. It may be time to consider a change of location. Yang Feng contemplated for a few moments. The current area had lost its value. The apartment's residents consisted solely of the old, weak, sick, and disabled. The aberrations and decaying corpses had been nearly hunted to extinction. Remaining here held little significance, especially since Long Air and Su Qing had also consumed several corpse tumors. Su Man lowered her head, continuing to report the events of the past 2 days. Long Air and Su Qing had sustained injuries, leading to severe infections. At a critical moment, following Yang Feng's advice, they had consumed a batch of corpse tumors. Now they had both transformed into new humans, on the verge of becoming evolved beings. "Quite commendable. You've now learned to make decisions on my behalf," Yang Feng said with a smile, yet his cheek was pressed close to Su Man. Almost feeling his breath, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over her, as if a real gossamer layer enveloped her body, tightening incessantly. A suffocating sensation arose, more perilous, more formidable, although Yang Feng had not unleashed any new abilities. The ominous aura he exuded delved deep into her bones. "Master, please forgive me." Su Man found herself kneeling involuntarily, trembling all over. "It's inconsequential. Such trivial matters. You may decide in the future." Yang Feng reigned in his presence, no longer intimidating Su Man, but he merely employed this method to deepen her sense of fear, preventing her from entertaining thoughts of betrayal. "Additionally, there is another matter." Su Man paused for a few seconds, her expression turning more solemn. Yang Feng furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the surging intensity of her emotions. "When we were clearing out the monsters, we arrived beneath another apartment building. The monsters there were sparse, but there were evident signs of battle. Subsequently, we encountered a group of individuals at this juncture." Su Man hesitated, then continued. "They should not be referred to as individuals, but rather as a group of severely mutated monsters." Upon hearing this, Yang Feng comprehended completely. A batch of individuals, and their bodies were grotesquely altered. They must have realized the marvelous utility of corpse tumors and extensively utilized them, leading to their physical aberrations. "Get to the point. Did you suffer losses?" Yang Feng interjected, succinctly inquiring. Su Man shook her head. "Su Qing sustained slight injuries, but he has since healed after completing his evolution. They lost several members as well. In the fray, despite their numbers being substantial, they were far inferior in quality compared to us, leading to several of their demise. Boss, they still have many who have yet to engage in battle. That leader vowed to track us down and annihilate us." Su Qing stepped forward, visibly disgruntled. He had faced numerous setbacks during the conflict, feeling particularly uncomfortable, and eagerly continued. "When shall we strike?" Slap. Yang Feng retaliated with a sharp backhand, sending Su Qing crashing to the ground, his teeth flying out, blood streaming from his mouth. "Waste," Yang Feng growled menacingly, stepping forward to place a foot upon Su Qing's face. "And I am not a weapon for you to wield." Su Qing's words had clearly carried a provocative undertone. Yang Feng loathed being manipulated by others and detested having his judgment influenced. I will kill those who need to be killed without your reminder. Though the outcome remains the same, one should know when to remain silent. Do you understand? Yang Feng's shoe pressed down a few times on Su Qing's face. Su Qing immediately prostrated himself on the ground. Pleading, "Boss, I was wrong. I won't dare to speak out of turn again." Yang Feng lifted his foot. Were it not for the shortage of manpower, he would have already crushed Su Qing underfoot. Prepare yourselves. We shall meet them. Let me see what transpires. Chapter 59. Ghostface. Six-eyed thought blade. On the 10th day of the apocalyptic disaster, the weather was clear. Yang Feng's Ghostface had just leveled up, and his mood was quite pleasant. The monsters surrounding the apartment had been largely eradicated, with only a few stray corpses wandering into the courtyard. "Master, it is the building ahead." Man led the way, noting that another similar apartment building across the street was where they had encountered other evolved beings. The area was quiet. Beneath the building, the ground was stained with filthy blood and littered with numerous signs of battle. Clearly, another group was engaged in similar endeavors, hunting and clearing out a plethora of corrupted corpses. 10 days into the apocalypse, their ability to discover methods of evolution was indeed a swift response. Yang Feng surveyed the traces of combat, the cracked walls, the fine fissures in the ground, evidently beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. Do not rush into action. I find them quite intriguing, Yang Feng instructed, not perceiving them as a threat at all. Since the outbreak, Yang Feng had been growing stronger every day, repeatedly surpassing his limits and acquiring increasingly potent abilities. The formidable dark iron fibers were currently his weakest ability, while the two powerful organs, stomach erosion and shadow Achilles, were legendary artifacts coveted by all evolved beings. Not to mention, Yang Feng possessed the existence of the dark gold-grade ghost phase, man, long air. And Su Qing followed closely behind Yang Feng, becoming his most loyal servants. Upon entering the building, the door surprisingly stood unlocked, yet the corridor was obstructed by debris, only about 2 meters high, intended to deter the most basic of corpses. There are people behind. Even without activating Ghostface, Yang Feng's keen perception detected guards on the other side of the barricade. With a gentle leap, he vaulted over the 2-meter-high obstruction and landed silently. The two guards, slumped against the wall, were dozing off and failed to notice his arrival. The guards were merely slightly more robust ordinary individuals. One had a machete beside him, while the other wielded a sharpened steel rod. Completely oblivious to the impending danger, "Is your leader present?" Yang Feng inquired nonchalantly. The sudden voice jolted the guards awake, their faces reflecting shock as they turned to Yang Feng. The one holding the sharpened steel rod instinctively lunged forward, attempting to stab Yang Feng in the chest. Thud! Yang Feng grasped the steel rod, swiftly reversing it to pierce through the guard's throat. Gurgling, the warm crimson liquid poured forth, his eyes widening in terror. Unable to comprehend what had transpired even in his final moments. "Intruder! There's an intruder!" The other guard, terrified, stammered and attempted to flee. Crack! A large hand seized his neck, a gentle squeeze eliciting the sound of bones shattering. His head tilting at an unnatural angle as he collapsed to the ground. Man and the others swiftly vaulted over the obstruction, joining Yang Feng's side. Su Man gazed at the two guards sprawled in pools of blood, then cast a peculiar glance at Yang Feng. "Is this what you mean by not rushing into action? You eliminated their guards the moment we arrived, killing without a flicker of an eye, as effortless as partaking in a meal. Devoid of psychological burden, cold-blooded and unfeeling. He resembled a tyrant. I have no interest in these two." Yang Feng, sensing Su Man's gaze, turned to reveal a pristine row of teeth, his smile appearing somewhat sinister. The group ascended the staircase. The apartment was sparsely populated, imbued with a thick stench of blood. Bloodstains were scattered throughout the corridor, with numerous bloody handprints on the walls, as if something had been dragged along. Leading to the corner, "Spare me. Please, spare me." Near the 3rd floor, the wails of supplication echoed through the corridor that a few men knelt tremblingly on the ground. Before them stood a monstrous figure, a monster. It was a humanoid being. Towering at nearly 2 meters, its sinewy form grotesque. On its back sprouted 2 exceedingly robust arms, varying in size and length, creating a jarring imbalance. Moreover, a ring of fingers sprouted around its collarbone, weaving together like a bizarre floral wreath supporting its head. Deformed, twisted, its appearance sent shivers down one's spine. However, it was not merely a monster, but an evolved being. Consume it. The four-armed evolved being brandished a corpse tumor, forcing it upon one of the kneeling men. No, I refuse to eat. I do not wish to become a monster. The man wept, shaking his head desperately, resisting the small tumor in the creature's grasp. The four-armed monstrosity, however, pried open his mouth with brute strength, nearly shattering his jaw before ultimately forcing the corpse tumor inside. Ah! The man swallowed the tumor, and moments later, his body reacted, the essence rapidly spreading, causing grotesque transformations. His rationality, once present, was swiftly overtaken by agony. In a brief moment, he completely lost consciousness, his body decaying rapidly, transforming into a corpse. Bang! The four-armed monster's massive hand struck the corpse's head with force. With a sound of shattering, a mixture of brains and blood splattered across the ground, rendering the creature lifeless. Immediately, it turned to another target, brandishing another corpse tumor. Consume it. Another kneeling man, terror-stricken and weeping profusely, bowed his head repeatedly, pleading, "Spare me. I do not wish to transform into a monster." It appeared the creature intended to convert all the men kneeling before it with corpse tumors, preserving those who succeeded while dispatching those who failed. Evolved beings, Yangfeng emerged from the shadows, deeming the creature an evolved being. Having mutated to such an extent, could it still be considered human? Indeed, regardless of how grotesquely distorted the physical form may be, or how exaggerated the degree of alienation, as long as one retains human consciousness, one remains what is deemed human. You are indeed the invaders. The four-armed evolver, while unfamiliar with Yangfeng, recognized Su Man and her companions. They had previously engaged in violent conflict, resulting in several casualties on their side. With a resounding roar, the four-armed evolver charged at them, its exceptionally robust arms swinging like four iron hammers, striking with ferocity. With a powerful crash, Yangfeng slightly tilted his head, narrowly evading the full force of the blow, yet the fist embedded deeply into the wall, revealing the concrete and steel rebar beneath. "Do not rush into battle. I have matters to inquire about," Yangfeng stated calmly, yet the four-armed evolver showed no respect. Another iron fist swung fiercely towards Yangfeng's face with even greater force. With a soft sound, Yangfeng effortlessly raised his arm, using his palm, smaller than his opponent's by 3 sizes, to easily deflect the blow. The four-armed creature was relentless. Its other 2 arms struck at Yangfeng from different angles, seeking to exploit its advantage of multiple appendages. "Do not presume to test my patience," Yangfeng remarked, annoyance flickering in his eyes, which suddenly glinted with murderous intent that a fissure split open on his cheek, revealing a deep crimson vertical eye, dark and terrifying. With a swift motion, the upper half of the four-armed evolver's body was cleaved apart, the wound remarkably smooth and even, resembling a mirror surface. This was the new ability of the six-eyed, an ethereal blade born from pure thought, manifesting through one of the 6 eyes, silently delivering death. Chapter 60. Blurred Boundaries. The ethereal blade, a manifestation of pure intent, pure mental energy, and pure murderous desire, thrived in the apocalyptic decade, where a steely resolve became increasingly consumed by madness for slaughter. Beneath the cascading torrents of filth and debris, their resolve was tempered and solidified, ultimately achieving a state of Zen-like understanding. Yangfeng's cheek, now adorned with a blood-red, thread-like magic eye, gazed with a brutal and ferocious intensity. The ethereal blade sliced through from shoulder to abdomen, cleaving the four-armed evolver's body in 2, the wound smooth and precise as it toppled over at an angle. Chapter 61. Hell on Earth. The 10th floor was engulfed by a nauseating stench that assailed the senses. Every woman in the building was ensnared here, subjected to unspeakable torments. Enormous, shadowy figures loomed over the frail women, while the deformed evolvers, most of whom were of colossal stature, bore grotesque and mutated appendages that twisted their forms into unsightly shapes. One evolver, entirely covered in sharp scales, would leave trails of blood upon the pristine, slick surface with the slightest pressure. Another, whose skin was ravaged and rotting, had sinewy muscles twisted together, swelling grotesquely in a ghastly display. Yet another, adorned with vicious spikes, resembled a monstrous porcupine, with not a single part of his body spared. These aberrations of evolution exhibited no compassion for the delicate. The air was filled with the incessant cries of despair, mingled with the metallic tang of blood and the foul stench of decay. The physical discomfort was overwhelming. A mere glance would provoke intense nausea in any sane individual. The horrific scenes unfolding were beyond description. Reminiscent of a hellish execution ground, Song Hua Gang, a figure resembling a local tyrant, lounged upon an opulent leather chair, having consumed copious amounts of corpse tumors, resulting in the most severe of mutations. His body was encased in a hard, chitinous layer. Even more bizarrely, a tail had sprouted from the end of his spine, encased in black keratin, its tip razor-sharp, lizard or draconian. To the observer, Song Hua Gang appeared clad in a uniquely formidable armor, which was the very reason he could dominate without fear, as lower-tier monsters posed no threat to him, nor did other evolvers. With a casual tap on a dog cage, he beckoned, woofed at a pair of pitiful sisters huddled together, treated like mere pets. "This is life that I truly relish this apocalypse," Song Hua Gang mused, his clawed fingers tracing the sisters' pale cheeks, reveling in their fear and servitude, their obedience unwavering. This psychological gratification surpassed even the physical release, providing a thrill far more exhilarating and pleasurable. Brother Song is right. Those wealthy second-generation elites who once looked down on us are now beneath our feet. Let us see if they still flaunt their arrogance. Their women must be attended to as well. The spiked evolver echoed Song Huagong's sentiments, inciting lewd laughter from those nearby. The women I've had throughout my life don't even compare to the excesses of these past few days. Decadence reigned supreme. To them, the apocalypse was akin to an amusement park. Money held no value. Power was rendered meaningless. The rules and regulations that once constrained them had vanished overnight, as if the world had regressed to a primitive state where strength dictated supremacy. The most salient point was that they had all fortuitously acquired formidable powers. These individuals resembled new tycoons, fresh capitalists, and burgeoning magnates, trading wealth and influence for sheer brute strength. They indulged in reckless pleasure, hysterically exercising their newfound privileges, as if in a desperate attempt to reclaim all the joys they had previously missed within a matter of days. At that moment, several figures ascended to the 10th floor. Yang Feng, detecting the foul aroma, furrowed his brow, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. A hint of the apocalypse lingers here. I could taste the stench of decay, the scent of blood, the essence of despair. In the depths of this bleak end, such occurrences would only proliferate, and after enduring a decade of darkness, Yang Feng began to sense a familiar odor. Creak, Su Man, witnessing the horrific scene before her, instinctively clenched her fists, producing a sound of friction. "Who are you?" Soon, someone noticed Yang Feng and his companions. The frenzied revelry came to an abrupt halt as the deformed evolvers directed hostile glares at them. Yang Feng scanned the scene, contemplating for a few moments. Let us eliminate a few and gauge their strength. His approach was ruthlessly brutal, foregoing any negotiation and plunging directly into slaughter. Tat, Su Qing, gripping his submachine gun, unleashed a rapid series of shots. Seizing the moment when the evolvers were distracted, crimson blossoms erupted from their foreheads, claiming the lives of Su Man. Unable to contain herself any longer, brandished 2 daggers and fearlessly charged into the throng, targeting the most vulnerable areas with lethal precision. With a sickening sound, a muscle-bound giant fell as his legs were pierced, his body instinctively collapsing to the ground. In a swift motion, he twisted and severed the giant's life force. A more subtle slicing sound followed as Long Air, quick on his feet, delivered a final blow to the still-breathing giant. He then rolled to the side, dodging an enemy's attack while hurling a dagger that pierced the opponent's throat. Enemy attack. Damn it, it's that group from yesterday. Grab your weapons. Let us finish them off. The surrounding deformed evolvers reacted swiftly. After losing several comrades, They initiated a counterattack. That I'll hold the line. Clang, clang, clanged. An evolver clad in armor like scales charged forward, absorbing the bullets with his formidable body. Another porcupine-like evolver quivered with agitation, unleashing a barrage of sharp steel spikes that shot towards Su-Man-Man and Long Air. Long Air deftly dodged, using the corpse of a nearby evolver as a shield, while the spikes embedded themselves into the lifeless body. However, Su-Man-Man was not as quick, her arm and shoulder pierced, blood gushing from her wounds. Yet, this only awakened her ferocity. A gaping maw opened in Su-Man-Man's abdomen, revealing countless teeth that whirled like a saw, seizing a nearby evolver and ravenously devouring him. The energy she consumed partially transformed, and her injuries on the arm and shoulder began to heal at a visible rate. Terrifying, this was incredibly frightening that Su-Man-Man's abilities were strikingly powerful, even among the many evolvers present. Meanwhile, Long Air had unknowingly dispatched several foes, embodying the prowess of a top-tier assassin from the U-Nation, executing his kills with ghostly efficiency. Come back. Everyone, return to me. Song Hua-Gang's subordinates, one by one, began to falter as their numbers dwindled, prompting him to summon them back. He slowly rose, emanating a powerful aura, with glimmers of azure light flickering through the black keratin. Indeed, this fellow possesses organs of the blue sea pattern level. While this was of little concern to Yang Feng, it represented top-tier combat strength for ordinary individuals in the early apocalypse. Who are you? What do you want? Song Huagong's eyes glinted with malice as he stepped forward, his voice hoarse. We have no grievances. Must it come to a fight to the death? Though his tone was harsh, it bore an undertone of concession, as if seeking peace. I'm merely here to rob you. Yang Feng's blunt statement left Song Huagang utterly bewildered. Rob? What could you possibly want? In this apocalypse, money is worthless. Do you seek supplies and women? Let us start by handing over the corpse tumors that I know you've hunted quite a few. Yang Feng continued with a smile, but the mention of corpse tumors caused Song Huagong's expression to shift dramatically. Chapter 62. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Corpse tumors? I've never heard of such a term. The notion of small growths forming within the corpses of those monsters? Song Huagong's expression darkened. These small growths were his most prized resource, capable of augmenting his own power and transforming his subordinates to Ha. Do you truly believe I am so easily bullied? Unable to accept this demand, Song Huagang had no choice but to reveal his true strength in the face of adversity. The black keratin encased him like a powerful exoskeleton, shimmering with metallic luster under the sunlight. His robust and agile tail, tipped with a stinger, struck the ground with a force that left a crater in its wake. You think you could demand all my corpse tumors with just a few words? How will I maintain my position as leader? Song Huagong's voice grew hoarse, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he shifted into a combat stance. Yet Yang Feng merely smirked, a disdainful smile curling his lips, beckoning with a flick of his finger. Then come and tried out a provocation. Enraged, Song Huagang charged at Yang Feng, suppressing his fury and lowering his stance as he surged forward. His powerful form crashed onto the ground, shattering tiles beneath his weight. Swish, swish, swish. The keratin claws glinted with deadly brilliance, slicing through the air as they lunged toward Yang Feng's body. Slow. The pace was excruciatingly slow. Yang Feng deftly evaded the onslaught of claw strikes with a mere flick of his toes. Showcasing a level of skill that was simply unparalleled, he moved with an effortless grace, akin to a leisurely stroll in a garden, sidestepping the sluggish, tortoise-like attacks with ease. Suddenly, a robust tail, tipped with a sharp stinger, lunged at Yang Feng from an unexpected angle. Yang Feng, with a light gasp, raised his hand slightly and caught the stinger effortlessly, neutralizing the surprise attack with nonchalance. Not a bad move, he remarked with a slight smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. With his other fist clenched tightly, he unleashed a powerful counterattack. A resounding thud echoed as his fist struck Song Huagong's abdomen. The sheer might of his blow, a concentrated force of deep iron fibers, propelling Song Huagang several meters away. Impressive defense, Yang Feng mused, noting the rarity of those who could withstand such a blow without succumbing to injury. Slowly, Song Huagang rose to his feet, a distinct imprint of a fist now etched into his abdomen. Cracks appearing on his coarse armor, yet he remained fundamentally unharmed. The blue sea patterns adorned his black chitinous armor, which was indeed of a rare grade, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities. "You cannot breach my defense," Song Huagang declared, but a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, evidence that Yang Feng's punch had not only damaged his armor, but also penetrated deep enough to harm his organs. Quite resilient, Yang Feng chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes. In an instant, Yang Feng's form seemed to vanish, not in disappearance, but in the blinding speed that distorted perception. The shadowy tendons of his feet propelled him forward with lethal force, transforming him into a mere afterimage before the onlookers. A more thunderous sound erupted as Yang Feng delivered a powerful kick to Song Huagang's chest, the force akin to a heavy-duty pile driver crashing down. Song Huagang's body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into the wall with a resounding boom. The wall crumbled, debris scattering as concrete structures peeled away and steel rebar twisted and snapped. "This force surpasses the punch you endured earlier. How do you fare against it?" Yang Feng taunted, relishing the stark disparity between their capabilities. A mere shift in his method of attack had sent his opponent into disarray. Akin to Yang Feng nodded slightly. His newly acquired ability, the 6 eyes of the ghost face, allowed him to perceive unique auras akin to a form of mind-dash reading. The IT could unveil the essence of a person's spirit and the hue of their desires, thus enabling him to discern whether one was speaking falsehoods. It was evident that the individuals before Yang Feng were far from loyal. They were merely gripped by fear, cowed into submission by coercion. Nevertheless, that was sufficient. They were merely expendable resources, transient commodities from which he could extract some utilitarian value. "What is your name?" Yang Feng inquired as he approached the evolutionist covered in sharp spines. "I am called Wang," the man began, but Yang Feng interrupted him mid-sentence. "From this day forth, you shall be known as Hedgehog." He assigned the man a new name, simple and straightforward. "And you shall henceforth be called Beetle," he declared, turning to another individual adorned in scales, casually bestowing yet another moniker. The evolutionists could clearly sense that this tyrant before them had little regard for their fates, even to the extent of dismissing their names without a second thought. "From now on, you 5 are under her command." Yang Feng gestured toward Su Man, effectively transferring their oversight to her. "Yes, master," Su Man acknowledged, turning to face the group with a gaze that radiated ruthless malice, rendering them unable to meet her eyes. "Long ere," she continued, "should any of them contemplate escape or rebellion, you are to eliminate them." Yang Feng assigned Long ere this task, designating him as their overseer, where any act of treachery or flight would lead only to death. "Understood," Long ere replied, his expression devoid of emotion, his sunken cheeks betraying no hint of feeling, his murky eyes offering no flicker of sentiment. He was the quintessential executor. The 2 commanders had delineated their roles with precision, ensuring they would function as the most efficient hunting machines. "Move what can be moved, that we are preparing to depart," Yang Feng commanded, instructing them to transport the supplies from the building. This foray had proven exceedingly fruitful. Not only had they acquired a copious amount of corpse tumors, but they had also secured several evolutionist slaves. Indeed, one cannot prosper without external wealth, and the quickest route to abundance lies in plundering the resources of others. "Boss, what shall we do with them?" Hedgehog and Beetle hesitated to inquire, referencing not only the evolutionists but also the women they had captured, including the 2 sisters confined in dog cages, who had been thoroughly trained. They were reluctant to relinquish their pleasures, yearning to take them back for further enjoyment. "What are we to do?" Su Man. "They belong to you. You shall resolve this," Yang Feng observed as a mere spectator, amusedly awaiting her decision. With a countenance darkened by murderous intent, Su Man regarded the women who had been tormented beyond recognition, her expression marred by several lines of ire. The remnants of her compassion had long since evaporated with the last of her tears. Yet, the abuse of the most vulnerable women still repulsed her to her core. Crack! She approached a despondent, numb woman, her hand twisting gently to snap the woman's neck, bringing a tragic end to her suffering. Crack, crack, crack! She moved systematically through the others, granting the bloody W. The military route meandered through the suburbs before arriving at the Jinjiang Bridge. subsequently delving deeper into the civilian district. Although they endeavored to circumvent the horde of the undead, they were inevitably confronted by it here. Yang Feng gestured towards a nearby location, where the vast tide of corpses was destined to clash with the army on the main thoroughfare, leading to a brutal and savage conflict, a cataclysm of blood and fire. Master, you surely do not mean. Su Man suddenly grasped Yang Feng's exhilaration. The corpse tumors. A massive rescue operation would ensue upon encountering the horde, igniting unimaginable carnage. Countless decaying bodies would be shredded and innumerable aberrations pierced. The military had no time to salvage the tumors. Yang Feng aspired to lead his people to scavenge amidst the chaos of the Great War. A madman, such an idea was utterly insane, a genius. Yet it represented the greatest opportunity, a bounty of corpse tumors awaiting harvest. Genius to the left, madman to the right. Perhaps the line between madness and genius is but a fleeting thought. Rest well tonight. Organize the supplies on the 19th floor. Take as much as you can tomorrow. Yang Feng promptly resolved to depart from the apartment the following day, setting his sights on the Jinjiang Manor to begin preparations. Su Man respectfully took her leave. However, no wall is impenetrable. There was a commotion on the 19th floor, and the observant residents of the apartment quickly caught wind of it. People began to gather. Apartment owners. Refugees fleeing. Even a dozen robust bodyguards congregated on the 4th floor. Over 70 individuals formed a chaotic throng, chattering incessantly, filling the corridor with a cacophony of voices. Yang Feng, undeterred, opened his door to ascertain their intentions. Thud, thud, thud. Over 70 survivors knelt before him. Boss Yang, are you preparing to leave? Please don't go. If you leave, what will become of us? The crowd, tearful and desperate, implored Yang Feng to stay. Some wept openly, while others prostrated themselves on the ground. How peculiar! This tyrant, ruthless and bloodthirsty, having seized all supplies and cut off everyone's provisions, was now being beseeched as a savior. The reason was simple. Yang Feng, within this apartment at the very least, could fend off the encroaching monsters and aberrations, ensuring their continued safety. Boss Yang, can you take me with you? A young, beautiful girl suddenly shifted her plea, her fair, smooth thighs gliding across the floor, her eyes brimming with a pitiful appeal that I'm still clean. With only one boyfriend. You can do whatever you wish with me. As she finished speaking, another young girl immediately chimed in. Boss Yang, please take me too. I can serve you comfortably. I'm very obedient. Eat little, and one tea be a burden. Please, take me along. The girl, in her desperation, tugged at her neckline, revealing a swath of smooth, white skin. The scene rapidly transformed into an impromptu arms demonstration as several attractive young women displayed their charms, vying for a chance to accompany Yang Feng. That it's too late. Yang Feng replied coldly that it is far too late. He had already extended ample opportunity. Anyone could have joined the hunting squad and grown stronger. Unfortunately, these individuals had squandered their chances. Now, with death looming, they returned to plead, but it was simply too late. One final warning. Do not provoke me, or I shall show no mercy. Yang Feng's gaze turned frigid, sweeping across the room like a blade, silencing the refugees with a palpable aura of menace. He retreated into his room and closed the door to room 405. The kneeling individuals wore expressions of confusion, their eyes filled with despair. What future lay ahead for them? Chapter 65. The sky is high and the birds may fly. The sea is vast, and the fish may swim on the 11th day of the apocalypse. The supplies on the 19th floor were neatly arranged and packed into bags of various sizes. Su Man, Long Air, Su Qing, and several evolved slaves, burdened with heavy backpacks, prepare to leave the apartment. Boss, what should I do? A hedgehog-like individual, covered in sharp spines, appeared distressed, fearing that carrying a pack would puncture all the supplies and tear the wrapping. I'll handle it. A shadowy figure approached, strong enough to seize the backpack and hoist it onto his shoulder. Who is that? Upon closer inspection, the figure was slightly more robust than the average person, with a layer of black, armored skin that resembled a sleek metallic exoskeleton. This transformation made him appear akin to a high-tech armored warrior, exuding a sense of formidable strength, strong genetic armor. This was long ere, having undergone a perfect metamorphosis after absorbing a blue sea pattern tumor, his skin now a unique protective layer, significantly enhancing his defenses. Are you all packed? Move swiftly. The master awaits downstairs, Man urged, knowing that if the tyrant grew impatient, everyone would face dire consequences. Just as they were about to leave, a weary couple, accompanied by their small daughter, obstructed her path. Refugees, survivors. Just yesterday, these individuals had begged Yangfeng to take them, only to be met with merciless rejection. Yet they remained undeterred, now beseeching Man and her group instead. Man. Do you remember us? We are your neighbors, the family diagonally opposite. The couple initially attempted to foster familiarity, but upon sensing Man's indifference, they hurriedly brought forth their small daughter. Thud, the two knelt before her. Miss Man. You were once so kind, playing games with our daughter. They played the emotional card, drawing attention to the frail child who appeared no older than 4 or 5, her innocent face etched with weariness. Miss Man, I know you have a kind heart. Even if you cannot take us two adults, please save the child. Oh, the couple bowed their heads in supplication, the woman unable to stifle her tears. They pushed their daughter forward, urging her to plead with Man. Hurry, bow to the big sister. Ask her to take you. The little girl wiped her tears and bowed fervently, her forehead reddening, before scampering to grasp Man's pant leg. Her expression pitiful. Man turned away, resolutely suppressing any burgeoning sympathy. Click, a gaping maw opened in her flat abdomen, filled with sharp teeth, reminiscent of a terrifying lamprey. She will perish faster if she follows us. Man deliberately cast a fierce glare, causing the little girl to retreat in fright and rush back to her mother's embrace. Mommy, I'm scared that I don't want to be eaten. I will be very obedient and will never complain about hunger again. Please don't abandon me. The little girl clung tightly to her mother, and the family embraced, weeping inconsolably. All right, dear, don't cry, we will stay together, even in death. The father tenderly wiped away his child's tears, choosing to face their fate as a family rather than pressuring her further. This heartbreaking scene stung the heart, a poignant reminder of the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Man could only allow them to fend for themselves. We must evacuate. There are still plenty of supplies left in the warehouse. In 6 days, the military will arrive at Yangfeng strode before the gathered crowd, resolutely issuing commands, with their burdens upon their backs. They departed the dimly lit apartment under the watchful eyes of numerous refugees. It was over. The absence of the tyrant's protection rendered any monster lethal. Without the tyrant's safeguard, the survival of ordinary individuals in this apocalyptic world became an insurmountable challenge. Where did you acquire your food? Not far down the corridor. The sounds of clamor and conflict echoed. A man was knocked to the ground, his provisions snatched away, while his wife and daughter were seized, pressed for the source of their sustenance. This trio was none other than the family that had just implored Man for assistance. The 19th floor. There's food on the 19th floor. We must hurry and seize it. The remaining robust bodyguards immediately reacted, revealing ferocious expressions. They surged towards the 19th floor, claiming the remaining stockpile of supplies. Under the sun, nothing was new. The tyrant had departed. Yet new villains quickly emerged. It was as if a cycle persisted, the malevolence of humanity magnified by the apocalypse, reenacting ever more grotesque tales. With a rustling sound, the hedgehog quivered, its sharp quills vibrating intensely, reaching a critical point before launching forth like bullets. The quills pierced through the decaying corpse, and the monsters that obstructed their path had yet to emit a cry before their skulls were perforated. The powers possessed superior value. Su Qing walked at the rear with his firearm, yet his ammunition was dwindling. Every bullet conserved was of utmost importance. With a swift motion, Man wielded her jagged dagger, slicing through the back of the corpse's skull to retrieve a corpse tumor. Slay a monster. One must not forget the corpse tumors. Thus, they stealthily navigated the shadows, evading the tide of corpses, soon arriving near Jinjiang Manor. This area, a haven for the affluent, had few inhabitants to begin with, and the oppressive presence of the shadow leopard previously had further diminished the number of monsters. Stay away from those willows. Yangfeng cast a glance at the nearby artificial lake, where 2 rows of willows had sprouted lustrous, cascading locks, swaying like graceful maidens in a breeze. Many strands of black hair fell, accumulating on the ground into wind-blown tufts. Awaiting the arrival of prey, to be ensnared by these would be a considerable plight. However, the efficiency with which they produced corpse tumors was undeniably tempting. Wait for me. Yangfeng, eager for action, prepared to plunge into the mass of wind-blown hair to harvest a bounty of corpse tumors. Chapter 66. Mimi is divine. Harvest. Yangfeng stretched his legs, loosening his muscles. The shadow tendon had entered its growth phase, and its explosive speed would become more terrifying, with its internal structure completely transformed. Hold on a moment. Yangfeng darted forward in a blur. His speed was astonishing. As the shadow tendon touched the ground silently, it unleashed an immense force that defied the laws of physics. They moved. The clusters of black hair writhed as if alive, sensing the approach of a living being. Instinctively converging and entangling to form larger tufts, akin to writhing ropes. Too many. The willows stood in neat rows, shedding innumerable strands. With a gust of wind, the gathered tufts expanded, nearly covering the ground, transforming it into a tangled mass of hair. Dancing lightly on his toes, he moved like a butterfly, leaving behind fleeting afterimages, effortlessly evading the encroaching mass of hair. Yangfeng understood their nature. With nimble movements, he dodged every attack, as if mere speed could render him untouchable. Ah! Yangfeng suddenly bellowed, directing a kick akin to a steel whip at a dense cluster of dark hair. The whip kick, propelled by the shadow tendon, sliced through the air with ease, generating a sharp gust. The force of his kick tore through the air, forming a gale that arced toward the colossal mass of hair. With a series of muffled thuds, the massive black tufts were cleaved apart. The gale's energy remarkably sharp, visible even to the naked eye as a faint, cold light. Yangfeng quickened his pace, drawing even more tufts toward him. Gurgling sounds emanated from his stomach as corrosive. Acidic liquid compressed into a droplet. The poison rain bullet. Yangfeng expelled a deep purple orb skyward. With a resounding boom, the strikingly vibrant purple orb exploded in the sky, immediately transforming into countless raindrops that cascaded down. As the rain struck the ground, it emitted a hissing sound, corroding and scorching the earth. The poisonous rain fell upon the black tufts, swiftly dissolving them into pools of viscous black liquid. Indeed, the 2 types of purple phantasm-level aberrant organs had significantly enhanced their capabilities upon maturation. This is astonishing. The hedgehog, the beetle, and the remaining evolved individuals stared in awe at the spectacle. The dense tufts had the potential to incite calamity, covering the ground entirely. Even the tide of corpses would succumb to the mire. Yet Yangfeng effortlessly resolved the situation. The gale, the poison rain bullet, each of these abilities, if wielded alone, would suffice to allow an evolved individual to stride confidently. My lord, you are growing ever more powerful. Su Man felt it acutely, having witnessed Yangfeng's relentless ascent in strength over the span of a mere 10 days. This gap is insurmountable. The corpse tumors flickered, the dense black hair coalescing into pools of viscous black liquid, gradually forming nearly 100 corpse tumors. Initially, after a night of fierce combat, Yangfeng could scarcely gather 10 tumors. Now, with a significant increase in strength, his efficiency in hunting had multiplied exponentially. He could obliterate a mass of hair along an entire road with a single strike. Every day was a bountiful harvest, with a tally exceeding 100 corpse tumors, truly astonishing. This place is indeed a treasure trove. Yangfeng's gaze shifted toward the willows. They absorbed sunlight, greedily consuming underground water, their thick strands slowly growing. In due time, they would likely become a vast expanse of wind-blown tufts again. Sustainable harvesting. The willows could yield crops periodically. This truly is a treasure trove. Gather the corpse tumors. We are nearing our destination. Yangfeng commanded the group to collect the tumors scattered on the ground, directing his gaze toward a luxurious villa district in the distance. It is time to relocate. Jinjiang Manor, with its grandiose, luxurious entrance, winding paths, and meticulously groomed gardens, was finally reached by the weary group bearing heavy burdens. There's electricity. someone exclaimed upon noticing lights still illuminating the villa. Indeed, as the most upscale residential area, the power system remained intact, utilizing independent cabling. Peach Blossom Spring. This place was like an untainted paradise, free from corpses and aberrations. The affluent were untouched by the monsters, and the entire community exuded tranquility, as if the apocalypse had never arrived. Even more bizarrely, in the direction of the musical fountain, flickering flames danced. Candles had been lit. 100 figures congregated, encircling an object, murmuring incantations while kneeling and fervently praying. Mimi, bless us. Mimi, bless us. Please shield us from the monsters. After their prayers, they prostrated themselves, offering cat food into a nearby fire pit. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were venerating the remains of the shadow leopard. Indeed, the very creature Yangfeng had slain was now regarded as a protective deity by the people. Offerings, the cat food, catnip, and fish strips were tributes to Mimi.my lord. They are worshipping the corpse of an aberration? The group exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the actions of the people. Yangfeng narrowed his eyes to superstition. In desperate circumstances, individuals often seek solace in a spiritual anchor. Thus, during the early to middle stages of the apocalypse, various cults frequently emerged, employing deceit to provide psychological comfort to the masses. Typically, they would invoke tales of divine retribution for humanity's transgressions. However, what unfolded before them was far more intricate, a worship of aberrations. The shadow leopard, it seems, is a creature that has mutated from a stray cat. People often fed the adorable little feline, and over time, it developed a fondness for humanity. After the apocalypse, the shadow leopard continued to guard this area until it was hunted down by Yangfeng. With its demise, the people still yearn for the shadow leopard, wishing for their guardian to continue watching over them and protecting their community. Mimi, bless us. Mimi, here are your favorite cat treats. I'll prepare more for you. The people worshipped and prayed, weaving a tapestry of absurd lies that ultimately convinced everyone that Mimi was still with them. Mimi is still protecting us. Mimi is the divine guardian of our community. Beneath the flickering flames of countless candles, the expressions of the people gradually twisted. Chapter 67. Abnormal meme approaching. Yangfeng and the others slowly drew near the makeshift altar. Those wealthy individuals kneeling in prayer seemed somewhat oblivious, as none of them detected the impending danger. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Yangfeng raised a pistol and pulled the trigger skyward. The deafening gunshots startled all the devotees, who turned in fear to look back. Do not fear. Everyone, do not fear. A man suddenly stood up, calming those around him. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a kindly demeanor, half of his hair already gray, yet his face bore a perpetual, composed smile. They must be messengers sent by Mimi. Continue your prayers. Do not panic. Leave this to me. The amiable man reassured the crowd with a few words, while also spinning an even grander lie. Messengers? When did Yangfeng and his companions become messengers of Mimi? Greetings. My name is Zhang Xingxue. Thank you for your hard work. Messengers, please follow me. He gestured invitingly for everyone to accompany him to his villa for a more detailed discussion. Yangfeng frowned but did not refuse. Instead, he felt a flicker of curiosity towards Zhang Xingxue and led the group to follow. Villa number 13, the architectural style of this villa, was somewhat classical and exquisite, adorned with expensive, rare woods that exuded a faint fragrance. This is my villa. I have an unusual request. May I gift this villa to you? Zhang Xingxue's opening statement was nothing short of astonishing. He proposed to give the villa directly to Yangfeng. What a grand gesture! The villa spanned 3 stories and covered over 1,000 square meters. It was said this simple sentence accompanied by a meme can spread like wildfire, epitomizing the essence of a meme. The velocity of its propagation is astounding, etching itself deeply into the minds of the populace, yet it poses no significant threat. Thus, such memes are benign and devoid of any distortions of reality. However, there exists a far more terrifying phenomenon. Anomalous memes draw an inappropriate analogy, the cursed videotape from horror films, which brings about the demise of anyone who dares to watch it, serves as a prime example of an anomalous meme. In the real world, such aberrant memes also exist, albeit in a more abstract form. Take, for instance, the concept of LAW. In this world, law did not always exist 8 billion years ago, when Earth was devoid of humanity. There were no laws to govern. 200,000 years ago, the first Homo sapiens emerged, yet murder was not deemed a crime. It was only thousands of years later that laws came into being, transitioning from an abstract notion to a universally accepted norm that binds all. Today, every individual perceives murder as a sin. This intangible concept has metamorphosed into a tangible constraint, becoming an integral part of our reality. Law has nearly solidified into a corporeal entity. It is documented in books, upheld in courts, proliferated online, and ingrained in our psyche. Should this trend continue, one day it too may evolve into an anomalous meme. Achieving a substantive existence, Yang Feng sat on the sofa, elucidating the concept of memes to the assembly, his expression darkening as he uttered an even more perplexing statement. A meme, in and of itself, is also a meme. This notion was too abstract, too convoluted. What, precisely, is an anomalous meme? The crowd remained bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Yang Feng's eyes flickered as he recalled a decade of dark memories. The apocalypse had unfolded relentlessly, with countless events defying rational explanation. Science, blind faith in science, is merely another form of superstition. One day, when physics ceases to exist, when lies become truth, when the boundaries between life and death blur, only then will you grasp the true darkness, the insidiousness, and the distortions of the apocalypse. If you manage to survive, you will eventually understand. In any case, do not engage with this bizarre cult, nor provoke its adherents. It is best to let them perish on their own. Yang Feng paused, a chilling glint of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. Whoever dares to touch those vile things, I shall kill. A shiver ran through everyone present. An ordinary believer may be spared, but an evolved slave could be disposed of without consequence. What rationale lies behind this? Let's not dwell on that. Your task for today remains unfinished. Yang Feng produced a map, laying it upon the table, then circled a nearby building. Jinjiang Hospital. In 1 hour, cleansed Jinjiang Hospital. Yang Feng's ambitions were grand. Jinjiang Hospital is a prestigious private institution, renowned for its medical prowess throughout the province. Its reputation attracts families, even those not well off, who would sacrifice everything to seek treatment for severe ailments, enduring the torment of their diseases while subjected to various injections and medications. The afflicted endure excruciating transformations, and with each mutation, the danger escalates. Hospitals in the apocalypse are undeniably the most perilous locales. Indeed, Su Man respectfully acknowledged. You all gather your supplies and eat something quickly. There's a tough battle awaiting us this afternoon. As Su Man turned, issuing orders to the other evolved individuals with the authority of Yang Feng's most loyal overseer, Yang Feng seized the moment to leave the villa. He wandered to the vicinity of the musical fountain, observing from a distance the absurd and bizarre cult of Mimi. As time progressed, an increasing number of devotees congregated around the corpse of the shadow leopard, nearing 200 in number. Flowers, sausages, dried fish, and canned cat food were cast into the flames as they chanted fervently for protection. Resources were plentiful. There was water and electricity, and no monsters had yet intruded. Yang Feng gazed at the shadow leopard's carcass, lost in contemplation. The affluent typically employ caregivers who regularly procure supplies for their villas, thus avoiding a resource crisis for now. Yet the shadow leopard had been dead for several days, and still, no monsters had invaded, not even a wandering corpse. Was this merely a bizarre coincidence? In some way, those prayers and offerings seemed to have genuinely borne fruit. Suddenly, a woman appeared to be in a frenzy. Mimi, my beloved Mimi. Poor Mimi. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she rushed toward the enormous bonfire, engulfed by flames amidst the floral offerings. What? A sacrifice. This absurd cult of Mimi is woven from a tapestry of ludicrous lies, serving merely as a spiritual refuge for the people. Yet one individual suddenly deranged. Offering up her life, the flames blazed higher. Many relatively sane believers recoiled in horror at the sight, shrieking, "Mad woman! What are you doing? Quickly, save her, pull her out." Even the devotees of the Mimi cult were taken aback, their faces painted with shock and fear. Oh, poor Mimi. So adorable, so pitiable. Even more bizarre occurrences unfolded as other devotees began to empathize with the woman engulfed in flames, gradually grasping the meaning behind her words. These individuals joined in her weeping. In this situation, even the cult leader, Zhang Xingxue, found himself at a loss. He stood up, attempting to console the crowd. Do not grieve, there is no need for fear. That lady just sacrificed herself for the Mimi cult. He did not even believe his own words. Fear lurked in Zhang Xingxue's eyes. As the leader, he sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control. Unable to comprehend why his followers would leap into the fire. Chaos, the absurdity of the Mimi cult and its strange beliefs was veering towards an unknown and inexplicable direction. The leader is right. We should offer ourselves. Two other believers fervently echoed his sentiments. The lies spun just moments ago, meant to comfort the crowd, were now taken as truth by a few deeply influenced believers. Sacrifice ourselves. Sacrifice ourselves. Soon, more individuals leapt into the flames. The searing inferno blazed fiercely, yet those who offered themselves did not scream. Instead, they huddled together, kneeling on the ground, weeping. Thus began the unraveling of the anomalous meme. Progressively departing from the realm of logical coherence. Encountering such a phenomenon was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Yang Feng withdrew his gaze, wisely opting not to engage with this lunatic assembly, a decision that proved to be the most sagacious choice. Nevertheless, Yang Feng found himself anticipating the conclusion of the anomalous meme, which often culminates in self-destruction, paving the way for the emergence of even more unfathomable entities, typically accompanied by some profoundly distorted and unknown abilities. A congregation of around 300 individuals bound by this anomalous meme was in its final stages, and he believed he could manage it. Yang Feng calculated with utmost care, perceiving the entire Mimi cult as his prey. Chapter 69. The Haunted Doll, the Steel Giant Baby. Jinjiang Hospital, having undergone 3 expansions, stood as a colossal edifice, emanating an aura of dark terror. An ambulance lay overturned on the ground, while vehicles in the courtyard collided. Obstructing the pathways, dried bloodstains marred the floor, and a multitude of corpses clad in hospital gowns roamed aimlessly, numbering well over 100. Swoosh! Sharp spikes shot forth, piercing the bodies of the undead, pinning them against the doors of nearby cars. Tap tap, Su Qing skillfully fired, blood splattering as each corpse met its end with a precise shot to the head. Bugs, Su Man, wielding a dagger with serrated edges, charged forth, fending off the throngs of undead. Armored insects covered in scales surged behind her, crashing into swathes of monsters. Soon, the remaining evolved individuals joined the fray, each employing their formidable abilities to hunt down the rotting corpses. Quite impressive, Yang Feng observed from a distance. Noting that all the slaves were amassing a wealth of combat experience through this practical engagement, their coordination growing increasingly seamless. In no time, the hundreds of corpses in the courtyard were swiftly eliminated through their collective efforts. Efficiency reaching new heights, a piercing shriek echoed through the air as a slender figure clad in a nurse's uniform launched a rapid side attack. Her lithe form was accentuated by the taut, rounded thighs beneath her attire, complemented by sheer flesh-colored stockings. Such a provocative ensemble should have stirred excitement. Yet her grotesquely contorted visage, with an exaggeratedly torn mouth and sharp claws on each finger, served to deter all male onlookers. The Harbinger, an evolved entity, was in fact a juvenile emerald aberration. Though classified as the lowest tier, its speed far surpassed that of an ordinary human, swiftly weaving through the abandoned vehicles. It surged towards the side of the group, its claws poised to deliver a vicious strike to an evolver's neck. A resounding thud reverberated as the mutated nurse was sent sprawling, but a figure enveloped in black chitinous armor emerged. Blocking her path, Long Air, his reinforced armor left no vulnerabilities. Even when struck by claws, only superficial marks were left behind. He had been lurking in the shadows, quietly observing the battlefield, and now, at this critical moment, he revealed himself to deliver a devastating blow to the enemy. With a series of furious assaults, Long Air pursued the mutated nurse, shattering her joints with each strike before delivering a final crushing blow that shattered her temple. Reinforcing the group's formation, Long Air ensured the safety of his companions. 17 minutes. Approximately 130 corpses that be a Yang Feng, with eloquence akin to blooming lotus flowers, unleashed a deep purple, venomous corrosive liquid that erupted forth, splattering against the massive infant's body. The sound of sizzling filled the air as the liquid eroded its iron-like muscles. Not only that, but the giant infant's large, watery eyes became prime targets as well. The corrosive fluid enveloped the eyeballs, instantly igniting a burning and melting effect, transforming into copious amounts of organic fluid that cascaded down from the eye sockets. Such a despicable method of combat was undeniably ruthless, yet strikingly effective. The giant infant let out a harrowing wail, writhing in agony upon the ground, continuously tearing at its decaying flesh, even excavating the viscous substance from its eye sockets. The specter revealed itself, expanding dimensions of information analysis, but a wealth of data converged on the giant infant. Every detail of its form became vividly apparent. Flaws and vulnerabilities emerged with each new wound, becoming increasingly distinct, like crimson threads etched across the entirety of the steel-skinned giant. Yang Feng moved with swiftness, his feet generating fierce, rending winds. The air was filled with piercing shrieks as pale blades of energy relentlessly struck the giant infant, tearing into its weaknesses and flaws. Its joints, arteries, and ligaments were continuously cleaved apart. The final blow landed squarely upon its chest, where the venomous liquid had already corroded vast swathes of its steel-like flesh, shattering bones and obliterating its heart. The mature, azure-skinned giant infant, despite its formidable defenses, stood utterly powerless against Yang Feng's myriad abilities. A luminescent azure tumor formed, crystalline and translucent. The mature form was nearly devoid of flesh, consisting entirely of thick azure essence, likely equivalent to 10 ordinary tumors. He lifted his gaze towards the others. Yang Feng noted that the battle on the opposite side was nearing its conclusion. Most of the corrupted corpses had been dispatched, dozens of ghostly infants had been slain, and the remaining ones were being encircled and systematically eradicated. After more than 10 minutes, the battle finally ceased, leaving the group bloodied and panting heavily as they gathered together. Is this all you can muster? Yang Feng raised an eyebrow, casting a scornful glance at the others, his feet planted on the corpse of the azure giant infant, forming a stark contrast. Boss, you're simply too powerful. We can hardly keep up. Slaying these smaller creatures is already exhausting enough, sighed the porcupine, his spikes significantly dulled in their endeavor to hunt the surrounding monsters. Most of his quills had been expended, resulting in a patchy appearance. Cough, cough. The beetle clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Boss, I'm struggling to hold on. Can we take a moment to rest? Not only him, but several others bore numerous wounds, a testament to the ghostly infant's ambushes. Rest for too long, and you might not be able to rise again. Let's harvest the tumors first. Consider a respite, Yang Feng stated, stepping away from the giant infant's body to examine the hospital's structural map for a moment. The first floor housed the billing area, pharmacy, registration, and pediatrics. The second floor contained proctology, dermatology, orthopedics, and urology. The third floor featured otolaryngology, ophthalmology, and dentistry. Yang Feng tore the structural map from the wall, folded it neatly, and stowed it away, having made his decision. 3 floors. Today we must clear at least 3 floors. Slaves, rise, and continue the slaughter. A cruel smile graced Yang Feng's lips as he urged the exhausted individuals to stand and fight once more. Painful, yet without any alternative, the evolvers dragged their injured and weary bodies upward. On the second floor, they embarked on a new round of carnage. Their gazes grew numb, their expressions dazed, and their weapon strikes became gradually sluggish. Waves upon waves of monsters were felled, almost as if they were operating mechanically. Suddenly, breaking the silence, Long Air spoke. Little Heart. The door to the proctology department burst open, and a grotesquely overweight creature surged forth, shattering the door with a thunderous boom. Before the group could react, the massive figure detonated, spewing forth segments of filth, oily and slick. The shockwave sent several individuals flying, lifting the floor and tearing the walls apart. Cough, cough, cough. Several people spat blood, yet Yang Feng was quick-witted, dashing forward to snatch the rifle from Su Qing's hands. Do not fire. It's marsh gas. The exploded creature, with its rotund, bulging belly, had generated a copious amount of marsh gas, which would trigger a far more violent chain explosion if ignited. Exploding tumor, stage, larval, grade, green jade. An exceedingly peculiar aberration. The essence alters the structure of flesh, generating a unique living species. Hosts will become grotesquely bloated and produce significant amounts of marsh gas. This creature detonates upon encountering foes. Possessing explosive power comparable to ordinary explosives, far deadlier than typical aberrations. Yang Feng swiftly approached Su Man, seizing a short knife and piercing her arm. With a gentle slice, he removed a clinging, living seed from her flesh. The seed wriggled like a pulsating mass of filthy flesh, burrowing into wounds upon contact, parasitizing its new host. It proliferated in this manner, continuously generating new offspring that if you wish to survive, you must excise these living seeds. Yang Feng advised, drawing upon memories from his previous life, to save everyone from imminent doom. Several slaves promptly retrieved knives, removing the living seeds that had just contaminated their bodies that in this apocalyptic world. Where bizarre aberrations lurked, a moment's negligence could lead to a fatal fate that moment. A peculiar purulent liquid seeped through the door of another department. The dermatology ward, the viscous liquid, akin to a living entity, spread across the floor, gradually forming a layer of special scabs that emitted a foul stench. Chapter 71. The filthy plague demon gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Thick, noxious pus flowed ceaselessly through the door cracks that a mass of putrid flesh burst through the door. Oozing out like a giant abscess, it itches. It hurts. Within the mass of tumorous pus, human heads were intermingled, crying out in agony. Their bodies had decayed and dissolved, sticking together like viscous sludge, forming a colossal conglomeration. Psoriasis, shingles, various wart-like ailments, gonorrhea, even syphilis, difficult-to-treat maladies were twisted into even more grotesque forms within this aberration. The areas tainted by the pus began to rot and emit foul odors, even forming flesh sores on the floors and walls. Filthy plague demon, stage, growth, rare grade, blue sea pattern. Warning, do not approach, do not approach, do not approach. Retreat. Yang Feng's pupils constricted as he gestured for the others to back away to a toxic rain bomb. A vivid, deep purple orb was expelled, landing upon the mass of filth and exploding with a resounding blast. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The corrosive liquid seared the surface of the abominable mass, creating pits of varying sizes. However, this only resulted in more pus oozing forth, with numerous pustules bursting, mingling with the toxic liquid and becoming even filthier. Let us circumvent it. Yang Feng opted to abandon the pursuit of this aberration, in this dark and twisted apocalypse, where countless aberrations proliferated. Most were suitable for hunting, yet some were best left undisturbed. The filthy plague demon was one such entity. A mere brush could expose one to a myriad of diseases, leading to unbearable suffering. Even if defeated, the splattered filth could contaminate the surrounding environment, potentially infecting oneself. Thus, the optimal strategy was to avoid confrontation, allowing it to fester and decompose, circumventing its path. Master, please allow me to give a try. Su Man suddenly spoke, actively requesting to confront the disgusting plague demon before them. Yang Feng turned, his brow furrowed slightly. What do you sense? Su Man nodded deeply, responding, I cannot quite articulate it. Resonance. Evolvers occasionally experience unique sensations akin to a sixth sense. Suddenly feeling an inexplicable familiarity, the aberration's distortion resonated with Su Man. If she could consume it, she would likely gain powerful abilities more aligned with her essence. It was truly astonishing that Su Man could resonate with the filthy plague demon. A surprising turn of events that a pure and virtuous soul against a grotesque and filthy plague demon. An absolute dichotomy, akin to the opposing poles of a magnet, generating a potent resonance that drew them toward one another. With a crack, Su Man's abdomen began to split open, revealing a gaping maw reminiscent of a lamprey.